Chapter 2164. The Thundercliff tree immediately turned sinister and terrifying in front of Xiao Chun. Black aura wriggled around it, looking like a ferocious beast. However, the Thundercliff tree had already gone berserk. When it sensed the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment on Xiao Chun, it went berserk. This was its life-saving tonic. Xiao Chun pulled back the Thundercliff tree's heart, which nearly leaped out of his chest. Then he stretched out his hand above the valley. Either die or obtain the opportunity. 5. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he thought of the reason. This 100,000-year-old herb king was probably attracted by the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. Whoosh! After it. Even if I have to chase it to the ends of the world, I will make this fellow spit it out. Chu Feng felt incredibly frustrated. He and Feng Xiaobai were the ones who discovered this Thundercliff tree. It should have belonged to the two of them in the first place. This is not a coincidence. Chu Feng thought about something. In the first place, he mainly cultivated the Thunder Dao and grasped the Thunder Dao domain. Now that he had returned to his peak, he did not fear this severely injured Thundercliff tree. Rumble. Go all out. Right now, Xiao Chun did not know what his chances were. However, it did not matter whether he advanced or retreated. Originally, he thought that even if someone tried to reap the benefits, that person would not be able to quickly subdue the Thundercliff tree. Instead, that person might even help them block the Thundercliff tree. Mu Yunju could not help but ask when he saw Gu Yuhan's hand trembling, as he held the flute with an exceptionally unsightly expression. For the next 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the Thundercliff tree would continuously absorb lightning-attributed energy. A tribulation mark would be left on the Thundercliff tree. Xiao Chun looked carefully and saw more than 100 tribulation marks densely packed on the Thundercliff tree. Xiao Chun felt like an evil ferocious beast was staring at him. He found this feeling very unbearable. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Road turning around. Xiao Chun had made many decisions in the past. Most of the time he would choose to take a gamble. However, when he was not confident he would choose to retreat. With a cold shout, Xiao Chun's battle hunger blazed like a fierce fire, breaking the heavy aura in the surroundings. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he tore off the bedsheet with his right hand. The messy bedsheet turned into a saber as he executed Xiao Chun's peak attack. Their advantage was that they were familiar with the operating rules of this world, and were well versed in the surroundings. They were adept at escaping, and a moment of carelessness would allow them to escape. 6. His heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Xiao Chun remained unmoved, his expression cold. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly as he sensed the power of heaven and earth locking onto him. The Thundercliff tree searched around and finally found Xiao Chun at the top of the mountain. The Thundercliff tree's aura was greatly weakened. However, in this desperate situation, he only paused for a moment before unleashing all of his ferocious nature. Rumble. Martial Dao cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall back. On the path of cultivation, everyone would encounter fortuitous encounters. A single decision that seemed to take only an instant could change one's entire life. The universe origin sex Chu Feng muttered with an extremely sullen expression. I only saw an afterimage. However, I think that it is definitely him. Aside from him, no one else's afterimage would have the silhouette of a bedsheet. Clearly, this was an outstanding talent that the various factions' false emperors or half-step sovereign emperors believed could hold their own against a false emperor. At this point, the weaker ones no longer qualified to compete for this herb king. The lingering lightning blocked the Thundercliff tree's connection to the world, crippling it by half. Whoosh! Whoosh! Spiritual light flickered, and electricity crackled endlessly at the bottom of the valley. Strands of purplish-black lightning lingered, radiating a startling baleful aura. 3, 2, 1. It's that strange person in the bedsheet. Xiao Chun could clearly sense that this Thundercliff tree's aura was weak. The spiritual light it gave off was much weaker than when Xiao Chun saw it 2 days ago. Immediately, everyone felt incredibly frustrated. For 2 days they had fought a battle of wits and courage with this Thundercliff tree, exhausting themselves. Yet, in the end that strange person easily collected it. Unexpectedly, when the 7 landed, aside from some lingering aura, They could no longer see that person or the thundercliff tree. Just at this moment, miserable cries came from deep underground. Cracks immediately appeared in the sky, and the entire herb field shook continuously. The seven's expressions changed drastically. Yuan Zhan said sullenly, "Everyone, we can no longer remain in this herb field." After the thundercliff tree fell to the bottom of the valley, anxiety spread in the air. A faint whirlpool formed. Whoosh! The entire valley lost its life force. All the flowers and plants withered without exception. The outstanding talents of the various factions were still behind the thundercliff tree. They would soon catch up. Xiao Qian snorted coldly. Then he firmly grabbed the thundercliff tree, which had lost its ferocious nature, and left in a flash. As Xiao Qian got closer to the thundercliff tree, time passed quickly. He only had 3 seconds left. A loud sound rang out, and that 100,000-year-old herb king fell to the bottom of the valley. Whoosh! A battle raged in Xiao Qian's mind. However, it only lasted for an instant. In that instant he made his decision. The thundercliff tree grew excited. It finally discovered the source of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. The herb kings in paradise were all ferocious and tainted with a demonic nature. They were very different from those in the outside world. However, the other 6 did not have much time to think. They looked at the crack in the sky and hesitated for a moment before catching up to Yuan Zhan, leaving quickly. If Xiao Qian could not subdue this thundercliff tree in 10 breaths, the people chasing after him would catch up. With so many false emperors watching, it would be practically impossible for him to leave. When Mu Yunju saw the situation, he did not ask any further. However, he thought to himself, there must be more to this than meets the eye. Firmaments rage, covering the sky with one hand. Damn it! They did not have complete souls, but they were sentient. Clearly, they knew to flee after being injured. Feeling anxious, all of them brought out their trump cards and sped up, rushing towards the valley. After glancing around, Xiao Qian focused his attention on the 100,000-year-old herb king. A colossal hand containing the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon appeared and covered the sky. Night enveloped the area as the back of the hand blocked the descending purple lightning. Before the thundercliff tree could execute its killing move, this saber light struck it. It lost its ferocious nature and fell to the bottom of the valley. The fluctuation of aura was like a heartbeat. Bang! 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 The thundercliff tree actually synchronized with Xiao Qian's heartbeat. After 2 seconds, many figures descended. There were the profound heaven holy lands Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan, the universe origin sects Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai, the Bushin palaces Xiao Hozun and Bai Yunfei, and the hidden spirit temples Yuan Zhan. Bang! The divine seal in his soul pool activated, and Xiao Qian leaped out. Wrapped in a bedsheet, he launched himself at the ferocious thundercliff tree. Xiao Qian entered deep thought. After a while he asked, "It is injured? Everyone, are we going to chase or not? The problem is, why did it come to where I am? Is it a coincidence or on purpose?" When the thundercliff tree pounced over, it kicked up lightning everywhere in the pitch-black sky. Bolts of purple-black lightning descended, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions as if a peerless ferocious beast was about to appear. Gu Yuhan said calmly, suppressing the rage in his heart. At this moment the thundercliff tree's trunk was about 1 meter tall, looking like a small tree. The branches branched off and purple leaves grew on the branches, looking like refined iron. Without even a 10% chance of success, it would be unwise to risk it. At this moment, intense pain spread through Xiao Qian's entire body. At the last second he activated all the potential in his body, and his aura erupted. Humph! Bang! At that time, Xiao Qian might lose his Tao and his life before he could even retreat. Although Xiao Qian did not fear false emperors, he would not be able to protect himself if surrounded. 8. There was definitely something strange going on. Xiao Qian grew cautious as he spread his arms. He left a faint purple mark where he stood. Then, his figure appeared above the valley, temporarily avoiding it. After the thundercliff tree absorbed the remnant primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment's medicinal energy, its body became brighter. That was why the thundercliff tree had run to this desolate land to treat its injuries and recover its strength. If Xiao Qian had not fallen for the thundercliff tree's trick, This would not have happened. Gu Yuhan and the others had been traveling quickly, and had already unleashed their full power several times. Now that they were 1 second late, it would be difficult for them to catch up. However, compared to the severe injuries the Thundercliff tree suffered, it was still a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient. Who could not be angry? For when Gu Yuhan looked into the distance, he saw several strong auras behind the Medicine King. Although Xiao Chan had said 10 seconds, he had only given himself 8 seconds to unleash his killing move in advance. Under the heavy pressure, the heartbreaking style had surpassed its peak. When Xiao Chan saw it clearly, his heart skipped a beat. This was actually a Thundercliff tree. 10. The most important thing was to be decisive and not hesitate. What's going on? Gu Yuhan could only watch from afar and see if he could get lucky. Gu Yuhan's hand faced the sky, and his palm faced the ground. A flash of saber light moved very quickly, appearing only for an instant. Gu Yuhan knew that Xiao Chan must have fooled him 2 days ago. The other party should be a spent force. The instant the Thundercliff tree came into contact, Xiao Chan roared and suddenly accelerated. He shouted out the final 3 seconds in his mind. Then this colossal hand grabbed all the purple-black lightning in the surroundings. In the next moment it exploded. The lightning mixed with the saber light tore through the world, lingering there. It was not an easy task to subdue the Herb King in this herb field. The combat prowess that a 10,000-year-old Medicine King could bring out was already comparable to that of a half-step sovereign emperor. Its only weakness was that it was not flexible and did not know martial techniques. The 7 appeared almost at the same time. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Before they rushed over, they had sensed the fluctuations of battle. Of the 7, only the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhan looked into the distance with a contemplative expression. The branches and leaves on the Medicine King's body trembled, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. The ferocious nature that it burst out with was no weaker than a false emperor's. Senior Brother Gu, what's wrong? This Medicine King should have grown at the top of the Thunder Cliff, receiving the baptism of the Thunder Tao. The moment it was born, it would suffer a 1,000-day lightning tribulation and survive for 3 years. That 100,000-year-old Medicine King actually took the initiative to fly towards Xiao Chan after he entered closed-door cultivation for 2 days. To think that a spirit herb wanted to swallow me. How reckless. Flawless Tao using thoughts as a saber heartbreaking stance. 9. Whoosh. It's fine. That Thundercliff tree seemed like a gourmet that saw a delicacy as it launched itself at Xiao Chan. After Yuanzhan finished speaking, he turned around and left with a somewhat grave expression. This was indeed true. This desolate valley, which was originally devoid of life, only had its aura exuding life force. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in this valley. This showed how horrifying the medicine's effects were. Chapter 2165. A sorrowful cry caused cracks to appear in the primal chaos sky, where demonic chi and immortal chi coexisted. The expressions of the various super-faction disciples in the herb field changed as they quickly fled. A great horror was about to appear. Before entering paradise, the various elders had instructed them to leave when the sorrowful cry appeared in the herb field. If they could not leave quickly, they had to forcefully leave this paradise even if they had to pay the price of not being able to continue experiential training. Otherwise, they might fall here if they were not careful. After subduing the Thundercliff tree, Xiao Chan, who was fleeing, also saw the crack in the sky. The primal chaos sky was incredibly viscous. Unexpectedly, cracks appeared, startling Xiao Chan. Black fireballs rained down from the crevice. It was a terrifying scene. Are those things buried underground going to come out? Xiao Chan asked with a slight frown. Previously, he had discovered that there were countless ancient demonic sovereigns kneeling on the thrones in this herb field. The spirit herbs were hidden underground. When everyone subdued the spirit herbs, it was only a matter of time before they startled the countless corpses. I have to go. The herb field was a treasure land. Just a 10,000-year-old herb king would be a huge harvest. Naturally, no one would be willing to leave. This was especially so for the disciples who had not obtained any herb kings or the cultivators who were subduing herb kings. These people would try their luck and would not be able to make a decisive decision. Xiao Chan had gained a huge harvest. Naturally, he would not try his luck. His figure flashed as he soared into the air. Xiao Chan moved gracefully like a roaming dragon. A bedsheet fluttered like the wind, flapping noisily as it spun around, looking like snow or clouds. Xiao Chen's figure moved nimbly, appearing as ethereal as an immortal as he dodged the many black fireballs. Even though Xiao Chen's nimble figure was draped in a bedsheet, it was still breathtaking. The huge light screen outside the trial tower locked onto Xiao Chen again. The many faux god powerhouses muttered to themselves. At this moment the various faux gods had a rough idea of who this strange person was. It was Xiao Chen. Dragon race bloodline, peak bladesman, firmament's rage, perfect divine seal. The various characteristics that Xiao Chen revealed matched these characteristics. What's more, it was just him, Xiao Chen. However, according to the news that everyone had received, Xiao Chen had clearly failed to break through to the divine seal and suffered a backlash. His life and death were unknown, so it was impossible for him to be as lively as a dragon or a tiger within 3 days. This was something that Xiao Chen could not understand. The faux god powerhouses of the various clans came to a tacit understanding. Now that they roughly confirmed Xiao Chen's identity, they did not expose him. Because it was really awkward, it was not like he was their disciple, there was nothing much to say. Furthermore, there were some unexpected factors. He couldn't be 100% sure that it was Xiao Chen. Apart from that, there was also the 100,000-year-old king herb, the Thunder Cliff Tree. A 100,000-year-old Thunder Cliff Tree was a natural treasure that could tempt even a faux god. These faux gods all had their own thoughts, thinking about how to obtain the Thunder Cliff Tree after this. This was especially so for some faux gods who cultivated the Thunder Dao. They were eager to give it a try, their eyes flickering continuously. Is it really him? Mu Zifeng thought to himself. However, he could not match the image of Xiao Chen in his mind to this bandaged person draped in a bedsheet. Mu Zifeng already had an answer in his heart, but he still did not believe it. The difference in style was too great, completely different extremes. In the herb field in paradise, Xiao Chen sped up and left. The situation had already worsened, but some cultivators were still unwilling to leave. Most of these people were subduing king herbs, unwilling to give up on this fortuitous encounter, hoping to get lucky. These people thought that they could still make it in time if they quickly left after subduing the king herb. These people consoled themselves by doing so. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not care about people with such thoughts. These people were putting their lives on the line. That is. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped and his gaze froze. 2 people wearing alloy battle armor were gritting their teeth as they subdued a 10,000-year-old king herb. It was Yun Fei and Nangong Feng. Why are these 2 still not leaving? Like Xiao Chen, Yun Fei and Nangong Feng were Heavenly Alliance newcomers from Desolate City. This was especially so for Yun Fei. Like Xiao Chen, he was a disciple of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Their friendship was deep, different from the others. Nangong, I feel that something is wrong. Let's retreat. If we do not leave now, we might not make it in time, Yun Fei said with a somewhat nervous expression as he executed the 13 wind controlling swords. After some thought, Nangong Feng said, "You should leave first. This dream lotus flower is compatible with my attribute. As long as I obtain it, I will definitely be able to break through to half-step Sovereign Emperor. If I lose this opportunity, who knows how long I will have to wait." Nangong Feng knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. However, he found it hard to give up. This was an opportunity to break through to half-step Sovereign Emperor. However, he did not want to implicate Yun Fei, so he let him leave first. "Let's go together. I'll help you subdue it. It will be faster." Yun Fei shook his head. He did not choose to leave alone, staying behind to help Nangong Feng subdue this 10,000-year-old king herb. The 2 moved together in the faux god world and had a deep relationship. Even if it were Yun Fei, Nangong Feng would not abandon him. Whoosh! Just at this moment, something strange happened. A skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the ground. Before Yun Fei could react, that skeletal hand yanked him out of the air. The skeletal hand grabbed Yun Fei's ankle and pulled down, instantly dragging half of his body into the ground. Yun Fei immediately panicked. However, even with all his martial techniques, he could not do anything about it. When Nangong Feng saw the situation, he quickly gave up on subduing the dream lotus flower and turned around to save Yun Fei. Whoosh! 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 Several more skeletal hands appeared. This time, even Nangong Feng found it hard to protect himself. I'm probably going to die here. Despair and guilt appeared in Nangong Feng's heart. It did not matter if he died, but he also implicated Yunfei. Nangong Feng should have left long ago. His greed led to this disaster. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, a figure descended from the sky. First, this figure directly scattered the dream lotus flower's ferocious nature with a palm strike, subduing it. Then a dragon roar rang out and a dragon roar rang out. As the perfect divine seal activated, the Tao contained in the dragon roar spread out. Kasie, Kasu. Those skeletal hands shattered. Xiao Chan did not stop moving like a phantom as he pulled out Yunfei, who was half buried in the ground. He subdued the Herb King, saved Yunfei, and activated the divine seal. This series of actions flowed smoothly, completed in an instant. Yunfei and Nangong Feng felt like they were dreaming, startling awake after a while. Brother, many thanks for helping me. I am unable to repay this life-saving grace. When Nangong Feng saw the strangely dressed Xiao Chan, who was wrapped in a bedsheet, he felt shocked. This person's strength and attire were also incredibly strange. It's me, Xiao Chan. There was no need to hide his identity from Yunfei and Nangong Feng. So Xiao Chan told them the truth. Xiao Chan. The two showed pleasant surprise on their faces. At the same time, they were in disbelief. To think that Xiao Chan was already so strong. Here, this is not the time to speak. Let's go first. Those monsters underground. Aside from half-step sovereign emperors with divine seals, the other sovereign personages do not have a good way to deal with them. I'll escort you out. Xiao Chan handed the dream lotus to Nangong Feng. Then he led the way, escorting the two away. It was not yet time for the true danger to arrive. It was not too late to leave. Right. The two did not dare to be careless. They had wanted to leave long ago. Now that they no longer had anything to worry about, they quickly followed behind Xiao Chan. With Xiao Chan leading the way, they naturally did not encounter any obstacles. The three managed to leave the herb garden after 1 hour, despite the daunting experience. When the three looked back, the cracks in the pitch-black primal chaos sky dome looked terrifying. Miserable cries came from underground, making one's hair stand on end. Nangong Feng and Yunfei felt a lingering fear. If not for Xiao Chan making a move, they would have died for sure. Xiao Chan, many thanks, the two said gratefully. This was especially so for Nangong Feng, as Xiao Chan had even helped him subdue the dream lotus. Nangong Feng felt so grateful that he did not know what to say. We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. Then, he thought about Yunfei's cultivation technique, and gave him one of the 10,000-year-old herb kings. This? I cannot accept it. When Yunfei saw this, he was startled. A 10,000-year-old herb king was incredibly precious, worth cities. He simply did not dare to accept it. Xiao Chan said calmly, I coincidentally obtained a 100,000-year-old herb king. This one is nothing. Yunfei and Nangong Feng felt greatly shocked, unable to hide the shock on their faces. I still have something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Right. A fog sea lay before them. After crossing this fog sea, they would arrive at another experiential training ground in paradise. The other people in the sea of fog were already rushing forward with all their might, trying to seize the initiative. As Yunfei and Nangong Feng watched Xiao Chan disappear into the fog sea, they remained speechless for a long time, feeling deeply moved. Let's go too. I believe it is not convenient for Xiao Chan to be with us now. I really can't recognize you as Brother Xiao Chan with your attire. At the mention of Xiao Chen's attire, the two could not help laughing. Then they stepped into the fog sea at the same time. Xiao Chan was in a rush to leave not because it was not convenient for him to be with the two, but because he wanted to deal with the 100,000-year-old Herb King's Thunder Cliff Tree on the spot. If he did not deal with it, there would be a lot of trouble. Xiao Chan chose to refine it on the spot, not giving the others a chance to do so. Chapter 2166. Beyond the herb field was a boundless sea of fog. This fog sea was said to be a land of fortuitous encounters in paradise. Someone had once discovered a divine crystal there. There were also people who obtained damaged divine armaments and secret treasures in the fog sea. There were even people who obtained damaged true god flames. As for Xiao Chan, He had no intention of continuing to search for opportunities in the sea of fog. Fortuitous encounters in the fog sea were much more difficult to find than herb fields. Furthermore, they were all broken pieces of weapons. To a sovereign personage, they were practically useless. In this era, it was already impossible to become a true god. Even if one had a divine artifact, they would not be able to use it. Most faux gods used soul tools. The so-called divine weapons were not even as valuable as a medial-grade soul tool. The research value of the divine weapon fragment was greater than its practical value. Of course, the fragments of the faux god flame counted separately. However, the chances of finding the faux god flame were even lower than finding the divine herb in the herb field. As Xiao Chun walked through the sea of fog, his spiritual sense and soul energy were greatly restricted. All he could see was a vast expanse of fog. His field of vision was less than 1,000 meters. On the ground there was an ancient and dilapidated aura. There was a damaged Tao aura lingering about, making one think deeply. This place should have been one of the battlefields of the righteous and demonic Tao when the heaven realm shattered. Xiao Chun was rather satisfied with this ancient battlefield. It was a superb hiding place, and it couldn't be any better to use it to refine and absorb the Thundercliff tree. This is it. Xiao Chun randomly chose a barren mountain, and confirmed that it was remote enough that no one would find it. He took out the 100,000-year-old king herb, the Thundercliff tree. Hua! On the light screen outside the trial tower, the image of Xiao Chun in the sea of fog was slightly blurry, but one could still make out a rough outline. Thundercliff tree. This is the 100,000-year-old king herb. There hasn't been a 100,000-year-old king herb in that herb field for many years. If it were any other 100,000-year-old herb king, it wouldn't have much value. But this Thundercliff tree is really incredible. Even if it's not a thunder elemental virtual god, it's great to use it to avoid the thunder tribulation. That's right. If we can directly comprehend the principle behind how it absorbs the lightning tribulation and transforms it into our own energy, that would be really powerful. The faux god realm powerhouses of the various factions became excited when they saw Xiao Chun take out the Thundercliff tree. Mu Zifeng thought for a while. If he really is Xiao Chun, I have to give him a proper warning after I come out. If he did not handle this 100,000-year-old herb king well, it would bring him endless trouble. What is he doing? At this moment, a faux god suddenly exclaimed softly. He wants to refine the Thundercliff tree. Is this kid crazy? Refining the Thundercliff tree with his meager cultivation base is a waste of God's gift. Seeing Xiao Chun refine this 100,000-year-old herb king by himself, the faux god powerhouses of the various factions showed somewhat unsightly expressions. Everyone held the thought that Xiao Chun would definitely bring the Thundercliff tree out. After all, a sovereign personage could not completely refine the Thundercliff tree. Forcibly refining it would result in a great waste. The best way was to bring it out and trade it with a faux god expert, exchanging it for a treasure suitable for oneself. However, no one expected Xiao Chun to directly give up on this fortuitous encounter in the fog sea. He quietly came to refine the Thundercliff tree. Many people did not expect such a scene, so they could only watch helplessly. Who exactly is this fellow? Does he know that refining the Thundercliff tree like this is a waste? Someone muttered. Although they guessed that the other party was Xiao Chun, he was wrapped in bandages and a bedsheet, so they could not be sure. If they wanted to curse, they would know who to curse. While in the fog sea, Xiao Chun did not think too much. He continued to focus on refining the Thundercliff tree. He only knew that 10,000-year-old fiend kings were fine. Faux god experts would not care too much about them. However, as long as he left, the 100,000-year-old herb king would not be his. Xiao Chun did not have the ability to resist something that a faux god wanted. The Thundercliff tree was very useful to Xiao Chun. If he forcefully refined it, it would be a waste. Xiao Chun could not use it to exchange for other treasures. It was not worth it. After the cultivators who fled the herb field settled down, they started searching the fog sea. Compared to the herb field filled with fortuitous encounters, the fortuitous encounters in the fog sea were much more difficult to search for. However, it was a land of fortuitous encounters after all. If one was lucky, one would gain something. This was especially so for the cultivators who could not find any spirit herbs in the herb field. They were in high spirits. After crossing this sea of fog, one would arrive at the final trial ground of paradise. There were not many chances left for them. The fog sea slowly turned lively. However, this excitement had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun focused on refining the Thunder Cliff Tree, absorbing the Thunder Great Tao energy within. Xiao Chun could clearly feel his Thunder Tao domain strengthening rapidly. Xiao Chun's veritable essence energy continuously condensed, and his cultivation became increasingly stable. In just one day, Xiao Chun felt that his cultivation was as dense as when he advanced to half-step sovereign emperor 100 years ago. Xiao Chun continuously absorbed and refined the 100,000-year-old medicinal energy of the Thunder Cliff Tree. The Thunder Great Tao energy contained in the Thunder Cliff Tree was simply too vast. Xiao Chun could only absorb less than 1% of it. The medicinal energy scattered in the surroundings, turning into lightning as it spread out. From a distance it looked like a sea of lightning. Bit by bit, the medicinal energy sank into the ground, floated in the sky, or merged with the fog sea. It was indeed a waste. However, even with less than 1% of the medicinal energy, the benefits were too great for Xiao Chun. 7 days later, a loud rumble rang out, and the thunder might in Xiao Chun's body soared. The thunder might was as sharp as a sword as it soared into the clouds and tore through the fog sea. Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes, and an electric light flashed in them. The electric light in his eyes was like a saber flashing for a moment. Boom! Loud buzzing sounds came from Xiao Chun's body. His Thunder Tao domain broke through 2 layers in a row, directly reaching the 3rd layer. In a mere 7 days, Xiao Chun's Thunder Tao domain advanced from the 1st layer to the peak of the 3rd layer. Xiao Chun thought back to when Mu Yunju sat on the comprehension platform for a month to break through the bottleneck of his profound light Tao domain. Now Xiao Chun broke through the bottleneck of 2 Tao domains, reaching the peak of the 3rd layer of the Thunder Tao domain. This was simply incredible. However, when he thought about how Xiao Chun absorbed a 100,000-year-old Herb King Thunder Cliff Tree, all of this seemed natural. Furthermore, this was just 1% of the Herb King Thunder Cliff Tree's medicinal energy. Fortunately, I forcefully absorbed it now. If I went out and traded it with another faux god expert, I would have suffered a great loss, no matter what treasure I obtained. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chun's eyes, revealing a strong sharpness that others did not dare to look at directly. As far as Xiao Chun knew, no one in the entire faux god world had broken through to the 2nd layer of the Tao domain. Even an outstanding talent like Mu Yunju's profound light Tao domain only reached the peak of the 2nd layer. Without a miracle, it would be impossible for Mu Yunju to break through to the 3rd layer without 10 years. Given this, Xiao Chun finally had a trump card to deal with the other false emperors, the 3rd layer Thunder Tao domain. However, the benefits that the Thunder Cliff Tree brought to Xiao Chun were far from limited to just this. After Xiao Chun completely refined the Thunder Cliff Tree, his divine lightning advanced to peak consummation. Xiao Chun vaguely sensed that he could use the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning that he obtained in the Kunlun realm. However, many faux gods were watching, so it was not good to try. Compared to the improvement of the Thunder Tao domain, that 10,000 tribulation divine lightning excited Xiao Chun even more. Whoosh! The Thunder Cliff Tree in Xiao Chun's hand lost its medicinal energy and immediately turned into ashes, scattering with the wind. Only purple leaves that were as hard as divine metal remained. Every purple leaf contained tribulation lightning patterns. The patterns were twisted like naturally formed divine characters, looking very profound. After counting them, there were exactly 360 purple leaves. He felt that these purple leaves were very extraordinary. After observing them for a while, Xiao Chun carefully put them away. His heart surged with excitement, and his entire body felt indescribably carefree. Xiao Chun could not hide the excitement in his eyes. The opportunity of this Thunder Cliff Tree was simply too startling. If that Gu Yuhan meets me again, there is no need for me to play tricks with him. In the end, Xiao Chun had relied on his scheming to win against Gu Yuhan, allowing him to leave. Although Xiao Chun acknowledged the other party's strength, he did not feel that he was much weaker than the other party. Back when Xiao Chun recovered from his internal injuries, he had thought of fighting the other party again. After 7 days, I wonder if I still have a chance to explore the final trial land of paradise? After Xiao Chun calmed his emotions, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he quickly traveled through the fog sea. Chapter 2167. As Xiao Chan traveled through the boundless fog sea, he headed for Paradise's final experiential training ground. Paradise was vast and boundless. However, there was only one place where sovereign personages could seek fortuitous encounters. Naturally, the simplest place was a herb field. 10,000-year-old herb kings that even sovereign emperors could not easily obtain outside could be obtained by sovereign personages here. Xiao Chan could even obtain a heaven-defying item like the 100,000-year-old herb king, the Thunder Cliff Tree. The faintest place was the fog sea where Xiao Chan currently was. This used to be an ancient battlefield. There were broken divine weapons and remnant divine flames. However, death chi spread everywhere, and the vast fog blocked soul energy and spiritual sense. Searching for divine weapon fragments in there was like searching for a needle in a haystack. No matter how strong one was, one could only gamble on boundless luck. Speaking of which, this fog sea was a rather fair land of fortuitous encounters. It did not matter whether one was strong or not. The final land of fortuitous encounters was the heaven-bridging peak. In the past, before the heavenly realm shattered, the world tree supported the central great realm and the heavenly realm. The heaven-bridging peak was the divine mountain where foe gods of the mundane world advanced to true God and headed to the heavenly realm. Unfortunately, the heavenly steps shattered, and the world tree broke in the Black Dragon King's charge. The heaven-bridging peak also broke into 3 segments, one segment for the central great realm, one segment for the Great Thousand Realms, and one segment for the abyssal underworld. A divine mountain broke into 3 heaven-bridging peaks. From then on, there were no more true gods in the world. The heaven-bridging peak lost the miracle of comprehending the heavenly Tao, returning to the true state, and becoming a peak martial god. Even so, the heaven-bridging peak still had remnants of the heavenly Tao and the eternal supreme truths. The shock waves of the divine tribulation could be seen everywhere. To foe gods, comprehending the Tao and cultivating on this peak was no longer of much use. However, it held a fatal attraction for sovereign personages and sovereign emperors. They could instantly undergo a complete transformation when they comprehended the Tao. In the past, when Paradise opened, there were many such examples. Lu Binwei was the one who helped Xiao Chan find out all the information about Paradise. Before Xiao Chan prepared to head to Paradise, Lu Binwei had told him about it. As Xiao Chan traveled through the fog sea, he continuously thought about the various wonders and mysteries of the heaven-bridging peak. I really missed that era. The world tree didn't fall, and the sky-piercing peak still stood. The peak of the martial path was a place where everyone could fight to the death. Now that I'm at the false god realm, I'm at the pinnacle. Outsiders who don't know would think that I'm at the true god realm. I don't understand. Why is the Black Dragon King doing this? If the heavenly realm shatters and the true gods don't come out, what good will it do him? As his thoughts drifted, Xiao Chan felt the sea of fog gradually weaken. Soon his vision cleared up. Many disciples of the various superpowers stopped in front of them with grave expressions. It was unknown what kind of problem they had encountered. Xiao Chan didn't show himself rashly. Instead, he observed his surroundings thoughtfully. As it turned out, he was still deep within the fog sea. He had not left the fog sea. However, in the center of this sea of fog was an unknown and vast abyss. No matter where one came from, they would arrive at the edge of this abyss. The abyss was a giant pit that reached the heavens. It was incomparably pitch black and contained a terrifying demonic energy. As Xiao Chan stood at the edge of the abyss and looked down, his heart skipped a beat. After taking a few more glances, he quickly withdrew his gaze as if afraid that some monster would swallow him up. Above the abyss there were a total of 9 mysterious pontoon bridges, all of them made from pieces of ancient green pine trees. They connected to 9 different directions. They looked like divine bridges that led to the heavens. At the same time, they looked like divine chains locking something terrifying. Xiao Chan looked at the floating bridges. The 9 bridges in different directions gathered in the center and ended up in the primal chaos sky. At this moment, Xiao Chan finally understood. The 9 bridges should lead to the heaven-bridging peak. Since there were 9 bridges, then any one of them should lead to the heaven-bridging peak. There should be many people gathered at the entrance of each bridge. Xiao Chan wondered why these people gathered here did not step onto the bridges. I need to show myself. Otherwise, who knows how long I will have to wait. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he leaped out of the fog sea. leaving behind a faint purple mark. When he reappeared, he was already dead. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the abyss. When he reappeared, he saw that the front of the floating bridges was empty, not leading to the abyss. If one wanted to go up, one could only cross the air and step onto the floating bridges hovering in the air. However, to the people here, crossing the air and traveling 5,000 kilometers in an instant was easy. Why did these people stop here with grave expressions, not daring to go forward? Xiao Chun looked down and saw pitch-black deep abyss demonic qi. It was absolute darkness, so dark that it felt terrifying. Xiao Chun felt fear for some reason. With just a few glances, he felt like his soul was being sucked in. So that was the case. This abyss was strange. There was no way to cross it. If one wanted to go to the heaven-bridging peak, one could only take the bridge. Aside from that, there was no other way. Based on these people's cautious expressions, it was clear that someone had tried to cross it before. In the end, that person fell into the abyss, scaring everyone into not daring to go forward. Damn it! It looks like we can't cross this bridge anymore. Earlier, several people tried to cross and fell into the abyss. We can't even jump over. There is a terrifying suction in the empty space of the bridge. Even a half-step sovereign emperor would be pulled in. A few people complained in low voices, feeling extremely depressed. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun expected. Just at this moment, someone noticed Xiao Chun. It was impossible not to notice him. No one dressed as attention-grabbing as Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was wrapped in bandages and wrapped in a bedsheet. Anyone would take a few glances at him. Look, it's that strange person. It really is him. I heard that he was the one who snatched that 100,000-year-old herb king from the herb field. To think that he dares to show himself. Quickly, go and inform Senior Brother Mu. The people here were all disciples of the 5 super factions. Most of them had grudges with Xiao Chun. When someone saw Xiao Chun, he immediately wanted to go and inform Senior Brother Mu. However, someone immediately interrupted him and scolded. You idiot! Don't be in a rush to inform him first. He might have a way to cross the bridge. Furthermore, those false emperors are all thinking about how to cross the bridge now. If we want to settle the score with him, that will be after this matter. Right. Let's see what he can do. Earlier I went to the other bridges. None of the 9 bridges is easy to cross. After going around, everyone is blocked. Those false emperor outstanding talents are all thinking hard about countermeasures. Right. If we follow this bedsheet strange person, we might have a better chance. After all, he managed to snatch that 100,000-year-old herb king from the eyes of so many false emperors. He should not be simple. Xiao Chun ignored the chatter and headed for the bridge's entrance. The others quickly gave way. As Xiao Chun stood at the edge of the cliff, he looked at the winding bridge leading to the sky. It hung alone above the deep abyss, looking very mysterious. This sky-crossing bridge was at least 100,000 feet long, reaching into the clouds. However, the first few kilometers were completely empty. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Naturally, the simplest method was to leap up and step onto the floating bridge hovering in the air. However, it was clear that someone had already tried. That person had fallen into the deep abyss, probably dead. If every pontoon bridge is difficult to cross, then it shouldn't be a coincidence. Someone purposely tested me. Each of the 9 floating bridges tests something different. When Xiao Chun heard people discussing that the other floating bridges were similarly difficult, he thought that this should be a test. If one wanted to climb the heaven-bridging peak, one had to clear these tests first. Since that was the case, then there had to be a way to cross. Xiao Chun rubbed his chin and entered deep thought. What is this floating bridge testing? Chapter 2168. At the same time, on the light screen outside the trial tower, the scenes of the 9 floating bridges appeared at the same time. Each floating bridge had a group of people in deep thought. The profound heaven holy lands Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan, the universe origin sects Feng Xiaobai and Chu Feng, the Bushan palaces Xiaohozun and Bai Yunfei, the hidden spirit temples Yuanzhan, and the other false emperor heavenly bridge geniuses all stood before the floating bridges, thinking hard about countermeasures. Every floating bridge had its own problems. The wooden planks that formed the floating bridges continuously spun, preventing people from stepping on them. Sometimes they appeared and disappeared, making it hard to choose. Sometimes they were covered in frost and fire. Some looked fine, but when one stepped on them, one would lose their mind. 9 bridges, 9 tests. I wonder who will comprehend them first. The God-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak is not that easy to climb. The God-conferring platform? Huh, how unfortunate. If the God-conferring platform were still complete, we would not be trapped in the faux God realm. Indeed. Right now, the God-conferring platform is only of some help to sovereign emperors and sovereign personages. It is not of much help to us. It is useless to say all this now. Let's just look at what is in front of us. In my opinion, the first to solve the mystery will definitely be the hidden spirit temples Yuanzhan. At the mention of the heaven-bridging peak, these faux gods could not help sighing. After a few words they stopped talking about it. Solving the mystery of the heaven-bridging bridge is not too difficult for these false emperor outstanding talents. It is only a matter of time. Based on past practice, the hidden spirit temple's outstanding talents should be the first to solve it. This time should be no exception. Perhaps it will be that strange person. I think he noticed something with one glance. Humph! That fellow would rather waste more than 90% of the Thundercliff tree's medicinal energy than give it to us. At the very least, he will die in this 10,000 demon abyss. Just thinking about it makes me angry. At the mention of Shao Chan, the faux gods all felt some resentment. Among them, the profound Heaven Holy Land's Gu Fei felt the heaviest resentment. When he heard someone mention Shao Chan, he could not help cursing. First, Zhang Yushan, a profound Heaven Holy Land disciple, got beaten up by Shao Chan. Then Shao Chan tricked the false emperor Gu Yuhan. If Zhang Yushan hadn't left and attacked Shao Chan wouldn't have been able to escape. Shao Chan would definitely be able to force Shao Chan to leave paradise. If Shao Chan left, there would be no more problems. That Thundercliff tree would definitely not fall into the hands of Shao Chan. Gu Fei, what do you mean? Initially, Mu Zifeng cursed like that just to vent his frustration. However, Mu Zifeng felt uncomfortable when he heard it. You are a faux god after all. What logic is there in cursing my Heavenly Alliance disciples to die? Gu Fei came to his senses. He also felt that it was inappropriate for him to say such words given his status. However, since he had already said it, it was impossible for him to take it back. He could only stubbornly say, "What's wrong? He is just a strange person wrapped in a bedsheet. So what if I say a few words? Could he be a Heavenly Alliance disciple?" Although there were many doubtful points, most of the faux gods felt that the bedsheet monster should be Shao Chan. However, he was still wrapped in a bedsheet, and his entire body was covered in gauze, so no one could be sure. Mu Zifeng felt stifled when he heard that. He could not rebut Gu Fei's sophistry. Humph! Don't tell me that your Heavenly Alliance's people all have such a strange hobby? Do you like to run around in bedsheets? Haha! This old man really did not know. Otherwise, could it be that this bedsheet is also an illusion of the alloy battle armor? Seeing that Mu Zifeng could not rebut, Gu Fei decided to go all out. Gu Fei, don't go overboard. Everyone knows this very well. This person is very likely my Heavenly Alliance's Shao Chan. You cursed him to die in front of everyone. Can't I say a few words about you? Seeing Gu Fei going overboard, Yi Zifeng felt enraged. When the spectators saw the smell of gunpowder, they all revealed a trace of a smile, actually treating it as a good show to watch. What a joke! You say that he is your Heavenly Alliance's person, but what proof do you have? I can say that he is my profound Heaven Holy Land's disciple. I am teaching him a lesson. Do I need you to interrupt? Interesting. In that case, do you dare to make a bet with me? If he is not a Heavenly Alliance member, I will agree to one of your requests. Gu Fei smiled coldly in his heart. Naturally, he would not bet. He said indifferently, "What is the point of this bet? If you want to bet, let's bet on who can ascend the God-conferring platform first. I bet that anyone can ascend the God-conferring platform first, but not your Heavenly Alliance's person." Of the 5 super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was slightly inferior in the first place. Be it the outstanding talents or accumulations, they were all weaker. Yi Zifeng did not hold much hope for paradise in the first place, so he was very open-minded about it. However, Gu Fei still cursed at Shao Chan even though he was mostly sure of Shao Chen's identity. Alright. I'll bet with you that my Heavenly Alliance's person will be the first to ascend the heaven-bridging peaks God-conferring platform. Mu Zifeng said sullenly as a cold look flashed on his handsome face. Ha 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 ha. Good. It's a deal then. Everyone will be witnesses. Whoever loses will agree to one of the other party's requests. When Gu Fei heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. Originally, he wanted to humiliate Mu Zifeng, who knew Mu Zifeng actually agreed to this sure-win bet. Gu Fei could not help rejoicing. When the other Fogot powerhouses heard that, they felt somewhat incredulous. They shook their heads slightly. No matter how they looked at it, Gu Fei's chances of winning were too high. Lord Mu. The expressions of the Heavenly Alliance elders changed slightly, wanting to dissuade Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression as he waved his hand and said, I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more. Yuanzhan is moving. The light screen showed Yuanzhan stepping onto the seemingly ordinary floating bridge, which was actually an illusion and bewitching. As everyone guessed, the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhan stepped onto the floating bridge first. Lotuses appeared under Yuanzhan's feet, and a Buddhist light shone behind him. He held his right hand in front of his chest with his thumb on the second segment of his middle finger, forming a meditative hand seal. Then he held a Buddhist treasure in his left hand. Yuanzhan appeared solemn and dignified. In the blink of an eye, he moved farther away. Yuanzhan walked more than 1 kilometer on the floating bridge without any obstruction. This immediately elicited startled cries. Soon after, Chu Feng, Fang Xiaobai, and the others stepped onto the floating bridge. Then they climbed up the bridge and soared into the sky. On the other hand, Xiao Chun already tried many methods but still did not take a step forward. He probably failed. Lord Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju have already stepped onto the bridge. The light screen showed the 2 false emperor outstanding talents of the profound heaven holy land already stepping onto a floating bridge and ascending. Gu Fei looked around and saw that the bedsheathed strange person still staring at the empty floating bridge, not moving at all. Gu Fei could not help smiling coldly, showing his disdain without words. Lord Mu, is that person wrapped in a bedsheet really Xiao Chen? A Heavenly Alliance elder could not help feeling suspicious when he saw the situation. After all, the other outstanding talents had already made their move, but Yuanzhan had not. Mu Zifeng said after some thought. The floating bridge in front of him is somewhat different. Those who are too smart will not be able to figure it out. However, as long as one can figure it out, one will be able to catch up. There's no rush. At the cliff of the 10,000 demon abyss, as Xiao Chan looked at the floating bridge, he said after some thought, I tried at least 100 methods and came up with more than 1,000 results in my mind. Logically speaking, I should have figured out the reason long ago. These words were not due to arrogance but the confidence in Xiao Chen's heart. Even people like Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan had already stepped onto the floating bridge. Xiao Chen should not be unable to figure it out. Using his own talent and comprehension ability to compare with others, Xiao Chen started thinking in reverse, rejecting all his previous deductions. After a while he came to a rough guess. So that is the case. Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Then, he strode forward and arrived at the edge of the cliff. If he took another step forward, he would fall into the 10,000 demon abyss. There were 9 pontoon bridges and each one had a different test. I thought of thousands of different deductions and variations. In reality, I was wrong from the start. The Great Tao is the simplest. This floating bridge tests only one word, courage. If not for seeing the others step onto the floating bridge, Xiao Chan might have needed much more time to break out of the trap of his thinking. However, the pride and confidence in the depths of his heart instantly woke Xiao Chen up, allowing him to break out of the limitations of his thinking. Ah! The people behind Xiao Chen exclaimed, startled. They saw Xiao Chen, who was at the edge of the cliff, take a step into the deep abyss. This was no different from suicide. Everyone's heart tightened, completely dumbfounded. However, the next scene was even more shocking. The expected scene of Xiao Chen falling into the deep abyss did not happen. Instead, an ancient tree appeared under his feet. It was like every step Xiao Chen took bloomed lotuses. With every step he took, an ancient tree appeared under his feet. Soon before everyone's shocked gazes, Xiao Chen stepped onto the floating bridge that had been floating in the air. The brave are fearless and advance courageously. The overcautious should not enter this bridge. Chapter 2169. The courageous had no fear and charged forward courageously. The overcautious should not enter this bridge. Earlier, the disciples of the various large sects tried to leap up and reach the floating bridge 300 meters away. Without exception, they all died in the bottomless, absolute darkness of the 10,000 demon abyss. They probably all died. After that, no one dared to try again. They were all like Xiao Chun, thinking hard about how to step onto the floating bridge 300 meters away. Unfortunately, they thought too much and ended up sinking into it. The more overcautious and cautious they were, the more they could not see through the principles behind it. The Great Tao was the simplest. After understanding it, it was just courage. Perhaps some people thought of it, or perhaps some people thought that they understood it. The principles behind it were all courage. However, they did not dare to step forward, not daring to take that step that might cause them to fall. Hence, they only thought about it and did not see through it. No matter how many thoughts there were, if one was not confident and did not put them into practice, it would be useless. Only Xiao Chun was smart enough and confident enough. Why is it that the other outstanding talents have already stepped onto the floating bridge, but I have not? I, Xiao Chun, have fought along the way. In this faux god world, have I ever suffered a loss against any outstanding talents? Since that is the case, it is not that I, Xiao Chun, am stupid or that I, Xiao Chun, do not have sufficient comprehension ability. No one was stupid, especially the outstanding talents that could come to the faux god world. What they truly lacked was not comprehension ability but confidence. Coincidentally, pride and ambition were rooted in Xiao Chun's bones from the moment he stepped onto the martial Tao. They flowed in the depths of his blood, growing endlessly. Xiao Chun had never lacked confidence. With every step he took, a piece of ancient wood would appear out of thin air. Not long after, he had officially stepped onto the floating bridge that was 1,000 feet away. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Chun's feet landed, he felt as light as a feather. A hot-bloodedness to advance courageously burned in his body. The floating bridge under his feet was like wind, allowing him to move forward boldly. Whoosh! 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 The bedsheet fluttered like a cloak. Who dared to laugh at him? No one dared to. They only felt that this person had an indescribable pride and confidence. Even though his entire body was covered in bandages, it could not hide his sharpness. Damn it! I thought about it long ago. This floating bridge might be a test of courage. That's right. Actually, it is rather simple. You can't fly over, you can't use tricks, and you can't force your way over. This is clearly telling everyone that you can't be timid. Many people felt regret when they saw Xiao Chun moving like the wind. It looked like he was about to catch up to the other outstanding talents. However, what was the point of regret? This kind of regret only meant that they still hadn't seen through it. Overcautious and indecisive, they shouldn't step onto this bridge. Xiao Chun was already flying on the floating bridge, but the group of people behind him still stood at the edge of the cliff, hesitating. If we fall, we'll lose our lives. If we step on air, our lives will be over. Do we really want to gamble? Damn it! What if I am not as brave as Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun. Xiao God Xiao Chun Dragon Chun. Well, but after seeing Xiao and he seeing Xiao he. In the end, a miserable cry rang out. Gumu did not appear out of nowhere. Instead, he fell into the 10,000 demon abyss. This frightened the others into retreating quickly, their faces pale. If one is timid, one will not be able to cross this bridge. Only by being like Xiao Chun, having a fearless heart, can one truly cross it. This group of people showed conflicted and unsightly expressions. Even though they understood the principle, not many dared to cross. Not to mention this group of people, Xiao Chun walked on the floating bridge with a relaxed expression and light footsteps. The floating bridge meandered upward. It looked flat, but in reality it climbed all the way to the primal chaos heavenly bridge. This was a heavenly bridge, a bridge that led to the heaven-bridging peak. In the scene outside the trial tower, the group of faux gods saw Xiao Chun arrive first despite moving later. Unexpectedly, he silently took the lead. Even Yuan Zhan, who comprehended the primal chaos heavenly bridge first, was surpassed by Xiao Chun. This could be seen clearly in the scene. Xiao Chun had already taken the lead, taking the lead and charging into the sky. Damn! This kid actually got first place. Gu Fei was in disbelief. He read it again before cursing. F***K, it's really first place. However, this is only the first step. The Tongtian Peak is not that easy to climb. This brat has offended so many people. I don't believe he can hold on. Lord Mu, it's really as you expected. The Heavenly Alliance elder said excitedly. Mu Zifeng said indifferently. There's no rush. It is as that lunatic Gu said. This is just the beginning. Finally, other people in the 10,000 demons abyss gathered their courage and stepped onto the floating bridges. However, with this delay, these people would definitely not be as fast as Xiao Qian and the group of false emperor outstanding talents. Actually, from this, it could already be seen that the false emperor outstanding talents were indeed superior to the others. Those who could be called heavenly geniuses in the faux god realm were not weak. At this moment, Xiao Qian felt a little strange. The floating bridge gradually rose into the sky. He felt like he could touch the sticky primal chaos sky just by stretching out his hand. However, it also felt extremely distant, right before his eyes but untouchable. While it was strange, Xiao Qian still continued forward until he reached the end of the bridge. A 7-colored whirlpool with overwhelming spiritual energy appeared at the end of the floating bridge. Without hesitation, Xiao Qian strode forward and entered the whirlpool. Others could not see the whirlpool. They only felt that Xiao Qian had reached the end of the floating bridge. Then his figure entered the sky, never to be seen again. This is. The scene before Xiao Qian's eyes suddenly changed. The sky was gray, and the world around him was dark. A cold wind howled in this world. Corpses were buried in the desolate land. Dilapidated ships half buried in the ground and blood-stained war banners stretched as far as the eye could see. Broken skeletons were everywhere. Every skeleton gave off a startling aura, expressing boundless dissatisfaction. As the cold wind blew, the dissatisfaction, rage and hatred all turned into roars. As the cold wind howled in the desolate land, it felt like they had existed for millions of years. Xiao Qian turned solemn, showing a grave expression. Where did these skeletons come from? Why did the heaven-bridging peak give off overwhelming resentment and evil winds? A mountain peak stood not far away in front of Xiao Qian. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. However, it seemed like another world was in the sea of clouds. The heaven-bridging peak. Needless to say, this was the heaven-bridging peak. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling assaulted Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately found it strange. It is normal for it to be unfamiliar. Why do I find it familiar? Just as Xiao Qian was feeling confused, deep in thought, a dazzling Buddhist light burst forth from the dark world. A dazzling Buddhist light burst out of the dark world. The solemn and dignified Yuan Zhan, who had a benevolent expression on his face, quickly followed, appearing in this God-conferred world. Xiao Qian, your attire is rather eye-catching. Although the people of my Buddhist sect do not care about the gazes of the secular world, there is no one as bold as you, Yuan Zhan said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian asked, You recognized me? That is natural. Others do not recognize you and cannot guess your identity. However, the Buddhist nature in your body cannot be hidden. No matter how much you change, you cannot escape my pair of wise eyes of the Buddhist sect. Yuan Zhan smiled faintly, appearing calm. Then, he casually looked at the surrounding skeletons. The smile on Yuan Zhan's face slowly faded as he sighed softly. The path to becoming a god is very bumpy. These countless skeletons are the faux god powerhouses who died on the god-conferring platform since the heaven-bridging peak was established. The god-conferring platform? That's right. The god-conferring platform is at the top of this heaven-bridging peak. In the past, before the heavenly realm shattered and the heaven-bridging peak broke, all the faux gods of the world had to go there. After going to the god-conferring platform and undergoing the divine tribulation, one could return to the true state and become an eternal true god. Unfortunately, this path is not easy to tread. Who knows how many skeletons have been buried and how many heroes have died in the past 1 million years. In the past, this heaven-bridging peak was even more difficult to tread than it is now. There are 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, 3 minor calamities, 3 major calamities, 9 minor tribulations and 9 major tribulations. Not a single one is missing. Xiao Qian said after some thought. You really know a lot. After speaking so much nonsense, do you not intend to ascend the god-conferring platform? Yuanzhan pressed his palms together, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Then he said seriously, "There's no need. The heaven-bridging peak no longer has a divine nature, and the God-conferring platform is already broken. How can it truly become a god? It will just increase my cultivation a little and give me some comprehension. Before I came here, I already discovered that the skeletons here are all heroic spirits. Buddha is merciful. Although this little monk is weak, no matter how many I receive, it is all merit. You can go and climb this peak. We both have our own karma." Xiaochun smiled coldly in his heart. Looking at Yuanzhan's solemn expression and his merciful appearance, others might really be fooled. However, Xiaochun was familiar with Yuanzhan's character. He retorted in disdain, "Speak properly. Stop pretending." Yuanzhan felt somewhat embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "There must be a senior of my Buddhist sect among these countless skeletons. If I can find an ancient Sarira, it will be much more beneficial than climbing the God-conferring platform." Xiaochun did not believe the words of this monk, not even a single punctuation. Since Yuanzhan was willing to remain at the foot of the mountain, there was no need to care. Xiaochun still wanted to climb the heaven-bridging peak and climb the God-conferring platform. Xiaochun wanted to gamble on an opportunity on the God-conferring platform, an opportunity that Lu Benwei mentioned to him. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, Mu Yunju, Chu Feng, Gu Yuhan, and the other false emperor outstanding talents arrived one after another. These people glanced at Xiaochun, and a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. However, no one said anything to him. After they appeared, they immediately looked at the heaven-bridging peak. Without saying anything, they quickly rushed over. Xiaochun smiled coldly in his heart. Without saying anything, he leaped up and climbed the heaven-bridging peak as well. Yuanzhan's gaze landed on the countless skeletons. Then he placed one hand on his chest and bowed. "Buddha is merciful. Excellent, excellent." Chapter 2170. Yuanzhan recited his Buddhist name and started chanting scriptures in this burial ground. A lotus appeared under Yuanzhan's feet, carrying him through the boundless corpses. Who knew if he was searching for something or if he was really speculating in stocks and accumulating beneficence? Regardless of what this person was thinking, the focus of Paradise's final trial would definitely be on that heaven-bridging peak. The false emperor outstanding talents of the various super-factions all climbed the heaven-bridging peak, wanting to be the first to stand on the God-conferring platform. Without a doubt, whoever could truly occupy the God-conferring platform would be the greatest winner of Paradise. Whoosh! 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 The disciples of the Heavenly Alliance Bushin Palace, the Universe Origin Sect, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the other super-factions appeared one after another in the burial ground. Soon they flew towards the heaven-bridging peak. Soon the heaven-bridging peak was filled with people. Hundreds of outstanding talents of the 5 super-factions gathered here, climbing to the summit. However, the ones truly at the front were Xiaochun and the other false emperor outstanding talents. These people were all chasing after them. The latecomers did not even get to see their backs. Everyone wanted to climb the God-conferring platform quickly, wanting to gain the chance to comprehend the Tao, soar their cultivation, and improve their strength. However, how could the heaven-bridging peak be so easy to climb? Although it no longer had any divine nature, the might and pressure from the remnant divine might was not something that a sovereign personage could easily resist. Occasionally, illusions of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters appeared. These were not the 3 calamities and 9 disasters that foe gods had to experience, just illusions that existed in the river of time. However, to Xiaochun and the others, the heaven-bridging peak was still filled with danger. Even if Gu Yuhan and the others wanted to seek trouble for the strange person here, even if they knew that he snatched that 100,000-year-old herb king, they would not be able to divert their attention to settle the score with Xiaochun. For now, Gu Yuhan and the others would not be able to divert their attention to settle the score with Xiaochun. As Xiaochun walked between the peaks, he had an easier time than the others. His blue dragon divine body, which he had already awakened once, held an advantage here. Originally, Yuanzhan cultivated the indestructible iron body. In terms of strength, his Arhat Dharma body was even stronger than Xiaochun's divine body. Unfortunately, for some reason, this monk did not want to climb the peak. Without Yuanzhan, no one could surpass Xiaochun. Hundreds of people climbed the heaven-bridging peak. The various false emperor outstanding talents were far in the lead. Then Xiaochan took the lead, leading the other false emperor outstanding talents. Outside the trial tower, the expression of the profound heaven-holy land's Gu Fei already turned somewhat unsightly. Who would have thought that such a situation would happen to the bet that they were sure to win? Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "Lunatic Gu, it looks like I have some chance of winning this bet. I'm afraid it was too early for you to be complacent before." Gu Fei snorted. "Humph, the show has only just begun. If he could stand on the conferred god platform and ignite the divine flame, then he would have won. Just standing there and not getting any benefits at all before being blasted off was not something to be proud of. Besides, none of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters have appeared yet. Our lead doesn't count." Light flashed in Mu Zifeng's eyes as he said indifferently, "I know what you are thinking. However, let's wait and see who will have the last laugh. This weirdo really got first place. Indeed. If he had not spent some time talking to Yuan Zhen, he would probably have gone even further. Although he's in the lead now, he's not really in the lead. He's mainly relying on the advantage of his physical body. However, the later tribulations were not something that could be passed by relying on the advantage of one's physical body. At that time, the others will be able to display their advantages, and they might have a chance to overtake us. Yes, let's continue watching. This bet is really interesting. I thought I would definitely lose, but who would have thought that this strange person would actually come out and kill me?" Although the group of Fogot powerhouses did not like Xiaochan, they did not like him. However, in the depths of their hearts, they felt admiration for him for being able to get first place. Furthermore, the bridge of the brave that he walked was much more difficult than the bridges of the false emperor geniuses. The 3 calamities and 9 tribulations are here. Someone exclaimed softly. Then on the light screen, countless flaming clouds gathered at the top of the heaven-bridging peak. In the next moment, the entire sky was filled with flames as if doomsday had arrived. It was the first of the 3 calamities and 9 calamities, doomsday fire. Of course, this was just an illusion that came from the flow of space-time and not the true flaming doomsday. If it were real, not to mention a sovereign personage, even a faux god would find it hard to block it. The appearance of the doomsday fire was a test and an opportunity for many people. There was no need to say much about the test. In the face of the doomsday fire, no one dared to take it lightly. If Xiaochan didn't handle it well, it would be a great opportunity to overtake him. Boom! Almost as soon as the fiery clouds appeared, the doomsday fire descended with a loud rumble. No one on the peak of Tongtian could avoid it. However, there was a difference in order of priority. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Xiaochan. Xiaochan's expression did not change. He was already prepared for this, and he quickly untied the bedsheets. Xiaochan used the Ice Dao domain to support the bedsheet. The bedsheet immediately turned snow-white like frost. When it covered the body, it instantly felt bone-chilling. Just enough to offset the terrifying power of the doomsday fire. The entire sky-piercing peak turned into a blazing mountain of flames in the doomsday fire. Many of the people who grasped the fire Great Dao immediately showed cocky expressions. These people all spread out their fire Dao domains and instantly felt much more relaxed. They could even refine the doomsday fire. Not only did they not suffer any injuries, but they even benefited from it. Only an illusion would dare to refine it like this. If it were a real doomsday fire, even a faux god would not dare to take it lightly, much less refine it. Naturally, the people who did not grasp the fire Great Dao naturally showed extremely unsightly expressions. Not to mention advancing, even holding on would be a problem. At this moment, the ones who felt the most pleased were naturally the Bushin Palace's Chufeng and Feng Xiaobai. A flame mark burned on the two's foreheads. That was the mark of the universe origin true flame that had been passed down for 1 million years. Compared to Xiaochen's universe origin true flame, these two's universe origin true flame had more spirituality and charm. Xiaobai, use this opportunity to surpass that strange person in one go. If you are confident, help me delay him, Chu Feng said seriously as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chu Feng wanted to sacrifice Feng Xiaobai at the crucial moment to help himself. Feng Xiaobai felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, the other party was a member of the royal court and held a higher status than him. There was no need to overthink it. Feng Xiaobai felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, the other party was a member of the royal court, someone with a higher status than him. There was no need to overthink it. If there's an opportunity, I'll make a move. The two seemed to have divine assistance in the flames. They immediately shook off the other false emperor outstanding talents and frantically chased after Xiao Chan. These two guys have too much of an advantage now. I'm afraid they're going to surpass that weirdo. Bushin Palace's Xiahou Zun said somewhat gloomily as he watched Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai rush past him. Feng Xiaobai, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "There's no rush. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters have just begun. It will not be that easy for the Universe Origin sect to have the last laugh. If the two of them were to fight with that weirdo, we would be the ones laughing. Yes, let's be careful. This is the first calamity, so let's focus on stability. Don't use your trump cards for now." Thud thud thud. Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai ran wildly through the surging Armageddon calamity. However, they were shocked to discover that Xiao Chan was not much slower than them. What's going on? Chu Feng's expression could not help changing drastically. If they could not catch up to Xiao Chan, they would not have a chance when the second calamity arrived. Feng Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. He was not confident of fighting with this strange person in this flaming mountain. If they were not careful, they might fall off the heaven-bridging peak. World-exterminating lightning calamity. While the two were stunned, the Armageddon fire scattered, and the second calamity, the world-exterminating lightning calamity, quickly descended. Suddenly, thousands of purple lightning bolts descended outside the heaven-bridging peak. From the outside, this heaven-bridging peak looked resplendent and dazzling. The entire peak bathed in the lightning tribulation, giving off a dazzling purple light. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the lightning bolts descended, the frost on the snow-white bedsheet covering Xiao Chan scattered, looking like white snow falling off. He silently spread out his peak third-layer Thunder Dao domain. To Xiao Chan, dealing with this world-exterminating lightning calamity was even easier than dealing with a fire. Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai had just blocked the lightning bolts. When they looked up, they could not even see Xiao Chen's back. They did not know how far they had been left behind. Just at this moment, flute music rang out. It was Gu Yuhan holding the flute. When he played it, he could actually control lightning. Not only did the lightning fail to stop him, but it even aided him, allowing him to ascend the heaven-bridging peak. Soon Gu Yuhan saw Xiao Chen's figure, and the murderous intent in his eyes immediately turned cold. When Gu Yuhan thought about the scene of Xiao Chan fooling him in the herb field, he could not suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Why is this fellow not moving? However, Gu Yuhan found it strange that Xiao Chan, who had been moving very fast, suddenly stopped, appearing to be in a daze. At this moment, Xiao Chan felt shocked as he looked at the heaven-bridging peak, bathed in lightning and dazzling purple light. He finally understood why the heaven-bridging peak felt both familiar and strange at first glance. This sense of familiarity came from the Azure Mountain with a broken dragon head in the desolate sea. Chapter 2171. When he first saw the sky-piercing peak, he felt a sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity. At that time he felt puzzled. However, when Yuan Zhen appeared and got interrupted, Xiao Chan did not overthink. Now that he was climbing higher and higher, that familiar feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It was only when the entire mountain was illuminated by lightning that Xiao Chan remembered the blue dragon's old haunt, the green mountain that had lost its dragon head. As he thought about it, Xiao Chan was instantly stunned. Could it be that the green mountain was one of the broken sky-reaching peaks? But, although the sky-piercing peak in front of him was incomparably frightening, it was still a heavenly tribulation. However, its divinity clearly remained, and its spirituality was still present. It was majestic and magnificent, causing others to feel deep veneration and not dare to profane it. However, the headless Blue Dragon Mountain in the Blue Dragon Haunt was a demonic mountain, a mountain that almost made him become a demon. For a moment, Xiao Chan was shocked. He was trying to figure out what was going on. That day, when he climbed the mountain, he instantly fell into a demonic trance. Today, when he ascended the conferred God platform, would the same thing happen again? If he were to fall into the demonic path in front of everyone, it would be disastrous. He really did not know what the consequences would be. While he was distracted, Xiao Chan fell into deep thought and hesitated. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of a flute rang in his ears. Boundless killing intent assaulted him, and Xiao Chun was jolted awake. The bedsheet condensed into a saber, and he turned around and slashed. This slash happened to merge with the Taoist rhyme of the apocalyptic lightning tribulation. Although Xiao Chun was in a daze, in reality, his Thunder Dao domain had been spreading out. Without needing to get distracted, he could merge with the heaven-bridging peak's lightning calamity. Boom! This slash happened to strike at the same time as the doomsday lightning disaster. Taking advantage of the timing and location, this slash was ridiculously powerful. Gu Yuhan's face sank. He had no choice but to stop playing the flute as his figure weaved through the electric light. In the blink of an eye, strands of energy condensed from divine energy shot out. So. With a flick of his finger, he shot out a total of 9 rays of light, destroying all the descending purple lightning. However, the saber light containing the purple lightning did not scatter. Gu Yuhan had to move back. On this heaven-bridging peak, I have the advantage of favorable timing and favorable location. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. The remnant divine might in the heaven-bridging peak was oppressive. It was fine if one did not advance, but once one retreated, the pressure would increase explosively. Gu Yuhan showed an unsightly expression as the divine might pushed him back repeatedly. At the same time, he had to dodge the world annihilation lightning calamity. In an instant, his nimble figure turned into a sorry figure. Rumble! A few dangerous bolts of tribulation lightning forced Gu Yuhan to roll around on the mountain peak before he managed to dodge them by a hair's breadth. Ha ha ha! Brother Gu's movement technique is excellent. To think that you, the bona fide profound Heaven Holy Land's outstanding talent, practiced the lazy donkey roll so skillfully. Gu Yuhan stood up and looked. Unexpectedly, he landed beside the Universe Origin Sect's Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai. The one who sneered was the Universe Origin Sect's Chu Feng, who looked at him with a smile. Courting death. Gu Yuhan had a cold and aloof personality. Without saying anything, he leaped up and charged at Chu Feng. Fang Xiaobai and Chu Feng felt stunned. Unexpectedly, this person had such a decisive character. With just one teasing, he wanted to kill. This was the heaven-bridging peak. However, the two did not fear it. No matter how strong this Gu Yuhan was, he would only be sending himself to death. Senior brother, don't be impatient. Just at this moment, Mu Yunju appeared and quickly stopped Gu Yuhan. Gu Yuhan still showed some respect to his fellow sect member. He turned around and withdrew his killing move. Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although they were not afraid of fighting, Chu Feng was not afraid. Although they were not afraid of fighting, if they really fought, the two would not be able to continue climbing the heaven-bridging peak. Senior brother, the person wrapped in bandages is Xiao Chun, Mu Yunju said as he looked at Gu Yuhan. What? Fang Xiaobai exclaimed in disbelief, his expression changing drastically when he heard that. If it is not him, who else could it be? A cold laugh rang out. It was Bai Yunfei rushing over with Xiahou Zun beside him. Bai Yunfei growled. You're all a bunch of idiots. Think about the Void God realm. Aside from Xiao Chun, who else possesses the dragon race bloodline, is skilled with the saber, and grasps the Thunder Great Dao and the Ice Great Dao? However, didn't he fail to form a perfect divine seal and suffer a backlash? Furthermore, why is Xiao Chun dressed so strangely, coming out wrapped in a bedsheet? Mu Yunju said. Brother Bai and I discussed this earlier. Previously, he did not make a move much. Furthermore, he dressed strangely. Furthermore, even if we suspected him, we would not have expected him to be Xiao Chun. However, after thinking about it carefully, among the Faux God World disciples, aside from Xiao Chun, no one matches his identity. Actually, they should have thought of this long ago. However, Xiao Chun's current attire was simply too strange. Furthermore, they had already received news that Xiao Chun failed to form a divine seal, so they did not think about it. Now that they came to their senses, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was Xiao Chun. Damn it! Had I known that it was him, I would have taken his life in the herb field. To think that this fellow dares to appear. Fang Xiaobai cursed, unable to hide his rage. Bai Yunfei looked at the heaven-bridging peak and said, if that baldy Yuan Zhan did not come, no one will have an advantage over him on this heaven-bridging peak. He already obtained two of the advantages of the right time, the right place, and the right people. He will probably monopolize the benefits of this God-conferring platform. What do you mean? Bai Yunfei replied indifferently. Although there are conflicts and gaps between us, we clearly only have one common enemy. If we do not work together and fight on our own, we will not be able to catch up. If we work together, given our strength, there is no need to fear the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. The group remained silent. Working together meant splitting the benefits of the God-conferring platform equally. However, everyone here wanted to monopolize it. Otherwise, they would be able to benefit as well. That way, they would not be able to widen the gap between them. However, the higher Xiao Chun went, the indistinct his back was no longer visible. If they did not work together, they would only benefit him. Senior brother, what do you think? Mu Yunju sent a voice projection as he looked at Gu Yuhan. Gu Yuhan sent a voice projection back. We cannot trust these people. This is especially so for that Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei. These two are very scheming. We can work with them, but we have to hold back ourselves. When the time comes, we will act according to the situation. If there is an opportunity, you and I will monopolize the God-conferring platform. Senior brother's thoughts are about the same as mine. Chu Feng is still fine. However, that Bai Yunfei experienced 2 calamities along the way. However, he did not use any trump cards. He is especially terrifying. After the voice projection ended, Mu Yunju said, Senior brother and I have finished discussing this. The heaven-bridging peak has only cleared 2 of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. If we do not work together, we will not be able to catch up to Xiao Chan. I agree as well. A meaningful look flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he smiled faintly. Good. In that case, let's work together to clear the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Hence, this group of people with ulterior motives and plans decided to work together to deal with Xiao Chan. Outside the trial tower, the group of faux-god powerhouses exchanged glances, showing somewhat unnatural expressions. Mu Zifeng guffawed. Ha. Interesting. This seems to be the first time the disciples of the Universe Origin sect, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Bushin Palace worked together to deal with my Heavenly Alliance since it was established. Compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was weaker in the first place, ranked at the bottom. If the disciples of the other super factions worked together, even if they lost this bet, the Heavenly Alliance's reputation would not be affected at all. Instead, it would boost the Heavenly Alliance's reputation. At that time, it would be a Heavenly Alliance disciple fighting 3 super factions alone. Useless thing. Gu Fei felt somewhat embarrassed, so he could not help cursing in his heart. However, he did not show it. He smiled coldly and said, What are you feeling cocky for? Let's see if you can still smile when this Xiao Chan falls to his death on the heaven-bridging peak. Mu Zifeng knew that Gu Fei was feeling righteous, so he did not mind. He smiled and said, Haha, you are overthinking. If he is really a member of my Heavenly Alliance, he will have the alloy battle armor protecting him. Even if he falls off this heaven-bridging peak, he will not die. You should worry about the 2 disciples of your Profound Heaven Holy Land. If they fall, I wonder if the ancient Profound Heaven sword can save them. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Before this bet ended, he had already lost most of it. Even if he won in the end, it would be pointless. The 6 false emperor outstanding talents on the heaven-bridging peak each had their own merits. When they worked together, they were truly unstoppable. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters appeared one after another, but they could not stop this group's progress. They immediately left the people behind far behind. Xiao Chun. 4 hours later, the 6's eyes lit up. They finally saw Xiao Chen's figure. The 6 immediately felt excited, unable to hide the excitement in their eyes. After him. If we put in more effort, we will be able to catch up to him in less than 1 hour. At this moment, the 6 were less than 3 kilometers away from the God-conferring platform. When Xiao Chan sensed the surging auras behind him, he turned his head back to look, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. To think that the 6 false emperor outstanding talents were working together. Xiao Chan, if you stop here, we can write off the grudge between us. That dog of a son, Xiao Chan, why are you still not revealing your true form? Do you think you can fool us by pretending to be crazy? Quickly stop. Otherwise, you will fall on this God-conferring platform today. The 6 below felt excited. However, they also felt somewhat anxious and worried, as they were not far from the God-conferring platform. They figured it out? Xiao Chun was not surprised. If this group of outstanding talents still could not figure out his identity at this time, they would be stupid enough to eat shit. He is not moving anymore. This fellow is frightened. When we catch up to him later, everyone will attack together and destroy him. Damn it. Previously, when he worked with that bald monk in the Icefire Wasteland, he fooled us badly. Seeing that Xiao Chun suddenly stopped moving in front, the 6 expressions immediately became excited, and their auras soared. Only Gu Yuhan felt somewhat confused. Earlier, Xiao Chun had been like this as well, hesitating to move forward. However, when Xiao Chun turned around and chopped down, Gu Yuhan fell. Gu Yuhan, who thought that his sneak attack would succeed, ended up suffering greatly. Junior brother, be careful. There is something strange about this fellow. He is definitely not frightened. Gu Yuhan did not remind Gu Yuhan. The 4 beside him sent voice projections to Mu Yunju. Feeling suspicious, Mu Yunju replied, yes. Given my understanding of him, he should not be like this. But why did he stop like this? Just wait and see. If he is really stupid, don't give up on the opportunity to make a move. Whoosh! 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 The 6 attacked again, all of them moving faster. Clearly, they had held back when they worked together earlier. Xiao Chun was getting closer and closer to the God-conferring platform. However, Xiao Chun did not reveal any of his trump cards. The 6 knew this but kept it a secret. They only increased their speed, not willing to fall behind. To go up or not. If Xiao Chun went up, he would be able to reach the God-conferring platform in 3 steps if he burst out with his full power. If he did not, he would turn around and leave, avoiding these 6. His life would not be in danger. Xiao Chun had gained a lot in paradise, so there was no need to find it too unfortunate. He did not need to reach the God-conferring platform and search for an opportunity to soar into the sky. However, the scene of him falling into a berserk Dao at the summit of the Azure Mountain appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This made the usually decisive Xiao Chen hesitate. If Xiao Chun reached the God-conferring platform and fell into a berserk Dao as well, even Mu Zifeng would not be able to protect him. Difficult. This path is difficult as ascending to the sky. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the 6 false emperor outstanding talents closed in. There was not much time left for Xiao Chun. Chapter 2172. The 6 false emperor outstanding talents could not be bothered with these thoughts in the time it took for a spark to fly. As they moved, they slowly approached Xiao Chen, their eyes overflowing with killing intent. Why isn't this weirdo moving? Do you want to die? We're only 10,000 feet away from stepping onto the divine seal altar. What are you hesitating for? Xiao Chun wasn't anxious, but the spectators outside the training grounds were anxious. They all shook their heads and sighed, not understanding what was going on. Even Mu Zifeng felt very confused at this moment, revealing some anxiety in his eyes. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Mu Zifeng immediately felt uncertain. Even with the alloy battle armor protecting him, 6 false emperor outstanding talents surrounded him. Life and death were really hard to predict, everything was hard to say. At the same time, the disciples below the sky-piercing peak who were gradually catching up also saw this scene. Although they were still very far away and the divine might suppress them, they were all heaven-defying sovereign personages. Their vision was not restricted. Looking into the distance, he could still see the scene in the distance. The leader is actually that weirdo. Zhang Yushan's injuries were almost healed. When he saw Xiao Chun, who was high up in the sky, he immediately felt his face hurt. He hated this Xiao Chun to the core. He had slapped him so many times that he was hovering between life and death. He had lost all his face. Senior brother, why do you think that eccentric person isn't moving? If we don't, then senior brother Gu and the others will catch up to us. At that time only death awaits us. The 2 junior brothers watched from the side, puzzled. Zhang Yushan gritted his teeth and said, "It's good that he's dead. It'd be best if he falls off this Tongtian peak. I'll definitely jump down and stomp on him a few times." The 2 junior brothers looked at each other in dismay. Ever since their senior brother was slapped into a pig's head, His brain had not been working well. This was the Tongtian Peak. It was hard to climb up but even harder to descend. With the presence of the divine might, how could they jump just because they wanted to? Be careful that before others fell to their deaths, they would be smashed into meat paste first. Let's go, let's go. I want to see how a bunch of people beat up that dog. Zhang Yushan was burning with anxiety. He mustered his strength and wanted to take a look as soon as possible. Xiao Chun already imagined the scene of the 6 false emperor outstanding talents beating this strange person up like a dog. If he had the chance, he might even step on them a few times to vent his anger. Divine Seal Altar. Xiao Chun gazed at the top of the mountain. To him, the height of 1,000 zhang was as if it was right in front of him, and he could see it clearly. The auras of the 6 false emperor outstanding talents grew increasingly closer. Xiao Chun even felt a stabbing killing intent behind him. Sharp, cold, and icy. If there was a chance, these people would take his life in an instant. They would not be lenient. Xiao Chun closed his eyes, allowing the cold wind to surge around him, allowing the murderous aura behind him to surge, allowing his thoughts to drift, only seeking to empty his mind. To me, going up or not is actually a false proposition. Once he went up, he would not be able to suppress the demonic aura in his body, and he would reenact the scene at the peak of Green Mountain, turning into a demon under the moonlight. If that really happened, there was no doubt that he would die. The various super factions would not tolerate a person who cultivated a demonic technique appearing in the faux god world. If they treated him as a spy of the demonic path, then they could kill him as they wished. There wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, the real question in his heart was not whether to go up or not, but whether he was afraid of death. How stupid, Xiao Chun suddenly scolded himself. It was best not to step on this bridge because he had chosen a heavenly bridge that tested his courage. From the moment Xiao Chun stepped onto the bridge of courage, his heart already gave him the answer. If he went up this divine seal altar, then so be it. There was no need to worry so much. Not to mention whether he would fall into the demonic path or not, so what if he did? With a clear conscience, there was no need to care about what others thought. It was just like how Xiao Chun was now wrapped in a bedsheet, not caring about what others thought. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and a brilliant light flashed in them, revealing a sharp light. Boom! Resplendent electric light burst out of Xiao Chun's body, looking as piercing as the sun. Whoosh! The piercing electric light startled Chu Feng and the others. They squinted, finding it extremely strange. Surround him. This fellow is probably making a breakthrough in some secret technique. When the 6 saw the situation, they were slightly stunned. Then they soared into the air and charged at that clump of resplendent electric light. When the light scattered, they saw a person wearing alloy battle armor. His handsome face looked like it had been carved with a knife. He looked very handsome and heroic, exuding a tyrannical air. Who else could that face be but Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun. Indeed it is you. I will definitely kill you today. Upon seeing Xiao Chun reveal his true appearance, Bai Yunfei, Mu Yunju, Fang Xiaobai, and the others who had grudges with Xiao Chun felt their qi and blood surge. Overwhelming rage twisted their faces, making them wish that they could tear Xiao Chun apart. This was especially so when Bai Yunfei, who had vomited blood and fainted at the divine capital's gate, gritted his teeth. Just one look was enough to frighten everyone. It has been a long time. The few of you are still as graceful as before. However, it is not that easy to kill me. Get down. Seeing that the 6 looked like they wanted to eat him up, Xiao Chun felt extremely happy. He threw a palm strike as he laughed loudly. Dragon's Gate secret technique, Firmament's Rage. The rage from the ancient great desolate Aeon made the heaven-bridging peak tremble slightly. A huge palm materialized a world of lightning using the 5-element divine lightning. Boundless saber intent spread out in that world of lightning. This was an incredibly strong Dragon's Gate secret technique in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had the advantage of the heaven-bridging peak when he drove it with his 3rd-layer Thunder Dao domain. When he threw a palm strike from above, it happened to merge with the divine might. In that instant, Chu Feng and the other 5 felt like the sky had fallen on them. The 6 expressions changed. They felt heavy pressure bearing down on them, making breathing difficult. Retreat. This sudden palm strike, which Xiao Chun held the advantage of time and place, instantly extinguished the 6 auras, forcing them to take 3 steps back. Only then did the 6 execute their killing moves and condense divine energy to break the palm strike. It's Xiao Chun. When Zhang Yushan, who was below, saw the earlier scene, he nearly fell in fright. Then, he quickly supported Zhang Yushan. "Senior brother, be careful." Zhang Yushan had yet to recover from his shock. He said absent-mindedly, "Damn it! Didn't he clearly fail to break through to the divine seal? Why is he here?" Xiao Chun, who suppressed Zhang Yushan for 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, was actually the person who beat Zhang Yushan into a pig's head. Zhang Yushan simply could not accept such a result. It really is the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chun. Upon seeing Xiao Chun attack, the group of faux god powerhouses outside the trial tower felt slightly stunned. Although they had already guessed it, they still felt somewhat shocked when they saw Xiao Chun reveal his true appearance. Indeed, it is him. However, Mu Zifeng showed pleasant surprise in his eyes. He revealed a joyful smile. "It really is that fellow." Gu Fei showed a grave expression, feeling a mountain-like pressure. After Xiao Chun threw his palm strike, he turned around and flew towards the god-conferring platform. It looked like Xiao Chun would truly step onto the god-conferring platform soon. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the heaven-bridging peak, Chu Feng and the other 5 were false emperor outstanding talents after all. They took 3 steps back and condensed their divine energy to break firmament's rage in just one breath. When the electric light scattered, they looked up and saw that Xiao Chun was already less than 300 meters away from the god-conferring platform. If he had not delayed earlier, he would not have stood a chance at all. Now it is hard to say. Bai Yunfei exchanged glances with Chu Feng and sent a voice projection. Then the 6 charged over again. Mu Yunju felt incredibly frustrated. He did not notice this scene. Right now, he only had eyes for Xiao Chun. "Damn it! I don't believe that I can let you escape this time." Although the divine might here was at its densest, it was only 3 kilometers in the end. The 6 would only need 4 or 5 breaths to cross it. Whoosh! 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 However, just at this moment, Xiao Hozun and Fang Xiaobai turned around and blocked Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan at the same time. Chu Feng smiled faintly and said, "The 2 of you, Brother Bai and I will take our leave first. Don't worry. The 2 of us will definitely help you kill Xiao Chun." "The 2 of you, what is the meaning of this?" Mu Yunju shouted sullenly, enraged by the sudden situation. Xiao Hozun smiled and said, "Brother Mu, there is no need to act stupid. Everyone knows that. Splitting the benefits of this god-conferring platform equally is not enough. Just stay here in peace. You might as well help Brother Bai and Brother Chu." At this moment, Mu Yunju finally understood. These 4 had colluded in secret. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei must have promised them benefits. Mu Yunju had been waiting for this moment to get Xiao Hozun and Fang Xiaobai to block him and Gu Yuhan. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Mu Yunju could not help feeling anxious. The 4 were about equal in strength. There would be no problem for Xiao Hozun and Fang Xiaobai to delay the 2. If they really fought, as long as Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng left the mountain, the 2 would definitely suffer a great loss when the 4 worked together. Gu Yuhan glanced indifferently at the summit. A figure had just entered the summit. It was Xiao Chun, who had already ascended the god-conferring platform. Gu Yuhan could not help thinking, this Xiao Chun does not just hold the right time and location. He clearly holds the right time, the right place, and the right people. Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng are 2 fools. They thought that they already had Xiao Chun in the bag and did not fight with Xiao Chun at all. If they underestimated the enemy, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 2173. With a thought, Xiao Chun quickly set aside his thoughts. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. If a choice appeared before him, one that could sever all karma and allow him to become a true god, what would he choose? "Xiao Chun, if I don't die today, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces in the future." Before the 2 could do anything, Xiao Chun instantly spread out his peak 3rd layer Thunder Dao domain. The storm-like attacks were boundlessly sharp. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei brought out all their trump cards. At the foot of the mountain, Yuan Zhan, who was chanting scriptures, glanced over. His expression did not change as he continued walking through this vast and boundless burial ground. Xiao Chun knew that this was because the heaven-bridging peak had broken into 3 pieces and lost its divine nature long ago. The world tree supporting the heavenly realm had broken, and the heaven-bridging peak had fallen. The martial epic could no longer truly become a true god. Indeed, by severing karma, one could seek freedom and no longer be bound by anything. Everything in the past would become nothing. The many knots in one's heart and mental barriers would no longer exist now or in the future. One would no longer be tainted by karma or bound by the world. One could do whatever one wanted. Such a change made Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei's expressions turn somewhat unsightly. They showed anxious expressions as they exchanged glances and quickly sent voice projections. Calling it the God-conferring platform was too much of an exaggeration. Interesting. Xiao Qin's lips curled up in a smile. He could see the surroundings from the heaven-bridging peak. Chaotic cycles breaking the shackles of time, no longer suffering from the torment of aging, sickness, and death. From then on, one would be immortal, existing forever with the world. This made this God-conferring platform look somewhat strange. It looked like a skeleton with a soul. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with this monk, who knew what he was thinking. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the God-conferring platform below him. He saw Yuan Zhan, the cunning monk of the hidden spirit temple, who hid his strength like a fox. Humph! Dream on. The two of us spent a lot of effort to get to the God-conferring platform. How can we let you take advantage of us? Immediately, a miniature scene appeared on Yuan Zhan's finger, showing the karma. Miserable cries immediately resounded throughout the heaven-bridging peak, startling everyone who heard them. Xiao Chun fought against two alone, yet he still managed to knock Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei away. On the divine seal altar, there was a great wind. Xiao Chun leaped over and placed half of his foot on it. The moment he landed, he was almost blown away by the strong wind. The entire peak of Tongtian Peak had been flattened, but there were no signs of human activity. His face instantly turned pale with fright, drained of blood and panicked. Xiao Chun couldn't help but ponder for a moment, but he immediately rejected it. This kind of hypothetical question was meaningless. With a boom, the powerful might of the Tao of Thunder spread out. Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng were caught off guard and were forced to take several steps back. In an instant, they were pushed to the edge of the conferred god stage. Their bodies swayed and they almost fell. They could clearly see Xiao Qin's appearance. His body was covered in silver armor, and his eyes shone brightly. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. He looked heroic. Unfortunately, now that the heavenly realm was broken and the world tree was destroyed, all of this had already become a legend. Xiao Qin asked himself. Everyone on the sky-piercing peak discussed animatedly, feeling extremely shocked by this contrast. When the light lit up, it also illuminated Xiao Qin's appearance at the summit. Everyone on the sky-piercing peak immediately saw this mysterious phenomenon. After knocking back 6 people with Firmament's rage, Xiao Qin did not hold anything back. He faced the strongest divine might at the peak and stepped onto the god-conferred platform. Feng Xiaobai and Xiao Hozun blocked Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu. However, this did not affect Xiao Qin at all. Right now, Xiao Qin stood on the god-conferred platform and looked at the flowing spacetime and the karmic threads flowing upside down. When Feng Xiaobai saw the 3 Permitha lamps, he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. Xiao Qin, thank you for lighting these 3 Permitha lamps for me. Brother Chu and I will remember your kindness. Now you can scram down." Even though this was not Xiao Qin's first time seeing a Permitha lamp, he still felt disappointed and frustrated. If only he could light up his divine bridge and ascend to the heavenly realm. How great would that be? Seeing that they could no longer endure, Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng lost all of their earlier arrogance. Their expressions were miserable as they begged Xiao Qin for mercy. Even the heavenly gods that managed to survive the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions lost their eternal lives. Karma bound them and they did not dare to leave the faux god world, fearing a backlash from the world. It's too late. Permitha lamp. 1 lamp, 2 lamps, 3 lamps. The veritable essence energy in Xiao Qin's body was continuously sucked into the god-conferred platform. Releasing it was extremely difficult. Connecting the sky. If it were in the past, he would have been 1 step away from the sky. Xiao Qin showed a calm expression as he said, "The fortuitous encounters in this god-conferred platform can be shared among the 3 of us. There is no need to fight to the death. If there are any grudges, we can resolve them on the God-conferred platform. So that strange person is Xiao Chun. This is too incredible. Time, location, and the 3-layer Thunder Dao domain. Xiao Chun held all sorts of advantages. He had given these two a chance to enjoy the benefits of the God-conferred platform. In the end, they even tried to chase him off. Why did they insist on severing their karma? However, right now, Xiao Chun could only look at the foe gods of the past. On the divine conferred altar, this was the most exciting moment. They could sever the karma that bound them to the heavens and earth, and obtain true freedom. 3rd-layer Dao domain. How can this be? I gave you face, but you rejected it. Xiao Chun flicked his finger, and a drop of blood shot out and landed on the azure lamp. Xiao Chun. As a sovereign personage, Xiao Chun still had to respect the God-conferred platform. He could not underestimate it or profane it. Xiao Chun did not show any mercy, punching the two off the God-conferred platform. Chu Feng smiled sinisterly and said, I had the same intention. I am also not willing to share the benefits of this God-conferred platform with a third person. Xiao Chun took a step forward. The moment he stepped onto the God-conferred platform, something strange happened. I wonder how many Permitha lamps Xiao Chun can light up on the God-conferred platform? I heard that some people managed to light up 5 Permitha lamps at most. At this moment, no one said anything. Even the bet between Mu Zifeng and Gu Fei was temporarily put aside. Xiao Chun's heart sank. He knew that this was not the time to lament about this. Not being able to advance to godhood did not mean that it was useless to him. However, just at this moment 2 strong winds blew. Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng appeared at the same time, landing on the God-conferred platform. Was his life bitter? Did he have any regrets? Did he experience unbearable pain? The Permitha lamps were originally meant to allow one to surpass the Permitha lamp, illuminating the divine bridge, and allowing one to step onto the deity realm. Now they could only be used as treasures for sovereign personages to comprehend the Tao and obtain fortuitous encounters. It looked like Xiao Chun would have no problem lighting up at least 4 Permitha lamps. However, just as the two circulated their veritable essence energy, their expressions changed slightly. Xiao Chun was extremely strong in the first place, about as strong as a false emperor. After putting on the alloy battle armor, he immediately entered his peak state. Whoosh! Whoosh! The many Fogot powerhouses outside the trial tower were entranced when they saw this scene. Xiao Chun continuously used his 3rd-layer Thunder Dao domain to suppress the two. Then he pressed forward and instantly launched a sharp attack. Coincidentally, the 2 Permitha lamps floated out at this moment. However, it was impossible for Xiao Chun to sever his karma just because of this. Wanting to condense divine essence, how could it be that easy to condense it? Whoosh! Xiao Chun could not be bothered with the two's shock. He smiled coldly and said, The two of you are not capable of chasing me off. Refine divine energy? Let's see how the two of you refine divine energy on this God-conferred platform. Although this God-conferred platform was ancient and mysterious, it clearly lost its spirituality, leaving only an empty platform. As Xiao Chun continued pouring in veritable essence energy, the God-conferred platform turned as viscous as water. An azure lamp slowly appeared. A determined look appeared in Xiao Chun's eyes, turning into a demonic Tao or not. It has nothing to do with me. From the moment I stepped onto the Bridge of Heroes, there was no reason to retreat. When Xiao Chun squinted, he saw that it was the scene of Xiao Chun fighting Chu Chaoyun in the Sky Dome realm during the 5-nation youth competition. Whoosh! Damn it! However, Xiao Chun could only do his best to endure. He could not advance by even half an inch. Half of his foot hovered in the air, his divine body teetering on the verge of collapse. Every divine character was like a life. However, it did not have a soul or spirit. Xiao Chun smiled coldly. However, he did not show any fear at all. He had expected such a scene long ago. When Xiao Chun felt that his veritable essence energy and soul energy were still manageable, he revealed an expression of joy. The more Permitha lamps he lit, the greater the benefits he would gain. If it were anywhere else, Xiao Chun would fear the might of divine energy. However, this God-conferred platform continuously absorbed the veritable essence energy of cultivators. Xiao Chun had lived a bitter life. He had many regrets, as well as unbearable pain that he could not tear his heart apart. At this moment Xiao Chan stood at the edge, half his foot still hovering in the air. He had not truly stepped onto the God-conferred platform yet. It is time to truly step onto it. Xiao Chan chanted sutras amid the boundless corpses. Even when standing on the God-conferred platform, his silhouette was visible. The circulation of veritable essence energy in this place did not change. However, Xiao Chan had the blue dragon divine body. His physical body and vital qi were much stronger than the two's. The veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body surged like a flood. This veritable essence energy surged towards the God-conferred platform uncontrollably. Rumble. However, what was the point of doing so? Xiao Chen did not panic. Before coming, he already knew about the mysterious phenomenon that would occur after stepping onto the God-conferred platform. If karma was severed, although one would gain a new life, it would also negate one's life. Perhaps one had some regrets about one's life, feeling that the world of mortals was too bitter. No matter how strong one was, as long as one was tainted by karma, one would experience unbearable pain. Bai Yunfei said coldly, "Brother Chu, each of us can condense a strand of divine energy. We will definitely be able to knock him down. Xiao Chun, brother Xiao, give us a chance. The two of us know we were wrong." A true god possessed vast might that surpassed time and space, jumping out of the cycle of reincarnation and not being bound by karma. However, one could only watch. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and touched a line of karma. He casually looked down. This boundless burial ground appeared insignificant in the depths of his eyes. Bang! 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 Severing karma, disrupting the cycle of reincarnation. As the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body drained, the God-conferred platform slowly spun like a millstone. The surrounding scene changed. Time and space flowed, and beams of light made of karma flowed down in reverse, looking very colorful. Suddenly, a flickering flame lit up. A strand of light immediately appeared in this dark burial ground, illuminating the surroundings. It was like the worldly ghost hatchet divine art appeared naturally. Many divine characters were embedded in it, inspiring awe. Xiao Chun revealed a nostalgic expression as he looked at the surrounding karma and the flowing time, entering deep thought. Chapter 2174. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei were knocked down. However, the Permitha lamps that they activated with veritable essence energy did not disappear. Together with the Permitha lamps that Xiao Chun activated earlier, 5 Permitha lamps immediately appeared on the God-conferring platform. Bai Yunfei thought very well, wanting to chase Xiao Chun down and forcibly take his 3 Permitha lamps. Unexpectedly, he and Chu Feng each gave Xiao Chun a Permitha lamp in the end. Time flowed and karma reversed. On the God-conferring platform, Xiao Chun showed a grave expression. In the blink of an eye, another 2 drops of essence blood landed on a Permitha lamp. Xiao Chen's complexion paled significantly. Every drop of essence blood contained his soul and divine seal's origin energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lamp flames flickered, illuminating this part of the world. Xiao Chen's face flickered on the heaven-bridging peak summit. Everyone on the sky-piercing peak could see his handsome, delicate face, with sharp features that looked like they had been carved by a knife. 5 Permitha lamps. That's 5 Permitha lamps. Those 2 fools, Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei, really gave him a great gift. They really went for wool and came home shorn. Xiao Chun already gave those 2 a chance, but they rejected him. I wonder what's strange about the God-conferring platform. Those 2 false emperors cannot condense divine energy. The disciples of the 5 great sects continued climbing the heaven-bridging peak. Although the latecomers could not condense a Permitha lamp, as long as they reached the God-conferring platform, they would gain something from comprehending the Tao and cultivating there. Comprehending the Tao and meditating on the spot would result in some gains, just not as great as the ones before him. Boom! Suddenly the world roared. Xiao Chun condensed another Permitha lamp. 6 Permitha lamps appeared on the God-conferring platform in an instant. The high and mighty lamp flames looked as dazzling as stars from a distance. Every Permitha lamp's flame was lit by Xiao Chen's soul. This had never happened before. Even the strongest person only condensed 5 Permitha lamps. However, this time with Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng's help, Xiao Chun lit 6 Permitha lamps, surpassing everyone in the past. Thunderous booms resounded in the surroundings. At that instant, the wind and clouds surged as a myriad of unusual phenomena took place. A boundless and majestic spirit appeared in the sky. Amidst all sorts of terrifying phenomena, the image of a broken bridge flickered in the clouds, flickering in and out of existence. Divine bridge. Heavenly bridge. Many disciples on the sky-connecting peak exclaimed as they stared at the bridge in astonishment. The divine bridge in front of them was definitely not real. It was just an illusion that came from space-time. Even so, it was still shocking. This divine bridge represented the glory of the martial epoch, all the glory of the past. Once he stepped onto this bridge, he would be able to head to the heaven realm. Unfortunately, endless sighs filled the hearts of the crowd. The foe gods outside the trial tower fell silent as well. Compared to these sovereign personages, these foe gods felt even more deeply about this scene. 6 Permitha lamps and even the phantom of the divine bridge have appeared from the reversal of space-time. This Xiaochun is really surprising. An incredible demonic genius appeared in the Heavenly Alliance this time. We can't underestimate him in the future. I'm curious how much fortuitous encounter he can obtain after absorbing the fortuitous encounter of these 6 Permitha lamps. He will probably advance to peak false emperor with a thought. He obtained the years of bitter cultivation that others took in an instant. It's hard to say. He already refined the Thundercliff tree earlier. It's hard to say if he wants to make such a huge breakthrough. This was unprecedented. 6 Permitha lamps surprised everyone. However, another Permitha lamp appeared on the god-conferring platform amid this surprise. At the summit of the mountain, 7 stars shone brightly, illuminating the sky. The broken bridge, which flickered in and out of existence, appeared in the void. It was a sight that inspired awe and veneration. 7 stars. It turns out that he already possesses the ability to form 5 Permitha lamps alone. They are really 2 idiots. They gave Xiaochun a great opportunity for nothing. Who knows what great fortuitous encounter Xiaochun will obtain with these 7 Permitha lamps. Without Chufeng and Bai Yunfei, Xiaochun would have only 5 Permitha lamps. He would not have caused such a commotion. However, there were no ifs in this world. The 7 lamps lit up the god-conferring platform. The light of the flames shone on Xiaochun's pale face, making him look glistening with divine light. He looked like a heroic divine general. After all, without the strength of a false emperor, 5 lamps is already my limit. As Xiaochun looked at the 7 lamps, he nodded slightly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and pressed his palms together. Boom! In that instant, the 7 lamps turned into flowing light and entered Xiaochun's body. The flowing space-time and inverted threads of karma immediately wrapped around Xiaochun, spinning rapidly. Damn it! Are the 2 of you still trying to block us? Mu Yunju said to Feng Xiaobai and Xiahou Zun through clenched teeth as he looked at the mysterious phenomenon on the god-conferring platform from 3 kilometers away. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Right after Xiaochun knocked Chufeng and Bai Yunfei down, Mu Yunju and Feng Xiaobai saw the mysterious phenomenon on the god-conferring platform. Before the 2 could react, they saw Xiaochun materialize 7 Permitha lamps. This immediately stupefied them. The series of strange changes stupefied Feng Xiaobai and Xiahou Zun. They could not digest this in such a short time. Mu Yunju's roar startled the 2 awake. Then fear and shock appeared in their eyes. How could it be like this? Gu Yuhan smiled coldly and said, "It is within expectations. These 2 fools do not know what the god-conferring platform's environment is like." After Xiaochun refined that 100,000-year-old herb king, even if his strength is weaker than ours, it should not be that much weaker. By relying on the terrain and timing, as well as the fact that these 2 fools underestimated him, I am not surprised that someone knocked them off the mountain. The moment Chufeng and Bai Yunfei stepped onto the god-conferring platform, Gu Yuhan had already guessed the result. Others might not know Xiaochun's strength, but Gu Yuhan was very clear on it. Before he refined the Thundercliff tree, this was the best opportunity to kill Xiaochun. If he missed it, there would not be another. Gu Yuhan had encountered such an opportunity before. Unfortunately, he had not grasped it. What are we waiting for? The 4 of us should charge up together. I don't believe that Xiaochun can defeat the 4 of us alone. Feng Xiaobai said seriously as he looked at the god-conferring platform. Foolish. If everyone was as brainless as you, not to mention 4 false emperors, even 10 false emperors would not be enough to kill him. How can Xiao Chun be that horrifying? Look at how scared you are. You are completely brainless. Disdain flashed in Gu Yuhan's eyes as he looked at the god-conferring platform. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei not only lost because they underestimated him. If the 4 of us go up, we will not have a good time either. What should we do then? Xia Hozuan felt a bit depressed as a haze flashed through his eyes. He said with a low voice. Gu Yuhan replied indifferently. It's very simple. The 4 of us will work together and start refining divine energy. The moment we ascend the god-conferring platform, we will immediately attack and use our divine energy to execute a peak strike. Even if Xiao Chun has 9 lives, it will not be enough. The moment Gu Yuhan said that, the eyes of Xia Hozun and the other 2 lit up. After thinking about it, if Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai had done the same earlier, the outcome might have been different. A bright light flashed in Feng Xiaobai's eyes. He said, "At that time we will split his 7 Permitha lamps equally. We will still be the ones laughing in the end. Alright, let's do that." Outside the trial tower, Gu Fei's lips curled up in a smile. Gu Yuhan truly lived up to his profound Heaven Holy Land's outstanding talent, second only to the Holy Sun. At the crucial moment, Gu Yuhan remained so calm. So what if he condensed 7 Permitha lamps? In the end, my profound Heaven Holy Land's outstanding talents will benefit from it. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help feeling cocky. Mu Zifeng, who had been rather relaxed, now showed some worry on his face. This Gu Yuhan was scarily calm. He was still young, but he already showed signs of being a major character. After Gu Yuhan and the other 3 made their choice, they started refining divine energy and approached the summit step by step. However, Xiao Chun, who sat cross-legged on the god-conferring platform, found it hard to make a decision. The moment the 7 Permitha lamps entered Xiao Chun's body, the scene before him suddenly changed. The incomplete bridge in the sky actually appeared before him. However, it was not 1 bridge but 2. One was pitch black and the other was jade white. One was a divine bridge and the other was a demonic bridge. Each bridge had 7 Permitha lamps on both sides. No matter what choice Xiao Chun made, he would obtain the opportunity that the 7 Permitha lamps brought. Xiao Chun could clearly sense that one of the 2 bridges was made of his spiritual energy, veritable essence energy, and the other was made of his demonic chi, veritable essence energy. With a thought, one could become a demon or a deity. The choice was up to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun showed a strange expression. Clearly, he had not expected such a scene. Then Xiao Chun looked into the distance to the other side of the bridge. There seemed to be an indescribably majestic existence on the other side. Xiao Chun took a step forward and approached the demonic bridge. He immediately saw a bright moon hanging high on the other side of the bridge. Under the moonlight, a majestic figure wearing the alloy battle armor radiated a treasure light, smiling at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and moved closer to the demonic bridge. A throne and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared on the other side of the bridge. Xiao Chun leaned on the throne, supporting himself with one hand on the armrest as he raised his wine cup and took a sip. Then Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows slightly and showed a sinister smile. The wine on Xiao Chun's lips was as bright as blood. A scarlet moon slowly rose in the sea of blood. Xiao Chun took 3 steps back and returned to his starting position. Then, he looked between the demonic bridge and the divine bridge. Chapter 2175. Inside the consciousness space, Xiao Chun still could not come out of the strange cycle. The Buddhist sects Kasyapa Buddha and the Blue Dragon Bloodline's Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor all abandoned the demonic path and returned to the righteous path. Just as Xiao Chun felt at a loss, Gu Yuhan's group of 4 slowly approached the god-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak. It looked like they would need less than 10 seconds to charge up. Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and entered deep thought, thinking about which bridge to choose. It really is spiritual rain. Why is there spiritual rain on the god-conferring platform? Xiao Chun had already seen the might of divine energy long ago. As they slowly approached, it looked like they were going to merge. However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. The situation changed drastically. A sharp light soared into the clouds on the god-conferring platform, piercing through the sky. An aura suddenly burst out, shocking the surroundings, unprecedented in the past and present. What's going on? Xiao Chun did not want to be an ancient demonic sovereign or a powerful divine sovereign. He only wanted to be himself. Xiao Chun already saw the future of the divine bridge and the demonic bridge. If he chose either, the benefits of the 7 azure lamps would not diminish. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt horror in his heart. There seemed to be an unknown plot on this God-conferring platform. If Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng had not been careless and could not condense divine energy on this God-conferring platform, Xiao Chun would not have defeated them so miserably. Xiao Chun's position changed. 2 ancient, burning azure lamps blocked his way in all directions. However, Xiao Chun had not woken up yet. The scarier thing was that Gu Yuhan's group of 4 had been condensing divine energy as they climbed. How condensed was the spiritual rain contained within the rainwater? However, such a choice did not remain in Xiao Chun's memory. Perhaps it was erased. If one did not make a choice, one would not be able to reach the other side. No matter which direction one took, 2 bridges would appear. 1 divine bridge and 1 demonic bridge. The moment the 4 attacked, Mu Zifeng's expression changed. He knew that he was in trouble. With Xiao Chun's experience, he could easily tell that anyone who blocked these 4 killing moves would die unless a sovereign emperor made a move. Gu Yuhan felt stupefied. Although Xiao Chun was domineering earlier, everything was within Gu Yuhan's control and expectations. The disciples of the various factions were overjoyed. The spiritual rain falling from the sky was even purer than the origin liquid. There was no third option. It wasn't that they didn't want to cultivate together, but that they couldn't. Ling Yu. Perhaps it was not without reason that the sky-bridging peak was broken into 3 pieces by the Black Dragon King. The 2 bridges in front of him were formed by sensing the demonic energy and spiritual energy in his body. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei, whose heart had been hanging in suspense, began to laugh wildly, feeling incomparably pleased with himself. In the illusory space, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and made his choice. Ha 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 ha. In the end, Gu Fei won this bet. Mu Zifeng, remember, you owe me a wish. I hope you can accept your defeat. A figure suddenly stood up. With a flip of his hand, the wind and clouds changed color. Instantly, the killing moves of the 4 experts crumbled and crumbled in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chun could only rely on himself to resolve the problem before him. Back then, he could not find the answer to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's question. Furthermore, now that Xiao Chun's cultivation had fallen from half-step sovereign emperor to late-stage sovereign personage, he would definitely die. In the past few years, Xiao Chun had purposely given up on cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Amid thunder and lightning, strong winds blew, and torrential rain poured endlessly. In just a few breaths, Xiao Chun's cultivation plummeted like a flood, incredibly fast. Before the 4 could sigh, the remaining palm lights shattered their internal organs, leaving thousands of holes in their bodies. Then they fell off the sky-bridging peak. However, when Xiao Chun looked back, nothing changed. Only by making a choice could one see where the other shore was. If it were someone else, perhaps only 1 bridge would appear before them. Whoosh! 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 2 divine bridges appeared because of Xiao Chun. Long ago, Xiao Chun learned that one could not cultivate the righteous Tao and demonic Tao cultivation techniques at the same time in the martial epoch. As Xiao Chun looked at the 2 ancient bridges in front, he sat down cross-legged and formed hand seals. Immediately, the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy in his body flowed out continuously. If he had to choose one path to obtain the benefits of the 7 azure lamps, then he would not mind giving up on it. Back in the real world on the God-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak. After entering this God-conferring platform, Xiao Chun did not say anything about turning his head back. He would not run into such a problem. Xiao Chun searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did indeed cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique. Could there be only 1 bridge left before him? If the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chun's body could reach the state of primal chaos, yin and yang perfectly merging. Right, let's do that. However, why must I separate myself? Inside his consciousness space, Xiao Chun scattered his spiritual energy and veritable essence energy as fast as he could. The 2 ancient bridges in front had already started flickering endlessly. On the heaven-bridging peak, many cultivators were drenched by the rain. When the rain seeped into their skin, they discovered that their cultivation had increased slightly. The four of them condensed divine essence along the way. At this moment, the moment they attacked, the terrifying aura instantly severed the thunder clouds, and the entire heavenspan peak started trembling. Boom! A single thought from a fiend god. This fall was even worse than Chu Feng's and Bai Yunfei's. Whether or not he could survive was up to fate. Xiao Chun was overjoyed. As expected, it was like this. Good. Mu Zifeng snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Chun. He only looked at Xiao Chun, feeling confused. He still could not understand. Gu Yuhan said coldly, determination flashing in his eyes. Although he said that he was turning back, he was actually running away. How could running away solve the problem? The figure who stood up gently waved his hand. When his palm was facing the sky and his back was facing the sky, he pushed out his palm. Facing the howling wind and torrential rain, the few of them took large strides. Just as they were about to step onto the conferred god stage, they leaped up and attacked simultaneously. Divine energy that was purer and denser than Gu Yuhan's and the others surged out. As the Buddhists say, repent and you will be saved. Oh no! Now the four, who were only a few steps away from the conferred god stage, did not dare to move rashly. Gu Yuhan's expression changed slightly. As he looked at the spiritual rain in his hand, he showed a strange expression in deep thought. What is this Xiao Chen up to? Shock flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he turned around. There were actually two bridges behind him as well, one divine bridge and one demonic bridge. That is possible. Perhaps he sensed that the four below are coming and knows that he will die for sure. So he might as well take a gamble. Even if he did not want to, he had to choose. What cultivation did these people have? They were heaven-defying sovereign personages at the very least. When the spiritual rain entered their bodies, it actually increased their cultivation. With this thought, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. His thoughts immediately cleared up. Xiao Chun did not get overly anxious. He continued to think calmly, thinking of a way to resolve this. Be it the ancient demonic sovereign under the blood moon on the other side of the demonic bridge or the powerful deity sovereign under the bright moon on the other side of the divine bridge, they were all himself. Mu Yunju glanced at the conferred god stage a few steps away. Then he said, Senior brother, this fellow's cultivation has fallen to late-stage sovereign personage. What move are you making? To think that I cannot understand it. Mu Yunju and the other two gaped at each other, unable to figure it out as well. Even if Xiao Chun had been at his peak, he would not have had any chance of victory against these four killing moves, which were formed entirely from divine energy. At best, he would have been hanging on by a thread. Strange. Even if Xiao Chun found Xiao Chen's memories of this problem, it would not be of much help. Quickly absorb it. Ha ha ha. This is even purer than origin liquid. It really is the immortal spiritual rain. Suddenly, a large amount of veritable essence energy flowed out of Xiao Chen's body, looking pure and dense. Wind blew, thunder roared, clouds moved, and rain fell. Soon, the spiritual energy that Xiao Chun gave off turned into a heavy downpour. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, it poured down with a crashing sound. Be it in the future or in the past, I will only choose to be myself. No one can determine my future. As long as Xiao Chen's spiritual energy, veritable essence energy, and demonic qi veritable essence energy reach a balance, he will be able to merge his veritable essence energy into one. We can't wait any longer. No matter what tricks he plays, we just need to suppress him with strength. This is origin energy. It looked like this made sense. They might have faced a similar situation before. With a thought, a god demon could either become a god or a demon. Outside the trial tower, the group of faux gods, including Mu Zifeng, could not understand either. Let's do it then. Now that Xiao Chun made up his mind, he no longer hesitated, turning to leave. There were many god monarchs and demonic lords in the world. However, there was only one Xiao Chun. However, the price is too high. Even jumping off the god-conferred platform would be better than this. Furthermore, look. He still has not opened his eyes. This means that he is still refining the Paramitha energy of the azure lamp. After living for so long, I can't even understand the actions of a junior. It was not that some people had not cultivated the Paramitha energy. However, in the end, they were forced to give up on one of them. Whoosh! Cultivation is not easy to come by. Who knows how many resources he exhausted and how much time he had to spend to reach his current cultivation. Why did he scatter it just like that? Gu Fei, who was laughing maniacally outside the trial tower, was stupefied. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Qian actually became a sovereign emperor, instantly turning the situation around. Is it possible that he is brewing some kind of secret technique? I know that some secret techniques will cause one's cultivation to drop when executed. The primal chaos veritable essence energy in Xiao Qian's body could no longer reach its initial state of balancing yin and yang, merging them into one. Now that Xiao Qian suddenly released his origin energy, he could not understand. Xiao Qian executed a horrifying killing move at the same time, instantly drowning out Xiao Qian. Gu Fei smiled and said, I think you are overthinking. Perhaps you are just stupid? The Permi-thought energy is not that easy to refine. If you are not careful, you might end up damaging your brain. Don't you think so, Mu Zifeng? This, who would scatter the veritable essence energy that they had cultivated so painstakingly? How many years would it take to condense it? Chapter 2176. Sovereign Emperor. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. On the God-conferring platform, Xiao Qian's aura and the surging divine energy in his palm proved that Xiao Qian was already a bona fide divine vein realm sovereign emperor. First, Xiao Qian's cultivation dropped significantly, falling from half-step sovereign emperor to late-stage sovereign personage. Then he jumped 2 grades, directly advancing to sovereign emperor. Many people felt stupefied. Xiao Qian's advancement felt like a dream. Even false emperors could not advance to sovereign emperor in a short time. How could the bottleneck between sovereign personage and sovereign emperor be so easy to break? The Cloud Sea realm had 3 major stages: Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, and Sovereign Personage. After passing Sovereign Personage, one would break through the limits of humans and start cultivating the divine. The bottleneck between Sovereign Personage and Sovereign Emperor was from human to divine. Even the peak geniuses of the faux god world needed 1 year to comprehend before they could break through. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qinming, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, the Profound Heaven Holy Sun Chu Chaoyun, and the others who had already left the faux god world, had to cultivate for 1 or 2 years before they broke through their bottlenecks. However, someone like Xiao Qian, who instantly broke through the bottleneck of a sovereign emperor, was one of a kind. 1 moment ago, Xiao Qian was still a late-stage sovereign personage. In the next, he became a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, defeating Gu Yuhan and the others with a wave of his hand. Then, he soared into the sky from the god-conferring platform. He actually became a sovereign emperor. Zhang Yushan's voice trembled as he spoke in a daze. Zhang Yushan was not the only one. All the disciples of the various factions on the heaven-bridging peak were shocked. Everyone had only one goal in the faux god world: to become a sovereign emperor as soon as possible and return to the Great Thousand Realms to show off their might. However, for most people, becoming a sovereign emperor in 10 years was an extravagant hope. Even though the faux god world's environment and fortuitous encounters were much better than the outside worlds, it was still somewhat difficult to become a sovereign emperor in 10 years. Those who could become sovereign emperors within 10 years would be heavily nurtured by their sects and factions. They would hold high positions and their futures would be limitless. In the past, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had told Xiao Qian this. No matter how talented one was, if one could not become a sovereign emperor, everything would be meaningless. At the trial tower, Mu Zifeng looked at Gu Fei and said, "Brother Gu, it looks like I won this bet in the end." Gu Fei's expression was gloomy as he shouted, "I can still afford to lose, don't worry." Then he left in a hurry. He looked anxious as he flew towards Real God Hall. Everyone knew that Xiao Qian wanted to see the Holy Lord and do his best to protect Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju's lives. These two were outstanding talents. Their strength was clear for all to see. The profound Heaven Holy Land had spent a lot of resources on these two. Dying like this would be a huge loss. The many faux gods sighed softly. No one had expected things to end like this. In the end, the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Qian monopolized the greatest benefit of the God-conferring platform. There were many obstacles along the way. Gu Yuhan, Chu Feng, and the others did their best to monopolize it. In the end, all their efforts ended in vain. Back then, if Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei had agreed to Xiao Qian to form their own azure lamps and absorb the Permitha energy, the result might have been different. However, there were no ifs in this world. Xiao Qian absorbed 7 azure lamps, breaking the shackles of godhood and becoming a divine vein realm sovereign emperor. Did Xiao Chun really absorb only 7 azure lamps? Only Xiao Chun knew the answer. He did not absorb 7 azure lamps but a total of 14. When the divine demon bridges merged into one, the Paramitha lamps did not merge. There were 7 on each side for a total of 14. The instant Xiao Chun refined the energy of the 14 Paramitha lamps, he felt his cultivation soar. This was the first time in his life that he experienced the carefree feeling of soaring into the sky, advancing rapidly. It was truly a carefree feeling. Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chun tightly clenched his right fist. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light as confidence welled up in him. Xiao Chun had waited for this moment for a very long time, for many years. He had not wasted his 7 years in the faux god world. Many outstanding talents ended up as sovereign personages. Since they could not become sovereign emperors, they could only waste their lives and die in sorrow. Xiao Chun finally cleared the hurdle of becoming a sovereign emperor. After glancing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chun shouted, "Where are the Heavenly Alliance disciples? Xiao Chun will open the way for you. Aside from my Heavenly Alliance disciples, no one else is allowed to enter the God-conferring platform." What? Damn it. What is this Xiao Chun trying to do? Why can't we go up? Because he is a sovereign emperor. If you are not convinced, just look at what happened to Gu Yuhan and the others. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chun is a sovereign emperor. Let's go. Let's see who dares to stop us now. Immediately, some people rejoiced while others grieved. Naturally, the Heavenly Alliance disciples rejoiced. Along the way in paradise, the Heavenly Alliance disciples had been bullied and humiliated. The heaven-bridging peak had also been ostracized by the other factions. The Heavenly Alliance disciples had always been at the bottom of the heaven-bridging peak. Mu Zifeng, this disciple of yours is really arrogant. Once he gained the upper hand, he immediately became arrogant. Humph! Why doesn't he think about how pitiful he was before he came? He was even wrapped in a bedsheet to deceive others. How shameless! I thought that he was some big shot. He is only a... When the other faux god powerhouses saw this scene, their expressions naturally turned unsightly. What did this mean? Xiao Chun directly chased their disciples off the god-conferring platform. All of them felt enraged. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Everyone is right. This Xiao Chun is really undisciplined when doing things. He is simply shameless. I'll teach him a lesson later." However, Mu Zifeng felt incredibly pleased in his heart as he laughed loudly. Indeed, this Xiao Chun did not make a mistake. This was what Xiao Chun needed to do. Even when he stood in a high position, he did not forget his status. What a bunch of fellows. Previously, when the Heavenly Alliance disciples were ostracized, he did not say a word. Serves you right for having such a day. Naturally, Xiao Chun had to thank the Heavenly Alliance for his accomplishments today. He was doing this to return the favor. Hence, he did not find anything wrong with it. After looking down the mountain, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he went to a corner of the God-conferring platform. Then, he suddenly attacked, using his own strength to block all the divine might there. Boom! Immediately, Xiao Chun forcefully opened up a fast passage on the heaven-bridging peak, which was filled with divine might. Naturally, only the Heavenly Alliance disciples could use this passage. Soon the stronger Heavenly Alliance disciples Wu Meng, Gongzilan, and Mou climbed up the God-conferring platform one after another. They showed somewhat complicated expressions, feeling very grateful. Congratulations, Xiao Chun. You are too polite. When the Heavenly Alliance's people arrived at the summit through the fast passage, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and stopped. I'll leave the rest to the 3 of you to maintain order. I'm going down the mountain. Wu Meng nodded. There were many Heavenly Alliance disciples, so there had to be an order. The 3 also understood the rules, so they easily took on this task. Whoosh! Xiao Chun gently leaped up and directly jumped down from the summit. As Gongzilan looked at Xiao Chun's back, he sighed. Back then, he was defeated by me. In the blink of an eye, he already left me far behind. Mou said after some thought. Xiao Chun has a sense of toughness, sharpness, and pride. However, he is low-key and dependable, matching the air of the faux god world. It is simply tailor-made for him. It is not strange for him to surpass us. The 3 withdrew their gazes and looked at the god-conferring platform. Wu Meng said after some thought. The three of us should be able to condense an azure lamp each. Being able to obtain such a harvest is already an opportunity. Right. If not for Xiao Chan, not to mention one permethyl lamp, we might not even be able to reach the god-conferring platform. The three sighed in their hearts. Compared to the other super factions, even with the alloy battle armor, the Heavenly Alliance disciples were still slightly weaker. Indeed, they had to thank Xiao Chan for their current opportunity. However, there was a reason why Xiao Chan was in such a rush to leave. In the burial ground, Yuan Zhan chanted scriptures, purifying the dead. A Buddhist light shone on his body as he walked among the corpses. He looked like a Buddha in the world, inspiring awe and veneration. I found it. Yuan Zhan suddenly rejoiced. Then he saw a pile of corpses turn into fireflies and scatter after being purified, revealing a dust-covered, ancient key. However, just as Yuan Zhan was about to collect it, a strong aura descended from the sky. The Buddhist light that Yuan Zhan originally gave off was forcibly suppressed into his body. The strong aura forced Yuan Zhan to take a few steps back before he could stand stably. The ethereal immortal palace key? Monk Yuan Zhan, why are you looking for this? Xiao Chun, who descended from the sky, grabbed the key. Then he raised his eyebrows as he looked at Yuan Zhan. Chapter 2177. An ethereal immortal palace key. Xiao Chun also had one, which the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. According to rumor, there were a total of 7 ethereal immortal palace keys. If one gathered all of them, one could open the ethereal immortal palace and take out the transcendent grade soul tool, the Wings of Time. This Wings of Time had a great origin. It was the only transcendent grade soul tool in the world. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor relied on this Wings of Time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. However, the world did not have much interest in the ethereal immortal palace, as the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys were scattered throughout the Great Thousand Realms. The most important one, the inheritance key, had been lost for a long time, its whereabouts unknown. More importantly, no one knew where the ethereal immortal palace was. Even if one found the key, it would be useless. Hence, Xiaochen felt very curious. Why did Yuan Zhan give up on the opportunity on the god-conferring platform? Why did Yuan Zhan come to this burial ground to search for the ethereal immortal palace key? The instant Yuan Zhan saw Xiaochen appear, he showed an extremely stunned expression. The combination of his bald head and his shocked face looked very interesting. After stabilizing his emotions, Yuan Zhan smiled and said, I was wondering who it was. It turns out that Benefactor Xiao was joking with this monk. Congratulations! Being able to obtain the opportunity of 7 azure lamps is unprecedented in paradise. After you become a sovereign emperor and leave this faux god world, your name will shake the world. Why are you looking for the ethereal immortal palace key? When Yuan Zhan saw that Xiao Chan did not budge, he continued to pursue the matter. After some thought, he said, Everyone has their own secrets. Although this monk is a monk, I am no exception. Benefactor Xiao, please stop asking. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, That's fine. I won't make things difficult for you then. As Xiao Chan spoke, he tried to put the ethereal immortal palace key into his storage ring. Yuan Zhan immediately panicked. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to stop Xiao Chan. Benefactor Xiao, this monk found this after much difficulty. Don't do this. Xiao Chan toyed with the ethereal immortal palace key for a while. Then he smiled and said, It belongs to whoever looks for it first? You are a monk. There is no need to be so unreasonable. Since it's in my hands, it naturally belongs to me. What's wrong with putting it into my own storage ring? Yuan Zhan frowned heavily. Then he said sullenly, Benefactor Xiao, we have some friendship, right? Let's not talk about the matter of the ice-fire wasteland. Let's talk about today. If this monk didn't withdraw today, I'm afraid you wouldn't have obtained such a great fortune, right? When Xiao Chun heard this, he immediately found it funny. This monk had almost cheated him of his ice-fire lotus platform in the ice-fire wasteland, yet he still had the nerve to mention it. As for today, if you don't fight for it, what has it got to do with me? Xiao Chun said softly, Let's not talk about this. Tell me, why are you looking for the ethereal immortal palace key? If you tell me, I can give it to you. Yuan Zhan revealed a troubled expression. He said, I cannot tell Benefactor Xiao about this now. Xiao Chan didn't make things difficult for him and said, then I'll keep it for you for now. When you can tell the truth, I'll give it to you. Ignoring Yuan Zhan, Xiao Chan leaped into the air. His figure gradually grew weaker and eventually vanished from paradise. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared outside the trial tower. He immediately noticed many gazes on him. The four god powerhouses of the 5 super factions looked at Xiao Chan with somewhat unsightly expressions. Xiao Chan, come over here. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and waved at Xiao Chan. Greetings, Lord Mu. Xiao Chan landed and performed a cupped fist salute. Mu Zifeng carefully sized up Xiao Chan. Then he nodded and said with a smile, not bad. Your performance this time is pretty good. Among the rewards, I'll think about what to give you after we leave the Faux God world. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, Xiao Chan had to leave the Faux God world. This trip to the Faux God world came to a perfect conclusion. Xiao Chan would appear in the Great Thousand Realms as a member of the Heavenly Alliance for a long time. Thank you, Lord Mu. How much longer can I remain in the Faux God world? 3 days. Xiao Chan thought to himself. With only 3 days remaining, he felt somewhat reluctant to leave now. The environment of the Faux God world was similar to the Great Desolate Aeon, very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chan had stayed here for 7 years. However, it felt like less than 1 year had passed in the outside world. This felt rather wondrous. Mu Zifeng said, there are still 3 days. You should deal with your matters first. I'll take you away after 3 days. All right. I'll take my leave first then. Wait up. Just at this moment, a voice containing great might rang out. The one who spoke was a Bushan Palace old man. This old man wore hemp robes and looked like an immortal. He showed a dignified expression without showing any anger. He gave off a blazing aura, looking like an inextinguishable sun. No one dared to look at him directly. Senior Jean. When Mu Zifeng saw the old man, his heart sank. He did not dare to be slow. However, Xiao Chan did not understand what was going on. This Senior Jean should be a Bushan Palace expert with the Golden Crow bloodline. However, he did not know why Senior Jean stopped him. It seemed like this person did not come with good intentions. The Faux God powerhouses of the other factions showed suspicious expressions, guessing what was going on. This should be snatching Xiao Chan away. Senior Jean looked at Xiao Chan and said, Xiao Chan, someone previously told this old man that you once had a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City. Mu Zifeng felt nervous when he heard that. This was blatantly snatching Xiao Chan away. However, Xiao Chen's dragon race bloodline was real, so he could not say anything about it. Mu Zifeng's thoughts raced as he said softly, Senior Jean, Xiao Chan did indeed have a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City, which is why he left the Divine Dragon Empire. Right now, he is a free person in the Heavenly Alliance, able to come and go as he pleases. My Heavenly Alliance does not interfere with the internal conflicts of the other factions. Senior, rest assured. Senior Jean smiled and said, Little Feng, you are treating Xiao Chan like an outsider by saying that. No matter what, Xiao Chan is a Divine Dragon Empire person. He just suffered some grievances. I have a pretty good relationship with Ancestor Dragon City's old fogies. Xiao Chan, if you have any grievances, tell me. I can still help. Xiao Chan sighed in his heart. The third palace master was right. If one did not become a sovereign emperor, one was nothing. Back then, if Xiao Chan had been a sovereign emperor, there would not have been any problems with that matter in the Divine Dragon Empire. Now that Xiao Chan had become a sovereign emperor, the powerhouses of Bushan Palace would be willing to step forward and resolve the matter. Reality was really interesting. However, the grudge between Xiao Chan and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor was not as simple as Senior Jean thought. Xiao Chan believed that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor would give Senior Jean face. However, the dragon race also had its own faction in Bushan Palace. If Xiao Chan did not become a dragon emperor, he would just be asking for trouble by remaining in Bushan Palace. Xiao Chan said straightforwardly, Thank you for Senior's kind intentions. It is just a small matter. This junior will deal with it himself. Xiao Chan could tell that Senior Jean held a high position among the Faux God powerhouses. Xiao Chen's words had humiliated this senior powerhouse. It would not be easy to face him in the future. In that case, take it as me saying too much. Senior Jean remained expressionless as he quietly withdrew, not saying anything more. Senior Jean was a senior, a powerhouse of Bushin Palace, much more important than Xiao Chan. Clearly, it was impossible for Senior Jean to persuade Xiao Chan. However, Mu Zifeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, Xiao Chan, you can withdraw first. Four gods surrounded Xiao Chan, making him feel uncomfortable. Fearing that someone would call him again, he quickly left. Just after Xiao Chan left, the profound Heaven Holy Land's Gu Fei returned from the True God Palace. As he watched Xiao Chan leave, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Damn it! If I were still here earlier, I would have smacked that fellow to death. When Gu Fei met the Holy Lord earlier, Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan were severely injured. Although they managed to survive, it was hard to say whether they could become sovereign emperors in the future. Gu Fei felt stifled in his heart, feeling very uncomfortable. Paradise's trial was more or less over. Xiao Chan had obtained the greatest benefits. 1 thundercliff tree and 7 permetha lamps. The remaining benefits on the God-conferring platform had to be shared with a group of people. There was nothing more to see. The Fogot powerhouses of the 5 super factions shook their heads and sighed as they left one after another. Back in the burial ground, Yuan Zhan played with the skulls of the dead, feeling very depressed. Screw you! Yuan Zhan flew into a rage and tossed the skulls in his hand. He did not look like a monk but more like a hooligan, appearing very ruffian. He had found the ethereal immortal palace key after much difficulty, but Xiao Chan snatched it away. This truly angered Yuan Zhan. Furthermore, this fellow had become a sovereign emperor. Even if Yuan Zhan wanted to make a move, he could not. After venting his frustration, Yuan Zhan stood up and looked at the vast sea of corpses. Then he said softly, I really cannot remain in this rundown place. I have to become a sovereign emperor as well. Ha! Yuan Zhan sighed. He felt helpless when he met Xiao Chan. Chapter 2178. After leaving the trial tower, Xiao Chan immediately headed for Fiend Cloud Hall. Lu Benwei showed a faint smile. He had been waiting for a long time already. When he saw Xiao Chan arrive, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, How do you feel about soaring up and becoming a sovereign emperor? Xiao Chan thought for a while before replying seriously. At first I was very excited. When I looked at the entire paradise, I could clearly feel how insignificant the others were. However, after I left paradise and saw a group of Fogot powerhouses, I no longer felt anything. Ha 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 ha. Lu Benwei could not help guffawing when he heard that. Xiao Chen's answer was rather interesting. However, when he thought about it, he found that to be true. This was the Fogod world. The Fogods that one could not meet in the Great Thousand Realms were all gathered here. No matter what kind of accomplishments one had, one would not be able to feel proud. Xiao Chen spoke honestly. The instant he advanced to Sovereign Emperor on the God-conferring platform, he had felt hot-bloodedness surge in his body. It was like he had gained a new life. Gu Yuhan and the other 3, who were originally strong opponents, were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Only when one truly became a sovereign emperor would one understand the difference between a false emperor and a true sovereign emperor. After leaving paradise, the group of Fogods looked around. This was especially so for Senior Jean, who held a high seniority. Hence, they did not have any other thoughts. Now that Xiao Chan arrived at Fiend Cloud Hall, his mental state had completely calmed down. Xiao Chan thought about how many obstacles he had faced on his path to becoming a martial emperor in the Kunlun realm. He had experienced too much and could already remain calm when facing anything. I'm here to say goodbye, first senior brother. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Benwei. After thinking for a while, he said, First senior brother. Lu Benwei appeared slightly stunned. Then he asked softly, What did you call me? First senior brother. Although I did not become Senior Fiendish Saber's disciple, we have been together for 5 years. Although we are not master and disciple in name, our relationship has already surpassed that of ordinary master and disciple. Whether Senior Fiendish Saber recognizes me as his disciple or not, he is my master in my heart. In 3 days, he would be leaving the Fogod world. There were some things that he would not have the chance to say if he did not say them now. Lu Benwei was quite pleased in his heart. He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, It's good that you have the heart. I have always treated you as my junior brother. Come, follow me to see Master. He should see you. Yes. It was as Lu Binwei said. This time, fiendish saber Shimu did not avoid Xiao Chan. Thump. When Xiao Chan saw Shimu seated above, he immediately knelt without saying anything. This junior Xiao Chan will be leaving this faux god world soon. I will never forget Senior Fiendish Saber's various favors. Not to mention how much guidance he had given to Xiao Chan in the past 5 years. Just the life-saving grace a few days ago was enough for Xiao Chan to kneel. Towards this eccentric senior, Xiao Chen's heart had always been filled with awe and respect. This was especially so after Xiao Chan learned that Shimu came from a noble clan of swordsmen but chose the saber Dao. Shimu's expression was clearly stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered and said coldly, I'm not your master or your parents. What is there to kneel for? Whoosh! Right after Shimu spoke, he lifted Xiao Chan up with a palm strike, not letting him continue kneeling. Lu Binwei smiled and said, Master, I have worked hard for you. In this trial of True God Paradise, I managed to do my best. Xiao Chan was in the limelight this time, occupying 7 lamps on the God-conferring platform. This was unprecedented. Many faux gods were stunned. This time I am here to say goodbye to you. Shimu retorted with a serious expression. What work? If I go out wrapped in a bedsheet, who knows how many people will laugh at me? I'm leaving? Shimu spoke halfway when he suddenly thought of something. He revealed a melancholic expression and turned to leave. Before he left, he said, Stay in Fiend Cloud Hall for the next 3 days. Don't go anywhere else. Xiao Chun found this somewhat strange. He still had some friends in the faux god world. It did not seem appropriate for him to stay in Fiend Cloud Hall for the last 3 days. Xiao Chan could not help glancing at Lu Binwei, hoping that the other party would say something. Who knew? Lu Binwei smiled and said, Xiao Chan, just stay here. If you want to meet anyone, I'll bring them over. Since Lu Binwei already said that, Xiao Chan could not rebut, so he nodded slightly. The two chatted for a while. Then, Lu Binwei imparted many of his Sovereign Emperor cultivation experiences to Xiao Chan. Sovereign Emperor was just a title, not a realm. The true realm was the Divine Vein Realm. However, everyone had always referred to it as Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Now the two meant the same thing. After transcending mortality, there were 3 major realms: Veritable Personage, Primal Core, and Cloud Sea. Each realm had 3 stages. At the Cloud Sea realm, there were Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, and Sovereign Personage. However, be it Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, or Sovereign Personage, they were all in the Cloud Sea realm. Above the Cloud Sea realm was the Divine Vein Realm. Above the Divine Vein Realm was the Supreme Faux God Realm. After crossing the Cloud Sea realm, one would be considered to have broken through the limits of cultivation. When one reached the Divine Vein Realm, one would start cultivating the soul. The physical body was ordinary. There were 12 meridians, 12 tendons, and so on, forming the major cycle and minor cycle. The meridians ran through the entire body. Veritable essence energy and spiritual energy flowed through the meridians, forming the foundation of cultivation. However, after crossing the Cloud Sea realm and transcending mortality and entering Sage realm, the physical body would undergo a rebirth. It would become an extraordinary body, the Golden Emperor body. When cultivating now, one had to open divine veins. When one opened all 9 divine veins, one would reach great perfection in the Golden Emperor body. One would have an undying body. This undying body could be reborn from just a drop of blood. Even if one's physical body was destroyed, one could reform it with just a drop of blood. Such an opportunity was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That was why sovereign emperors were so horrifying. After reaching the Divine Vein Realm, we can no longer be called humans? Lu Binwei asked seriously to Xiao Chan. However, we are not gods. Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperors are existences that exist between gods and humans. At first, Xiao Chan felt that these words sounded strange. How could anyone say that they were not human? However, after thinking about it carefully, how could anyone be reborn from just a drop of blood? How could one survive even after their head and heart were chopped off? There is a total of 9 stages in the Sovereign Emperor realm. 1 divine vein is 1 stage. With every additional divine vein, the divine energy one can condense and the comprehension of the Tao will deepen significantly. If one gathers all 9 divine veins, one can be called a demigod. Such a person can be called a god just short of igniting the divine flame. In reality, one could only be called a faux god. However, in this martial epoch, faux god was already the peak. It would not be wrong to call one a god. Liu Benwei continued. After reaching the sovereign emperor realm, one has to forget all the cultivation techniques one cultivated in the past. Divine energy is not something that one can easily drive and refine using one's cultivation techniques. Divine vein realm cultivation techniques are extremely rare. However, now that you are in the Heavenly Alliance, you will not lack them. Xiao Chun listened quietly, not interrupting. Occasionally, he would make note of his doubts in his heart. After Liu Benwei finished, Xiao Chun voiced the questions in his heart, and Liu Benwei answered them one by one. This conversation lasted for a long time before Xiao Chun returned to his residence in Fiend Cloud Palace. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation can no longer help me cultivate. However, I have the 10,000 Dragons Art, so I do not need to seek help from the Heavenly Alliance. The 10,000 Dragons Art was a cultivation technique of the dragon race that had been passed down since the Great Desolate Aeon. After many epochs, it had been continuously improved. Starting today, I will formally cultivate the 10,000 Dragons Art. I have to quickly condense a divine vein. Although Xiao Chun was already a sovereign emperor, he had not opened a divine vein yet. According to Liu Benwei, he was only an early-stage sovereign emperor. Xiao Chun had already converted all his veritable essence energy into divine energy. He was no longer like a false emperor, who needed to condense divine energy before he could use it. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and sensed his body. The 9-star primal core in his dantian had already shattered, turning into a golden sea. There seemed to be a heart beating strongly under the sea. A vast life force poured into Xiao Chun's body. Divine energy sea. The golden divine energy turned into a vast sea. When his consciousness entered, Xiao Chun stood in it. As Xiao Chun walked on the sea, ripples appeared. Immediately, dignified Buddhist chants and ethereal immortal music appeared. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared with the ripples. However, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. When he looked up, he saw a vast sea above him. However, that sea was pitch black like ink. The black sea was filled with a tyrannical will to consume. With a thought, the world turned upside down. The place where Xiao Chun's consciousness stood turned into a pitch-black divine energy sea. When he looked up, he saw a golden divine energy sea. At the God-conferring platform, Xiao Chun had chosen the Primal Chaos Divine Bridge. Now that he was a sovereign emperor, he actually had 2 divine energy seas. This resolved Xiao Chun's worries. In the future, even if he cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique, as long as he did not want to, no one would be able to see his black divine energy sea. The 2 divine energy seas were one and also not one. Xiao Chun could not understand the mysteries behind them. Immortal and Buddha dual cultivation. Divine and demonic as one. Xiao Chun did not know what the future would be like. After all, this was a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 2179. Master. Time passed slowly. At some point in time, a soft, cold snort came from the vast Fiend Mountain. Since you are not willing to say more, I will not ask. In any case, you only need to remember that you are now a formal member of the Heavenly Alliance. Although our Heavenly Alliance is not as strong as the other factions, we will not fear trouble. Many people in the faux god world were paying attention to him. Even if he knew who it was, it would be useless. Back at Xiao Chun's residence, he showed a grave expression as he rushed back. His heart pounded heavily, unable to suppress his excitement. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not forgive him, returning the bow. The interesting thing was that Liu Benwei called Zhang Yushan and the other 2 over to send off Xiao Chun. Liu Benwei did not mind. He smiled faintly and said, "You are too polite. Take care. With Lord Mu taking care of you, there should not be any problems along the way." For hours later, the image of a dragon formed by divine energy burst out of the sea. It roared proudly in all directions, and a dragon roar rang out. However, fiendish saber Shimu did not give Xiao Chun a chance to explain. He shouted coldly and sheathed his saber. The waves scattered, and space returned to normal. That dragon image left in a fluster, feeling like it had been granted amnesty. Scram! Xiao Chan calmed his emotions and continued to circulate the 10,000 Dragons art unhurriedly. The two chatted for a while. Then Lu Binwei arrived late to send off Xiao Chan. Zhang Yushan felt incredibly frustrated. These two junior brothers are as stupid as dogs, touching my sore spot. Xiao Chan did not deny it. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, Lord Mu." After the assassination attempt failed in the Icefire Wasteland, those people still did not give up. If not for Fiend Cloud Hall, I would have died several times over the past few years. A resplendent saber light flashed above Fiend Cloud Hall. This saber light disappeared in a flash. The saber light was too fast. Even a regular sovereign emperor would not be able to see it clearly. If one was weaker, they might not even see it. Immediately, light and shadows appeared on Xiao Chen's body. Dragon might spread out, looking solid. Xiao Chan turned back to take one last look at the Holy Domain's divine capital. He could vaguely sense that someone was watching him. If it were a regular cultivation technique, even Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder divine incantation, refining divine energy would be difficult. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Mu Zifeng asked with some surprise. Clearly, he had some understanding of Shi Mu's reputation. Only today did he suddenly realize that there was such a hidden danger. For the past 5 years, he could have lost his life at any moment. Although this Xiao Chan is not my disciple, he has, after all, stayed in this Demon Cloud Hall for 5 years. Binwei, I have something to tell you. A silhouette dashed out with a terrifying aura that caused time and space to freeze. I am 500,000 kilometers away from Fiend Cloud Palace. A miserable shriek rang out. After a long time, Lu Binwei suddenly appeared. Then he said softly, "It is as you guessed. There are indeed foe gods receiving them from behind. They are golden dragon race experts with horrifying strength." Lu Binwei nodded and listened attentively. Damn it! Everyone saw a golden dragon image vanish. In the next moment, the owner of that figure was covered in shattered bones. Only a boundless scarlet light flew in all directions. Goodbye. I'll have to trouble you all to take care of Senior Shimu in the future. Big Brother Lu, thank you for taking care of me for the past few years. Xiao Chan had not expected the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to have such a relationship with this Lord Mu. This was the first time Xiao Chan used his divine energy to form a dragon roar. Now, his dragon might had an additional divine nature. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Xiao Chan recited the 10,000 Dragons art and slowly circulated his energy. Ripples appeared on his divine energy sea, and waves slowly rose and fell. So he is protecting me. No wonder. This senior fiendish saber wants me to stay in Fiend Cloud Palace for the last 3 days. Unexpectedly, you have been staying in Fiend Cloud Palace for the past few years. This Shimu is famous for his strange temper. It is incredible that you can stay here even though you are not his disciple. When that dragon image scattered, fiendish saber Shimu's face quickly aged, turning back into that of an old man. I have to make a trip to the Blue Dragon Ancient City as soon as possible. Xiao Chan lamented the danger of his situation. Without any trump cards in hand, he did not feel safe at all. When he went out to check, he would still be in the dark, not knowing anything. Xiao Chan nodded to indicate that he understood. 3 days later, Mu Zifeng arrived at Fiend Cloud Palace, preparing to bring Xiao Chan back to the Heavenly Alliance. However, this 10,000 Dragons art only managed to condense one dragon image after 4 hours. The progress was simply too slow. This was a grudge between Xiao Chan and the Golden Dragon bloodline. He did not want to drag the Heavenly Alliance into it, not wanting to create too much trouble. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After thinking for a while, he did not say anything. If Xiao Chan were strong enough and followed that line of sight, he would discover a mask on that figure's face. However, based on the three's unwilling expressions, it was clear that they had to give Lu Binwei face and could not rebut. Shimu smiled coldly and said, "How is this seeking trouble? This is taking his life. This fellow is about to leave. That group of people will definitely be driven to desperate measures. If we turn a blind eye, we will be taking a risk." Scram! According to the records in the secret manual, one could only truly grasp the basics of this cultivation technique after one condensed a 10,000 dragons picture above one's divine energy sea. If not for cultivating the 10,000 dragons art and sharpening his senses, Shi Mu would not have been able to catch that faint light. It looks like little brother Shao Chan has indeed offended some incredible people in the dragon race. However, Master's action this time shows Master's attitude. At the very least, no one will seek trouble for Shao Chan for some time. This way, Shi Mu and Shi Mu were much closer. Brother Shao Chan, take care. I wish you a bright future in the Heavenly Alliance. Shi Mu braced himself and said some polite words. Going to a foe god's dojo to hide was disrespectful. Any foe god would get angry. Shao Chan could only go to the Blue Dragon ancient city. Only there could he have a trump card to protect himself. Alright. There is no need to be so polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and I are old acquaintances. Back then we risked our lives together. Unfortunately, he made his own choice. Otherwise, he would not be much weaker than me. You are his disciple. Although he did not ask me to take care of you, there is no need to be so distant. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and waved his hand. A bright light flashed in Mu Zifeng's eyes. He was very meticulous, figuring out some other meaning from Lu Benwei's words. Cultivating immortal and Buddha together, divine and demonic as one. This was Shao Chen's martial Tao. Come then. Come with me to the Heavenly Alliance to officially confirm your identity. Humph! Shi Mu snarled. You are really seeking death. If it were in the past, I would definitely charge my way to Bushin Palace to seek an explanation for bullying me like this. This farewell meant that Shao Chun would be leaving the foe god world for good. He did not know when he would return. Senior Fiendish Saber, spare me. This was especially so for Zhang Yushan. He felt somewhat unnatural when he saw Shao Chun. The junior brother at the side found it strange and asked, Senior brother, why do you keep touching your face? The swelling has already subsided. There is no need to be afraid. 10,000 Dragons Art. Soaring dragons dancing, playing with the sea and clouds, diving, flying, or hiding in the depths. It encompasses all the dragons in the world, using the 10,000 dragons to soar and return to the origin, condensing the ancestor dragon's origin. The saber light recovered, and the air rippled. In an instant, it radiated for thousands of kilometers. Space seemed to surge like waves. As they surged, saber intent spread to every corner of space. After leaving Fiendish Cloud Hall, Mu Zifeng asked, Shao Chun, did you encounter anything in the foe god world? When Shao Chun thought about it, he found it somewhat terrifying. Life in the foe god world was rather peaceful and dull. In the past few years, Shao Chun had been immersed in bitter cultivation, comprehending the Saber Dao domain. He could not afford to be distracted, nor did he think that he would run into any danger in Fiendish Cloud Hall. Shao Chun gave Lu Benwei a meaningful look. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. Plop! Plop! This 10,000 Dragons art was not easy to cultivate. Shao Chun had read through any cultivation technique in the past once or twice, and he could circulate it as he pleased. He would be able to operate it freely and control it as he pleased. Shao Chun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then he used the 10,000 Dragons art to drive the divine energy sea. The surface of the sea immediately rippled. Miserable shrieks that came from the depths of Shao Chen's soul rang out. All the fleeing scarlet light was destroyed. No wonder Big Brother Lu often cultivated outside my room in the past 5 years, nearly always by my side. They saw a handsome, demon-like young man holding a long saber in his hand. However, now that so many people were present, he could not afford to flare up. He could only follow Lu Benwei and send off Shao Chun. If Shao Chun follows me, nothing will happen. Why did Lu Benwei purposely say all that nonsense? The remaining scarlet light condensed into a golden dragon image. At this moment that golden light was incredibly weak, looking very miserable. It turned out that this handsome, fiendish youth was Fiendish Saber Shi Mu. Shi Mu said coldly, In the past 5 years, you have been wandering around my fiendish cloud peak many times. I treated you as if you did not exist. Did you really think that I did not see you? Whoosh! Chapter 2180. The Boundless Starry Heavens, the Boundless Universe. A supercontinent floated in the sky. From a distance, it looked like it was made of 7 golden shards. This supercontinent looked boundlessly vast in the starry heavens, flickering with golden light. The thousands of stars in the surroundings looked like lanterns dotting its surroundings. This was a true supercontinent. Even the stars looked incredibly insignificant before it, like the light of a firefly. What was even more exaggerated was that there seemed to be people using cauldrons to refine stars, using the flames of the stars to forge secret treasures. Occasionally, huge fireballs flickered like meteors on this vast supercontinent. One might think that they were really meteors, but in reality, they were just sparks shot out by blacksmiths during forging. At first glance, the enormous artifact cauldrons were like mountains that stood tall and straight, unending and rising and falling indeterminately. If one had good eyesight, one would be able to count a total of 9,800 cauldrons. These cauldrons lined up on this supercontinent, looking like a coiled ancient dragon. The flames in the cauldrons flickered like day and night alternating. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg on this supercontinent. There were also boundless herb fields and medicine cauldrons belonging to alchemists in the herb fields. Aside from refining alchemy and refining blacksmiths, which were the two industries most closely related to cultivators, there were also many other industries. On this supercontinent, everything related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, everything related to business could be seen. You could see a grand scene that would make you gasp in amazement. Various major trades intersected with each other, densely packed like ants occupying this supercontinent. However, everything was orderly, busy, but not chaotic. It was like an invisible hand was controlling everything. This was the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Even though Xiao Qian had seen it from afar before, he still felt incredibly shocked when he saw it again on Mu Zifeng's alloy warship. The alloy warship flew over the Heavenly Alliance's supercontinent, heading for the center. Along the way, the many sceneries that Xiao Qian saw left a deep impression on him. Given the alloy warship's startling speed, they flew for half a day before arriving at the center of this supercontinent. There was a sea of clouds there. The floating white clouds looked solid. Many buildings stood on the white clouds, looking very strange. Heaven outside. Xiao Qian followed Mu Zifeng down and arrived above the white clouds. Soon he saw a towering mountain gate with the ancient words, Heaven outside, written on it. After you enter this gate, you will enter the core of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Come, I'll bring you in. Mu Zifeng let Xiao Qian in, feeling familiar with the place. Along the way, Mu Zifeng performed a cupped fist salute, not daring to ask. Now, the Heaven Alliance is a very complicated organization, and its internal power is in a mess. However, to put it simply, we, the Heavenly Alliance members, exist to protect the interests of the merchant associations under the Heavenly Alliance. You should know that the Heavenly Alliance members exist in the 1,000 Great Realms. As long as there are cultivators, there will be merchant associations controlled by the Heavenly Alliance. However, as long as there are benefits, there will be disputes. We are responsible for resolving disputes. As Mu Zifeng walked, he explained the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure to Xiao Qian. These were things one needed to know to join the Heavenly Alliance. As Heavenly Alliance members, we have nothing to do with those merchant associations. As Mu Zifeng walked, he explained the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure to Xiao Qian. However, you have to remember that the Heavenly Alliance is the Heavenly Alliance, and the merchant associations are the merchant associations. Now, we are members of the Heavenly Alliance and have nothing to do with those merchant associations. Even Mu Zifeng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. However, he did not say anything about it. It was more or less the same as what the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said. Even Mu Zifeng had to make this clear to Xiao Qian. As for you, I believe that you are about the same as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. You will not have too many thoughts about authority. In fact, you might not even be able to stay in the Heavenly Alliance for long. In that case, you have even less to worry about. Mu Zifeng seemed to be speaking casually. Xiao Qian did not comment, but he did not object. You want to use the Heavenly Alliance's resources to advance your own martial Dao. There are many cultivators like you in the Heavenly Alliance, so you don't have to think too much. The Heavenly Alliance will not give you resources for nothing, nor will it let you work for nothing. Everyone is mutually beneficial. Using each other? Mu Zifeng did not say it out loud. Instead, he changed it to mutually beneficial. Xiao Qian remained indifferent, not paying much attention to this. In the end, this was a superfaction established by the merchant associations. Compared to a sect, the Heavenly Alliance lacked a spiritual inheritance, making it hard to integrate. What do I need to do in the Heavenly Alliance? Xiaochen asked. He saw many people coming and going in heaven outside of heaven. However, they came and went in a hurry, not conversing much with each other, appearing somewhat cold. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "The Heavenly Alliance has endless problems to deal with. You are new here, so you will have to work harder. Take out your Heavenly Alliance medallion." As promised, Xiaochen took out the medallion. The back of the medallion showed a vast snowy scene with an indistinct 8-petal plum blossom in the snowy scene. Only one petal lit up. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and extended his hand. Then another petal lit up. After lighting up one petal, you are considered a probationary member. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, you are a formal member and can light up too. In the Heavenly Alliance, you are considered the lowest ranked member. Before you light up 3-petal, you can only remain in heaven outside of heaven, unable to go anywhere. Mu Zifeng's next words made Xiaochen's expression change slightly in confusion. How do I light up 3-petal? Contribution. You have to work for the Heavenly Alliance and deal with the Heavenly Alliance's problems. The amount of contribution you obtain depends on the size of the problem. After lighting up 3-petal, you can go in and out freely. However, you still cannot leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Only after lighting up 4-petal are you truly free. At that time, you can choose to remain in the Heavenly Alliance or leave. Mu Zifeng said after some thought. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered the Heavenly Alliance with me. After he lit up 4-petal, he chose to leave, becoming an 8-vein Sovereign Emperor. I chose to stay, so you can see that I am now a Cordoyan, a 7-petal Plum Blossom, a 9-vein Sovereign Emperor, a half-god. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Mu Zifeng's words were a hint to Xiaochen. If Xiaochen chose to stay and continue climbing the ranks to enter the Heavenly Alliance's core, he would gain even greater benefits. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor chose to leave. Now he was only an 8-vein Sovereign Emperor. However, Xiaochen was already a 9-vein Sovereign Emperor, a half-god. The two chatted as they walked. Xiaochen gained a rough understanding of the members who lit up only 2-petal. They did not have much authority in the Heavenly Alliance, only duties. This place had a strict hierarchy and strict order. The higher-ranked members had overwhelming privileges over the lower-ranked members. This was a form of motivation for the Heavenly Alliance's members to work hard to deal with the Heavenly Alliance's problems and raise their status. As for contribution, it was similar to the Sex Mission Hall. However, in the Heavenly Alliance, one did not have much authority to refuse or choose. The 2-petal members could not even choose their own missions. The Heavenly Alliance had to make arrangements for them. No matter what the mission was, one did not have the authority to refuse. If one completed it, one would be rewarded. If one failed, one would be punished, losing contribution points. As Xiaochen spoke, he suddenly felt the divine energy sea in his body stir for some reason. Xiaochen's divine energy sea surged, and his entire body felt indescribably carefree. A great temptation drew him. "This is," Xiaochen muttered as he looked at a towering mountain in front. The temptation came from this mountain. To think that there was a mountain above the cloud sea. This was a spiritual mountain that contained divinity. The higher one went, the stronger the divinity. One could even see faint divine light overflowing from the shining mountain. At the peak of the mountain, the divine light was so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. This is the Heavenly Divine Mountain. The Heavenly Alliance gathered boundless resources to build this divine mountain. There are boundless benefits for a divine vein realm Sovereign Emperor to cultivate on this mountain. However, you can only stay at the foot of the mountain now and cannot climb it. Mu Zifeng explained softly. After arriving at the foot of the divine mountain, Mu Zifeng got someone to arrange a residence for Xiaochen. Then he said, "You can stay here first. You can walk around more when you have time. There are no forbidden lands in this heaven beyond heaven. I'll take my leave first." "Lord Mu, take care." Xiaochen turned his head and looked at his residence. Then he nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. "Young Master Xiao, do you have any instructions?" As Mu Zifeng had personally brought Xiaochen over, the old man responsible for the handover did not dare to slight him. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "No. All right, I'll go and arrange for servants for young Master Xiao. If you have any instructions in the future, you can come and look for this old man at any time." The gray-clad old man performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Arranging for servants is probably a form of monitoring. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. The Heavenly Alliance is colder than I thought. However, this is understandable. They are not related. How can it be that easy to obtain resources? After entering the residence, Xiao Chun wandered around. This place was much better than his residence in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Aside from the necessities for cultivation, there were all sorts of facilities. This was simply a noble residence. There was even a spirit beast pavilion with all sorts of spirit beasts. After Xiao Chun wandered around, the old man's servants arrived at the entrance of the residence. The leader was a pretty maidservant. Many male and female servants followed behind her, all of them kneeling respectfully. These servants even had all sorts of items placed on top of their heads. Young master, this servant Bao will be responsible for young master's daily life in the Heavenly Alliance. What is your name? This servant is Bao. The pretty maidservant replied softly, feeling somewhat bashful. When Xiao Chun heard that, he became somewhat distracted. Bao. Long ago, he had a maidservant called Bao as well. After that, he did not have another maidservant. This was truly a distant memory. Young master? Bao asked, finding it strange when she saw Xiao Chun in a daze. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and said softly, I am older than you. Just call me Big Brother Xiao. There is no need to address me as master. Alright, Big Brother Xiao. If there are any areas of this residence that require improvement, I'll get the servants to design them for you. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, There's no need. Let them in first. They just have to help me tidy up. Alright. As the group of servants entered in a single file, Xiao Chun looked around, trying to find the eyes and ears of the Heavenly Alliance. However, after thinking about it, he chose to give up. So what if he found them? If he kept his guard up, he might end up attracting more attention. At that time, he would be even more problematic. Chapter 2181. Under Bao'er's arrangements, the group quickly cleaned up the residence. To Xiao Chun, the residence was already very clean. However, after this cleaning, it actually looked brighter. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it looked brand new. The flowers and grass were trimmed, the walls and doors were repainted, and incense lamps were lit in the room. Wherever one went, one could smell a fresh fragrance, making one feel refreshed. Xiao Chun sighed. Having servants and not having servants were indeed two different living environments. Big Brother Xiao, I have cleaned up the entire residence for you. This herb field has not been developed yet. If you have natural treasures or other spirit herbs, you can replant them here or go to a shop to buy the seeds you need. There are apothecary disciples among the servants who specialize in this. There will also be professionals taking care of those spirit beasts. I guarantee that they will not suffer any losses. Bao bowed slightly and asked, Is Big Brother Xiao satisfied? When Xiao Chun heard that, he entered deep thought. He could put the herb field aside for now. After all, he was not an alchemist. He did not cultivate cultivation techniques that required natural treasures. However, he could think about the spirit beasts first. Xiao Chun had not had the time to take care of the demon blood vulture, basically letting it roam. With professionals taking care of it, it should be better. Who is in charge of rearing the spirit beasts? Xiao Chun asked, and an old man immediately appeared. He knelt before Xiao Chun and said, Little master, this old servant is in charge of the spirit beasts. Just call me Elder Lu. Master, what instructions do you have? Whoosh! A flash of red light appeared, and the demon blood vulture appeared on Xiao Chun's shoulder. Its wings were scarlet, glistening, and exceptionally beautiful. Do you recognize this bird? Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he answered. This is a demon blood vulture. Rumor has it that it lives in the Ash-Gray Sea, one of the 7 great forbidden seas. Its race is isolated from the rest of the world and hard to capture. It feeds on demonic nature and can consume any demonic nature in the world, growing infinitely. If one can activate its bloodline and feed it spirit blood fruits, it might even be able to recover its ancestral blood and become a great desolate and ferocious beast, the blood phoenix. Master, this demon blood vulture is incredible. Its eyes are golden. It must have an extremely noble bloodline in the demon blood vulture race. What's even rarer is that his bloodline seems to have mutated. There's a very good chance that he'll become a blood phoenix. Hee, of course. My father is the blood vulture king. How can my bloodline not be noble? This old man has good eyesight. I can let him serve me. The demon blood vulture's cocky voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Ignoring it, Xiao Chen sized up the old man and was surprised. He really knew a lot. There were many things that he had never heard of before. However, he still had to continue experimenting. Then, do you know how to nurture the demon blood vulture? Senior Lu smiled and said, this old servant grew up in the beast-taming abode. I spent all my time raising 9,000 kinds of spirit beasts and demonic pets in the world. Although I have never raised a demon blood vulture before, I still know the method. At the side, Bauer said softly, Big brother Xiao, this Uncle Lu is a treasure. Xiao Chan once nurtured an underworld ghost bird into a 9-veined sovereign emperor mutated beast. He was one of the top beast tamers in the Heavenly Alliance. If it wasn't for Lord Mu's order, he wouldn't have come with me. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and said softly, my eyesight is poor. I could not tell that Senior Lu was so capable. Sorry for the disrespect. No one in the Heavenly Alliance can be underestimated. What about you? Xiao Chun turned his head to look at Bauer and asked her, changing the topic. Bauer's expression did not change. She smiled mischievously and said, how can I be capable? I'm just a maid who helps Big Brother Xiao dress and make his bed, serve tea and pour water. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not pursue the matter. He continued, Senior Lu, tell me how to raise this demon blood vulture. Senior Lu nodded and said, that will depend on how much resources Master gives me. If there are enough resources, I will definitely feed it demonic spirit fruits every day and bring it to the blood prison once every half a month. Then, I will go to the Spirit Beast Palace to exchange for cultivation techniques and martial techniques for demonic pets. This will also depend on how Master raises it. You can raise it in all aspects or focus on one attribute like speed, killing intent, or devouring. The demon blood vulture is a rather well-rounded demonic pet. You can raise it however you want. It will depend on Master's preferences. Xiao Chen thought for a while. This Senior Lu is really knowledgeable. He asked in his heart, Demon blood vulture, are you willing to follow me? I'm already drooling, the answer went without saying. Xiao Chan said, from today on you will be in charge of raising the demon blood vulture. Don't be stingy with resources. May I ask, what is the currency used for transactions in the Heavenly Alliance? Bauer replied softly, any currency in the Heavenly Alliance will do. After all, we are doing business. Spirit jades, primeval heavenly pills, origin liquid, and divine crystals will do. However, we usually use origin liquid. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the primeval heavenly pills in his storage ring, and the 10,000-year-old herb kings he obtained in paradise and handed them to Bao. Help me exchange them for origin liquid. From today on, you will be in charge of all the expenses in the residence. The amount that Xiao Chun took out was a huge sum, especially the 10,000-year-old herb kings. Originally, Xiao Chun intended to use these herb kings for himself. However, there was no point in using them after refining the Thundercliff tree. When Bauer received all this, she did not feel shocked at all. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. Even the servants of the Heavenly Alliance are servants who have seen the world. Big brother Xiao, thank you for your trust. I will help young master settle this matter within half a day. After Bauer counted the items, she agreed without hesitation. In that case, you all can withdraw first. I need to rest for a while. All right. After the group took their leave, Xiao Chan went to a medicinal spring in the residence alone. The spring water surged and spiritual energy spread everywhere. This was a medicinal spring that the Heavenly Alliance's alchemists specially refined for sovereign emperors. After soaking in it, one could eliminate fatigue, nourish one's mind, and remove hidden injuries. If one spent some origin liquid, one could add in medicinal pills to aid one's cultivation. The warm spring water made Xiao Chan feel exceptionally comfortable as he soaked in it. After he closed his eyes, he actually felt drowsy. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, cultivators basically did not need to sleep. In fact, they found it very difficult to sleep. If one wanted to rest, one only needed to enter a meditative state. However, falling asleep would be somewhat difficult. Many people even found it impossible to fall asleep. Their spiritual sense would remain somewhat awake. However, in reality, sleep was the best nourishment for sovereign emperors. It was even beneficial to cultivation. There should be spirit herbs for calming the mind in the medicinal spring. Otherwise, it would not be so effective. Xiao Chan did not reject this drowsiness, so he fell asleep. When he woke up, Xiao Chan felt refreshed and full of energy. He looked around and discovered that Bao Er was already standing across from him, holding a white towel in her hand. Mist wafted out. When looking at Bao Er, who was not far away, he felt like he was looking at flowers in the mist, a hazy yet intense sense of beauty. Splash! Splash! Bao Er stood up and splashed the spring water. Then she walked over and wiped down Xiao Chen's body, then helped him put on his clothes. Xiao Chan did not want to stand out in the Heavenly Alliance. Furthermore, he had nothing else on his mind, so he did not avoid these things and did not refuse. Bao Er found this somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were many scars on Xiao Chen's body. They were not as clean as his delicate facial features. Some of the scars even layered over each other. The crisscrossing scars all over his body looked somewhat sinister and scary. When Bao Er finished helping Xiao Chan put on his clothes, she still felt somewhat unsettled. How long was I asleep? Big brother Xiao happened to have slept for a night. I have already completed the task that you instructed me to do yesterday. I exchanged for a total of 50 tons of origin liquid. I gave old Lu half and the rest is with me. Does young master need it? Not for now. Keep it for me first. Xiao Chan still had 25 tons of origin liquid on him. That was sufficient for regular cultivation. However, he had not opened his first divine vein yet, so he did not need so much origin liquid. All right. After hesitating for a while, Bao Er said, "Young master had best not cultivate for now. You can continue resting. When the Heavenly Alliance's missions come, you might not have time to rest. I'll listen to you." Hence, aside from occasionally cultivating, Xiao Chan spent the rest of his time wandering around the residence. The residence was very large. There were several places that Xiao Chan had not explored. Now was an opportunity. Only 2 days passed peacefully. Then, Xiao Chen's first mission in the Heavenly Alliance arrived. A black-clad administrator hovered above Xiao Chen's residence and said, "Heavenly Alliance 2-petal member Xiao Chan, heed my orders. A local sect elder in the Ink Sea cluster is advancing to Sovereign Emperor, threatening the Merchant Association's interests. I order you to go and deal with this problem for the Alliance within 10 days. Otherwise, you will fail the mission, and you will be severely punished." Whoosh! A jade strip fell. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and caught the jade strip. Then, he placed it on his forehead and checked it, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. "Big brother Xiao, should I get old Lu to call the demon blood vulture over?" Bao Er asked. "There's no need. The demon blood vulture is in the early stages of nurturing, and is not suited for battle. Help me take care of the residents." Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he followed the administrator to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. Chapter 2182. The Constellation Zone referred to the Constellation Zone. In the Great Thousand Worlds there was a sea of stars at the center of many star fields, and then they were named after the sea. For example, the Grave Sea cluster that Xiao Chan once stayed in. The various cluster zones were now like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the central Great Realm. The outer regions that the Central Great World Cultivator spoke of mostly referred to these cluster zones. In the eyes of the Central Great World Cultivators, the outer regions were like the countryside. Apart from some special clusters in the outer Endless Sea, most of the outer Endless Sea clusters didn't have enough connate spiritual qi, and the inheritances weren't complete enough, so the competition wasn't fierce enough. It was very difficult for an imperial lord to be born. As a sovereign personage, one could dominate the outer seas and enjoy the treatment of the Central Great Realm's foe gods. The Grave Sea cluster that Xiao Chan once stayed in was like this. On the surface, it did not have a single sovereign personage. Perhaps only some rank 4 sects had sovereign personages nearing the end of their lifespans. Normally, such sovereign personages would not appear. The Ink Sea cluster was much stronger than the Grave Sea cluster. It had 2 rank 5 sects, and the sect masters were sovereign personages. Many of the supreme elders were heaven-defying sovereign personages and even false emperors. However, in the past 1,000 years, there had never been an imperial lord. The various factions maintained a delicate balance, but now a rank 1 sect had an imperial lord. This was incredible. Shao Chun was very clear about how strong a sovereign emperor was. In front of a sovereign emperor would only need one move to kill a sovereign emperor. No matter how many powerful trump cards one had, it would be useless. Even if one had a soul tool, it would only be a slight deterrent. If one side suddenly became stronger, the balance would be broken, and the original distribution of benefits would naturally need to be reshuffled. Shao Chun was going to the Ink Sea cluster to protect the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant associations. He could not give up his own benefits just because the other party had a sovereign emperor. The mission did not specify a specific solution. He could choose to kill this newly advanced imperial lord or negotiate with him. There were many methods, but there was only one goal: to ensure the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's affiliated merchant associations. The better this task was done, the higher the merit would be. Otherwise, there would be punishment. Using the Dao platform at Sky Beyond Heaven, Shao Chun teleported to a Dao platform near the Ink Sea cluster. This Dao platform belonged to everyone, not the Heavenly Alliance alone. By the time Shao Chun set foot on the Ink Sea, half a day had passed. Shao Chun clearly sensed the difference between the spiritual energy of this place and the central Great Realm's spiritual energy. 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant association here was the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. When Shao Chun thought about it, he felt that he had some fate with the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. If he remembered correctly, he had a VIP card in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Let's go to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's headquarters in the Ink Sea first. The Starry Sea possessed a great gravitational pull. If one was not careful, they would be sucked in. The Starry Sea possessed a corrosive nature. If one's cultivation was not high enough, falling into it would be life-threatening. Shao Chun recalled that when they first arrived at the Grave Sea, Shao Chun and Shao Sua's group had been very careful, not daring to let down their guard at all. Now that Shao Chun was a sovereign emperor, he did not need to worry too much. He turned into a bolt of lightning above the Ink Sea, piercing through the clouds without fear. 2 hours later, an island that could be called a continent appeared in front of Shao Chun. This was the largest island in the Ink Sea, Red Cloud Island. The headquarters of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion was there. Normally speaking, since it was called Red Cloud Island, the largest city on the island would be called Red Cloud City. Red Cloud Island was not surprised. As Shao Chun swaggered into the city, none of the guards or experts in the city noticed him. Hovering in the air, Shao Chun swept his gaze around, spreading his spiritual sense to every corner of the city. In the next moment, his figure flashed, leaving behind a faint purple mark. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was tall and majestic, occupying the best location. However, the entrance was somewhat deserted. This did not match the reputation of the top merchant association in the Ink Sea. Shao Chun guessed something and directly entered. "This young master, are you here to buy something?" Upon seeing Shao Chun appear, a pretty maidservant with a faint smile immediately came forward to greet him. "Long Yun, withdraw. I'll take care of this guest." Before Shao Chun could answer, a spirited old man in embroidered robes with a flushed complexion walked out of the hall's staircase. The maidservant gave Shao Chun a strange look before withdrawing. However, she could not understand why the pavilion master would personally receive a youth. "This old man's family name is Qin, and my first name is Pa. May I ask for young master's great name?" The embroidered-robed old man said to Shao Chun with a smile as he walked down. Whoosh! This old man must have figured something out. Shao Chun did not bother speaking nonsense with him. He flashed his Heavenly Alliance medallion in front of the old man. Qin Po's expression did not change. He said seriously, "Young master, please come with me." When Shao Chun arrived at the private room at the top floor, Qin Po's expression changed drastically. He performed an incredibly respectful cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, my lord. I did not want to attract attention earlier, so I did not greet you properly. My lord, please forgive me." Shao Chun sat on a mahogany chair with a calm expression, indicating that he did not mind. He said softly, Xiao Chun Grasshead Xiao Morning Sunday. I do not like to speak nonsense, so please do your best to give a simple introduction of the situation. I will deal with you within 10 days. Very well, my lord. Qinpe was very careful, not daring to be slow. This was a major character from the Heavenly Alliance. He could not afford to offend him. Even though Qinpe had seen many major scenes, he still felt somewhat nervous. After calming himself, he said, The Ink Sea has 2 rank 5 sects, the Flying Cloud Sect and the Azure Smoke Pavilion. 2 years ago, the Azure Smoke Pavilion's Supreme Elder, Qingyan Shangren, advanced to Sovereign Emperor. Half a year after that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion took 70% of the Ink Sea's resources. The other factions shared the remaining 30%. The Azure Smoke Pavilion has always done business with our merchant association. In the past, we earned 70% and they earned 30%. After Qingyan Shangren advanced to Sovereign Emperor, he demanded an exorbitant price. To think that he wanted us to take only 2% while they wanted 80%. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The Ink Sea's resources were definitely in the hands of the sections. However, if the sects wanted to develop, they needed to work with the Merchant Association to maximize the benefits of the resources. This could be considered mutually benefiting, helping each other out. There were many ways to do this. However, it was very simple. It was just that whoever was stronger would benefit more. In the past, when the various factions interfered, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion could gain 70% of the profits. However, the situation changed now. The Azure Smoke Pavilion produced a Sovereign Emperor. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion could not gain any advantage, even getting bullied. There was no need to probe too deeply into the business matters. They had nothing to do with him. Xiaochen grasped the main point. He asked seriously. He advanced to Sovereign Emperor 2 years ago? Yes. I reported this matter to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters 2 years ago. However, we never received any attention, Qinpe said helplessly. Xiaochen thought to himself, it is not that we do not pay attention. It is just that we do not have enough manpower. Continue. Right. He wanted 80% of the profits. Naturally, we refused. After that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion stopped doing business with us. Instead, they supported a small merchant association and secretly suppressed us. For the past 2 years, we have nearly lost all of our business. You saw how bleak our business is now. Xiaochen felt doubtful. How can a small merchant association compare to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion had branches in the Central Great Realm. In terms of strength and accumulations, a small merchant association could not compare to it. In a fair competition, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion could take out more secret treasures, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques than the other merchant associations. Qinpe smiled bitterly. With the Azure Smoke Pavilion secretly supporting us, we cannot do business at all. The Merchant Association's cargo ships responsible for transporting resources have even been robbed a few times. During this period, they have been openly suppressing us. Several of my 9 Cauldron Pavilion's guards died. Qingyan Shangren has already spread the word that all Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples are not allowed to do business with my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. On the surface, it looked like Qingyan Shangren forbade the Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples from doing business with my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. In reality, it was a warning to all the cultivators in the Ink Sea. Who in the Ink Sea would dare to offend a sovereign emperor? Xiaochen grasped the key point again. He asked seriously, he killed people from the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? Yes. With the Azure Smoke Pavilion supporting us, the other party does not have to worry. Xiaochen said calmly, that's easy. What is that merchant association called? Qinpe did not understand what Xiaochen meant, but he still answered honestly. In the past, it was called the Red Cloud Merchant Association. Now, it is called the 10 Cauldron Pavilion. When Xiaochen mentioned the name of the other party's merchant association, Qinpe's expression turned even more unsightly. This name was a direct slap in the face. You have 9 and I have 10. This high-profile name is meant to suppress you. Is that Merchant Association's association chief in Red Cloud City? He has always been. Right after Qinpe spoke, he looked up and saw that Xiaochen had already disappeared from his chair. The curtains fluttered a few times, indicating that someone had just left. How fast? This startled Qinpe. However, after he sat down, he felt somewhat uneasy. This Xiaochun was simply too young. Xiaochun's cold attitude also made Qinpe feel somewhat unreliable. He muttered to himself, the Heavenly Alliance has not sent anyone for more than 2 years. Now that someone finally came, they sent a rash youth. Dang! Qinpe did not see any commotion, but Xiaochun appeared before him again. Qinpe raised his head and spat out all the tea in his mouth. Xiaochun held a head in his hand. It belonged to the head of the Red Cloud Merchant Association's association chief, whom Qinpe wished he could hack into 1,000 pieces. The other party appeared stunned. Based on his expression, he probably did not even know how he died. If Qinpe recalled correctly, this fellow was a holy venerate and had the protection of a heaven-defying sovereign personage from the Azure Smoke Pavilion. How did he die just like that? How did he do it? Before Qinpe could even warm his seat or drink his tea, Xiaochun returned after killing someone. Qinpe could not help feeling fear in his heart. He quickly stood up and said in a trembling voice, "Milord, I killed the person and demolished the 10 Cauldron Pavilion. Make your preparations. Business should be here in the next 2 days." Xiaochun said indifferently. His expression remained calm as if he had just done something unremarkable. However, killing a holy venerate before a heaven-defying sovereign personage was indeed an insignificant matter. However, Qinpe was already frightened silly. He said in a trembling voice, I'll go and make my preparations. This little one will take his leave first." "Wait a moment." Qinpe immediately asked in a fluster, "Milord, what instructions do you have?" "Send this head to the Azure Smoke Pavilion as quickly as possible." Qinpe immediately felt startled. "Milord, you are provoking Qingyan Shangren. You have to think this through. Just do as I say. Why so much nonsense?" Xiaochun frowned slightly. Qinpe's words made it sound like he should not provoke the other party. However, when Xiaochun thought about how the other party had been suppressed for a long time, it was understandable that he feared Qingyan Shangren. Xiaochun softened his tone and said softly, "I want to provoke him. The faster I deal with this problem, the more contribution I will obtain, and the more benefits your 9 Cauldron Pavilion will obtain." Yes. I'll do it now." Qinpe immediately felt somewhat excited. This little lord's temper and boldness were really great. It looked like the 9 Cauldron Pavilion was going to turn things around. Chapter 2183. Inksea, Heavenly Cloud Mountain, one of the 3 blessed lands. A blessed land should have many sects, just like the Purple Flame sect, where Xiaochun once stayed, which was just one sect in the Blessed Land. However, this Inksea's Heavenly Cloud Mountain only had one sect, the Azure Smoke sect. The reason went without saying. Since a sovereign emperor appeared in the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect naturally wanted to monopolize all the benefits of this great blessed land. Disagree? If one dared to disagree before a sovereign emperor, it would be no different from seeking death. Right now, the Azure Smoke sect lived up to its name in the Inksea. No one dared to oppose it. The sect disciples were even more arrogant and despotic, considering everyone else beneath them. In the Inksea, no one dared to offend them. In an era when sovereign emperors did not appear, even the strongest false emperor could not be so domineering. After all, a rank 5 sect had a soul tool. Even a false emperor had to fear them. Everyone coexisted peacefully, living in harmony. However, now that a sovereign emperor appeared, a soul tool in the hands of a sovereign emperor and a sovereign personage were 2 different secret treasures. The might that a soul tool could bring out was completely different. In the hands of a sovereign emperor, the horrifying might of a soul tool could truly be brought out. In this Inksea, a sovereign emperor was a supreme god. But tonight there was something wrong with the Azure Smoke sect. A rumor had spread through the entire sect, from top to bottom, from the mouth of all the disciples and elders. "Did you hear? Someone killed the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief. His head was delivered to our sect master last night." How could I not have heard about it? That fellow's death was really strange. He was not weak in the first place, and he had Marshal Grand Uncle Zhang's protection. However, he died just like that. Someone saw Marshal Uncle Zhang return last night. I heard that he was pale and dispirited, like he was scared silly. Who exactly is it? To think that he dares to provoke us. Does he not know that our Azure Smoke Sect's ancestor is already a sovereign emperor? This is the most horrifying thing. He clearly knows that you are a sovereign emperor, yet he still dares to kill your people. The rumors were hard to stop. The Tin Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief was killed, and the entire Merchant Association's headquarters was torn down on the street. This was an earth-shattering matter in the Ink Sea. The various major factions received the news at the fastest time. The other factions had already received the news. It would be hard for the Azure Smoke Sect disciples not to know about it. At this moment, the sect master and all the elders gathered in the Azure Smoke Sect's ancestral hall, at the main peak of Skycloud Mountain. Their expressions were incomparably grave as they looked at the items placed in the center of the hall in silence. That object was the head of the Tin Cauldron Chamber of Commerce's president. After the group of people received the heads, they discussed for an entire night, but they still couldn't come up with any ideas. The Azure Smoke Sect's sect master Luo Yun did not look old like a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a scholarly temperament. There was a sharp aura hidden between his brows. That was the foundation of an overlord. Everyone, we've discussed for an entire night, but we still haven't come up with a good idea? Luo Yun glanced at the elders gathered in the ancestral hall and said in a deep voice. There were not many elders. However, even the weakest was a holy venerate. 4 or 5 of the older ones were even sovereign personages. The Azure Smoke Sect's entire foundation was here. Even without Qingyan Shangren, the Azure Smoke Sect could be considered a peak existence among rank 5 sections. Those who could stand here naturally had some vision. They could tell that this was not a simple murder. Before a heaven-defying person died, Xiao Chan had silently killed another sovereign personage. Everyone was very clear on what kind of strength one needed to achieve this. This was especially so for that martial Uncle Jiang. After he returned, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Clearly, he had suffered a huge trauma in his heart. A false emperor could not make martial Uncle Jiang feel such fear. What kind of existence was above false emperor? No one dared to think about it, nor did they want to. They could only continue playing dumb when faced with Luo Yun's question. This is indeed making things difficult for everyone. Luo Yunling, who was sitting on the throne, let out a soft sigh. There was a trace of exhaustion on his face. Originally, Martial Uncle Qingyan should have been in charge of this matter. Unfortunately, Qingyan Shangren was currently in closed-door cultivation. Even when Luo Yun summoned him several times, he ignored him. Naturally, there was no solution to this difficult problem before everyone. Actually, Luo Yun guessed something. As the sect master of a rank 5 sect, he naturally knew some of the secrets of the Central Great Realm. Several thousand years ago, a sovereign emperor had appeared in the Ink Sea cluster. However, that sovereign emperor did not unify the Ink Sea. There seemed to be an invisible hand controlling the Ink Sea's movements in the unseen world. This kept the various factions of the Ink Sea in balance, preventing one faction from becoming too strong and monopolizing the Ink Sea. Even though martial Uncle Qingyan had become a sovereign emperor, Luo Yun did not want to drive the other factions to the edge. He feared that something bad would happen if this balance was broken. Although Luo Yun did not know what would happen, he still felt worried. However, martial Uncle Qingyan was stubborn, and the other elders were eager to try. Even if Luo Yun wanted to, he could not. Over the past 2 odd years, the Azure Smoke Sect had continuously grown stronger, showing a flourishing momentum. This further dispelled Luo Yun's worries. Unexpectedly, the thing he worried about the most happened. This sigh contained some helplessness. Luo Yun was limited by his knowledge and vision. He could guess something, but he did not know what was going on. This was the helplessness he felt the most. The 5 super factions secretly controlled the entire Great Thousand Realms. Without reaching a certain level, one would not know about this. Even many sovereign personages in the Central Great Realm did not know about the Heavenly Alliance. How much could Luo Yun, a rank 5 sect master of the Ink Sea, know? Martial nephew, what are you worrying about? This sigh is very puzzling. Haha. Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Then, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in the ancestral hall. Although this old man was skinny, his frail body gave off a frightening energy that could not be underestimated, appearing unfathomable. Old ancestor, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation. We were all scared out of our wits last night. Indeed. Quickly think of a solution. This person was the most famous person in the Ink Sea for the past 2 years, the Qingyan Shangren, whom nearly everyone knew. Luo Yun's eyes lit up. He felt that his martial uncle's strength had improved significantly, becoming even more unfathomable. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Martial uncle, please take a seat." Qingyan Shangren did not stand on ceremony. He sat down in the seat that Luo Yun vacated. As he looked at the heads below, he smiled sinisterly. This fellow is finally dead. Whoosh! Qingyan Shangren stretched out his hand, and the head of the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's chief flew into his hand. Then there was a loud bang. Only a skull remained amid the azure smoke. Qingyan Shangren ferociously grabbed, and the skull turned into powder and fell to the ground. Everyone, including Luo Yun, showed startled expressions. This time they were truly frightened. "Martial uncle," Luo Yun called out, feeling somewhat anxious. "This fellow is just a pawn that I placed in front of me. He will die sooner or later. It was worth it to be able to roam free for 2 years and suppress the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association." Qingyan Shangren waved his hand and said, "As for the rest, martial nephew, there is no need to worry. I already made arrangements. If he had come a year earlier, I might have been in some trouble. As for now, haha, this old man is waiting for him. If he dares to come, I will make sure that he never returns. As you wish, I am here." Bang! Right after the old man spoke, the doors of the ancestral hall, which were reinforced by formations, shattered. A strong wind blew at the broken doors, and a dazzling light as bright as the sun appeared, so bright that no one could open their eyes. A figure slowly appeared from the light. This figure was dressed in white, and he strode in with his head held high. How young! When the Azure Smoke sect elders saw this person's appearance, they all sighed in their hearts, feeling somewhat shocked. This was the person that the old ancestor was waiting for. This was the mysterious person that scared their martial uncle Jiang silly. Yu Weimian looked too young. Based on his appearance, he did not even look 50 years old. Naturally, the person who came was Xiao Chan. The head had been delivered to the Azure Smoke sect for one night, but the person he was waiting for had not arrived yet. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chan came himself. "I was wondering why the person did not arrive after one night. It turns out that you already condensed a divine vein. How admirable! How admirable! It is already not easy for you to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this desolate place. Now that you have condensed a divine vein, it is even more shocking." Xiao Chan glanced indifferently at the somewhat blind people. Then he said softly, "Do you not understand what I said? Even in the Central Great Realm, this martial granduncle of yours can be considered a top character." These words were true. Even in the Central Great Realm, it was extremely difficult to advance to Sovereign Emperor. Old Ancestor Yu, clearly, the Azure Smoke sect's elders did not know how strong Qingyan Shangren was or where he ranked in the Central Great Realm. Qingyan Shangren revealed a cocky expression, gladly accepting Xiao Qin's praise. Being able to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this Ink Sea already boosted Qingyan Shangren's ambition, filling him with pride. This was the so-called instant success. However, that is all. In the end, the accumulations in the Ink Sea are lacking. Forcefully plundering the Ink Sea's resources to condense a divine vein is even more foolish. You probably do not even have a divine vein level cultivation technique to cultivate. Such a sovereign emperor would not be able to cause much trouble in the Central Great Realm. No wonder you only know how to put on airs in this Ink Sea. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chan would suddenly change the topic, belittling Qingyan Shangren as worthless? Qingyan Shangren was already extremely proud of advancing to Sovereign Emperor. He even felt that the sovereign emperors of the Central Great Realm would not be much stronger than him. Earlier, Qingyan Shangren enjoyed Xiao Chen's words. So, he prepared to negotiate with Xiao Chan about the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen's words would suddenly change the topic, deeply stabbing at Qingyan Shangren's pride? Rage flared up in his heart. The atmosphere in the hall immediately turned strange. The Azure Smoke sect's elders were frightened into silence. Everyone could tell that this youth had touched on the old ancestor's reverse scale. An icy chill spread in the hall. Qingyan Shangren showed a sullen expression, his skinny face filled with murderous intent. A great battle would start at any moment. Chapter 2184. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall turned strange. No one dared to speak. The group of elders, including Luo Yuan, felt increasingly unbearable. The hall was so quiet that one could hear their breathing and heartbeats. Despite this unbearable feeling, they did not dare to move. It was like they feared breaking some sort of balance. Normally, these sovereign personages could call the wind and summon the rain in this ink sea cluster, supreme existences. Even though sovereign emperors appeared, sovereign personages were still incredibly rare in this ink sea cluster. Wherever they went, they were aloof and aloof. When had these sovereign emperors ever felt so unbearable? To put it bluntly, they did not even dare to let out a fart. The battle between Xiao Qian and Qingyan Shangren had already started. The two's auras clashed, their auras spreading to every corner of the hall. Both were storing up power in secret, searching for the other's openings, trying to suppress the other's aura. The invisible auras were already incredibly intense. Everyone here was a sovereign personage and naturally understood the profoundness of this. At this moment, if anyone dared to move, it would be like adding oil to the fire. Bang! Everything would explode. It was like time stopped in the hall. No one moved at all. Their expressions did not even change. Qingyan Shangren felt somewhat shocked. Although this youth before him had not opened any divine veins, his aura moved according to his heart. However, his aura moved according to his will, moving as he pleased. There were no openings at all. Could be said to be perfect. Dragon images seemed to appear behind Xiao Qian, howling and roaring ferociously. That was dragon might. This was a powerful, outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. Kasie. Just at this moment, one of the Azure Smoke Hall elders felt somewhat unbearable, so he shifted his body slightly. However, the sound amplified infinitely at this moment. It was like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. However, it did not kick up ripples. Instead, it kicked up a deafening wave like a tsunami. Luo Yun's face sank. Knowing that things were bad, the group of elders executed their movement techniques and quickly moved far away. In that instant, the limit of stillness shifted to the limit of movement. It was like these people came back to life. The elders already moved very fast. However, they were not faster than Xiao Qian and Qingyan Shangren. The incorporeal dragon image behind Xiao Qian gathered together, turning from incorporeal to corporeal, turning into a huge azure dragon image that roared furiously into the 9 heavens. Qingyan Shangren's expression turned cold as he slapped the armrest heavily. He mobilized all the accumulations of the entire Qingyun Peak sect. The illusion of a huge incense burner appeared in front of him. There were 3 incense sticks in the incense burner, and green smoke curled around them. Qingyan Shangren flicked his finger, and the lingering azure smoke immediately turned into thousands of sword images that shot out. The 2 auras collided in an instant. With a loud bang, the green smoke ancestral hall collapsed into nothingness. Pucci! Luo Yuan and the other elders of the Azure Smoke Hall spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The weaker elders, who were only at the Holy Venerate realm, even died on the spot from the shockwaves of the 2 auras. Not only did Luo Yuan and the others not have the qualifications to interfere in this battle, but they might even lose their lives if they were careless. When sovereign emperors fought, the scale of the battle was already beyond what these sovereign personages could imagine or resist. Dang! The melodious sound of weapons clashing rang out, echoing throughout the entire heavenly cloud mountain. This blessed land, which was as large as a great realm, buzzed endlessly and trembled. The heavenly cloud mountain was very large and vast. It was at least 100 million kilometers long. In the past, dozens of rank 4 sects lived in this place. One could easily imagine how vast it was. However, this heavenly cloud mountain was also very small. To Xiao Qian and Qingyan Shangren, who were fighting, just the shockwaves could cover most of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Whoosh! A purple figure retreated from Heavenly Cloud Mountain's main peak. As he retreated, he crashed into many peaks, kicking up huge waves in the seawater. Xiao Qian was not retreating alone. Instead, he was retreating with his aura. He did not crash into the tall peaks. Instead, his aura crushed them, turning them into surging tsunamis along with the seawater. Humph! How dare you disrespect me on Heavenly Cloud Mountain? Not to mention the fact that you have not opened a divine vein. Even if you did, you would not be a match for me. Qingyan Shangren stood proudly on the mountain's summit. At this moment his slender body seemed to contain boundless might, inspiring others to look up at him like looking at the sky. A strong wind blew as Qingyan Shangren looked coldly at Xiao Chan, who got knocked back. Then he said sullenly, "You have a great background. I will not kill you. I will use you as a bargaining chip. My azure smoke pavilion will dominate the ink sea, and we will not have to worry about anything in the future." Old ancestor. When the many azure smoke pavilion disciples saw Qingyan Shangren's majestic appearance and bold words, they felt their hot-bloodedness surge endlessly. Whoosh! Xiao Chan gently pushed off the surface of the sea, stopping his retreating figure. At the same time, the surging mountain-like seawater slowly fell back. However, the way it fell was incredibly gentle, following Xiao Chen's aura and spreading out again. What was even more miraculous was that the tall mountain that Xiao Chan crushed earlier actually retreated together with the seawater. It looked like time and space had reversed. In reality, it was just reuniting with Xiao Chen's aura. The mountain had already shattered. The mountain that Xiao Chan saw was only the mountain that existed in Xiao Chen's aura. It was like a painting. When Xiao Chan retreated, the white clouds, mountains, rivers, and sunlight had already entered the painting. Now the painting was just reuniting. Xiao Chan looked at Qingyan Shangren, who stood proudly on the main peak like he was the sovereign of the world. However, Xiao Chan was not surprised at the other party's strength. A sovereign emperor's accumulations would not be child's play when a rank 5 sect erupted. However, since Xiao Chan dared to come, he had to have considered the other party's geographical advantage. "You are courageous. After seeing my azure smoke pavilion's accumulations, you still dare to not flee. Youths are like this, not fearing anything, thinking that they are fated. Today I will teach you a lesson and show you what fear is." Qingyan Shangren smiled coldly. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the azure smoke lingering around the incense burner circled around his fingertip. At the instant his thumb and index finger came into contact with each other, countless sword cries resounded. They were loud and clear, and they seemed to descend from the heavens and descend from the netherworld. Since the establishment of the Azure Smoke Pavilion, the many disciples had been using their swords to visualize the incense burner every day. They used their bodies as swords to worship the incense burner, accumulating accumulations for 100 years, 1,000 years, countless days and nights. Qingyan Shangren flicked his finger, and thousands of sword hums gathered. This sword hum pierced through the entire blessed land from north to south. Stimulated by this sword hum, Heavenly Cloud Mountain's 300-kilometer-tall main peak erupted with resplendent light, looking like a sharp sword illuminating the entire blessed land. Aside from the strand of sword light that Qingyan Shangren flicked out for 50 million kilometers, only black and white remained in the world. The sword light illuminated Xiao Chen's eyes, making his handsome facial features look even more distinct. The sword wind scattered Xiao Chen's long hair, making him appear even more unruly and unruly. The sword light, which carried the sex accumulations, looked like it could split the world apart. Then it instantly charged over. Everyone in the Azure Smoke Pavilion gasped in amazement at this sword strike. They had only heard of the sect's founding ancestor in the legends, having once flicked out such a strand of sword chi. Now they saw it with their own eyes. It was like the legends unfolded before them. The shock was indescribable. Everyone thought that Xiao Chan would die for sure under this sword strike. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured, unable to fight anymore. Xiao Chan showed a grave expression, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. The yin and yang divine essence seized in his body silently merged, and the Taiji force field spread out. Whoosh! The instant the Taiji force field appeared, a light burst out from Xiao Chen's body in the originally black and white world. The entire world regained its color. This was Xiao Chan using his own strength to suppress the other party with his aura, breaking the momentum of this sword strike. However, Xiao Chan did not dare to receive this sword strike head-on. This sword strike carried the accumulations of a sect that had accumulated for thousands of years. If he tried to receive it, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating himself. Not to mention whether he could receive it or not, he would be too stupid to do so. After the sword chi entered the Taiji force field, it looked like it could travel through space and time. However, to Xiao Chan it slowed significantly. Whoosh! Xiao Chan pushed off with his feet and gently moved, looking like he had dodged this sword strike by a fluke. When the sword chi entered the sea, it was like a stream flowing into the sea, silently vanishing. This was because the charm contained in the sword chi had automatically dissipated after losing its target, and the sex foundation had returned to the mountains and rivers. He dodged it. This startled Qingyan Shangren. To think that Xiao Chan managed to dodge his sure-hit sword strike. He could not help saying angrily, "Let's see how many sword strikes you can dodge." Qingyan Shangren flicked his finger, and another strand of sword chi that seemed to travel through space and time charged at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan did not dare to be careless. He drove the primal chaos divine energy in his body to the limits and used the Taiji force field to carefully slow down Qingyan Shangren's speed, narrowly dodging again. Whoosh! 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 Damn it! I don't believe that I cannot kill you. Qingyan Shangren felt somewhat flustered and exasperated after failing to hit his target. He flicked his finger, and strands of sword intent shot at Xiao Chan without end. Day and night immediately sped up in the blessed land. Sometimes only black and white remained. Another moment, the colors returned to normal. It was like the rising and setting of the sun were sped up. The Azure Smoke sect disciples were horrified to discover that as day and night sped up, their faces aged. Their fine black hair turned white. It was like time sped up several times. Let's see how long you can last. Under the berserk attacks, Xiao Chan appeared somewhat unable to hold out. Qingyan Shangren could not help laughing cockily. Just as he was about to make another move. Enough! Xiao Chan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly shouted. This shout was like a clap of thunder, immediately kicking up countless huge waves on the vast sea. You are really vicious. Draining the sex accumulations like this, completely disregarding the life and death of the disciples. I have a saber strike. Please give it a try. Gurgle. An unremarkable drop of seawater soared into the air amid the huge waves. Xiao Chan moved like a swallow, looking like he was about to fly but not soar. Then he flicked his finger. Fiendish saber inheritance, water droplet shaking the firmament. Chapter 2185. A drop of water could break the vault of heaven. Qingyan Shangren used his one-vein sovereign emperor cultivation to drive the sect's 1,000-year-old accumulations. He used the 30-kilometer-tall peak under his feet as a sword, and hundreds of strands of sword chi could cause the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon to pale in comparison. Xiao Chan would be defeated with just one strike. Xiao Chan, who could drive Taiji with primal chaos divine energy, finally recovered. Xiao Chen's counterattack was as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of the sword chi of mountains and rivers. What he flicked out was a drop of water, a drop of rain, a drop of sweat that contained the inheritance of the devil blade. The scorching sun had tortured it for 3,333 years, the gale had battered it for 3,333 years, and the lightning had struck it for 3,333 years. Over the past 9,999 years, the thunderstorm, the gale, and the scorching sun could not change his heart. What is a demon? Lonely as I am, 10,000 years of time hanging high in the 9 heavens, I exist alone. What is a demon? Just like me. I am so proud that even the heavens cannot tolerate my heart. This was the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, using the state of water droplets to break the sky. This drop of water was so tiny that if one did not look carefully, they would not even notice it. But once one discovered it, they would never be able to forget it. It was so ordinary yet so special. It was a demon. It's a drop of water. He flicked a drop of water. What is he trying to do? It's clearly just a drop of water, so why do I feel like I'm shivering and my legs aren't listening to me? Damn it, what's going on? Damn it, what the hell happened? Initially, when he saw this drop of water, he didn't think much of it. But soon, he found himself unable to shift his gaze away from it, and his legs wouldn't listen to him. How strange and bewitching. Qingyan Shangren was somewhat dumbfounded. This raindrop that Xiao Chan flicked out completely surpassed his common sense. Although Xiao Chan was not a sovereign emperor, his knowledge was limited. He had never heard of the fiendish saber's name or seen such a martial technique. He knew that this raindrop was extraordinary, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Not just for a moment, but with his experience, even if he racked his brains, he still wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with it. If they had the advantage of the terrain, it would have been impossible for them to suppress Xiao Chun before by consuming the foundation that the sect's disciples had been accumulating for thousands of years. I don't believe that a mere drop of water can overturn the heavens, Qingyan Shangren shouted coldly. Then, he waved his hand at the 3 incense sticks in the incense burner and wiped them gently. The little accumulations that the sect had accumulated were immediately drained. Using the sect's accumulations, Xiao Chun activated the sect protecting formation. Instantly, sword lights covered the main peak of Heavenly Cloud Mountain as the sect's formation activated. Then the light surged, and the nearby mountains and rivers seemed to come to life as if a long sword had come to life. In an instant, thousands of mountains became one. Is it useful? Xiao Chen's face was expressionless and cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. That drop of rain appeared in the eyes of the Azure Smoke sect disciples. It got closer and closer, silently piercing through the tall mountains and breaking through layers of sword veils, heading for a lake in the middle of the sect. He watched as the droplet of rain pierced through the mountain and tore through the sword veil, but nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Qingyan Shangren could not help but laugh. You are just bluffing. You nearly... Drip. Before Qingyan Shangren could finish speaking, that droplet of rain landed on the lake. With a loud boom, the entire blessed land, not just the Azure Smoke sect's 1,000-layered mountain gate, exploded with a loud bang. No! Qingyan Shangren showed a horrified expression as he screamed at the top of his lungs. The foundations of the Azure Smoke sect, which had been around for thousands of years, vanished before his eyes, completely destroyed. After that, the wind blew continuously. Layers of seawater exploded, and spirit springs spewed out everywhere. 7 colored lights scattered like fireworks. That was the top-grade spirit vein that sustained the blessed enclave. It had also been destroyed. Everything that he could see had been destroyed. However, he could only watch helplessly as the saber intent that erupted from that droplet of rain brought a calamity of destruction. One droplet of rain could destroy the sky. If the droplet of rain in that painting truly appeared, it might be able to sweep through the entire ink sea and destroy everything. Such a killing move already surpassed the norm of the mortal world. It could only be described as demonic. Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back as he slowly approached. With every step he took, the dilapidated mountains and rivers recovered. It was like time flowed in reverse. By the time Xiao Chun arrived before Qingyan Shangren, the entire blessed land had recovered to its original state. You, how ruthless! Even if I was in the wrong, you could have just killed me alone. However, what crime did the tens of thousands of my Azure Smoke sect disciples commit? To think that you slaughtered them all. You destroyed the foundation of my sect for thousands of years. Qingyan Shangren felt extreme grief, looking haggard. The killing intent that erupted from that droplet of rain landed on him. That inferior-grade soul tool incense burner had already shattered. Qingyan Shangren looked haggard, in an extremely sorry state. Xiao Chun said calmly, I did not kill them. Old ancestor. Many figures descended from the sky with confused expressions, clearly at a loss as to what to do. In fact, they did not even know what was happening. Xiao Chun purposely controlled that droplet of rain. Most of the saber intent landed on the Azure Smoke sect's formations and Qingyan Shangren. The moment the saber intent erupted, the others got knocked back. When they landed, they saw this scene. These people did not even know that their sects were already destroyed and that the entire blessed land was gone, as everything had happened too quickly. You all. Qingyan Shangren looked over. These sect disciples all had white hair and faint wrinkles on their faces. They looked like they had aged many years. Qingyan Shangren could not continue. Previously, he only cared about defeating Xiao Qin, squandering the sect's accumulations and overdrawing on the vitality of these sect disciples. Otherwise, given his foundation in the ink sea, even if he condensed a divine vein, he would not be able to gain any advantage against Xiao Chun. He would not be able to gain any advantage against Xiao Chun. He would reveal an opening with one strike, not to mention suppressing Xiao Chun. Old ancestor, are you all right? The sect disciples did not understand the reason behind this. Instead, they started worrying about Qingyan Shangren's injuries. Only Luo Yun and the other sovereign personages knew what was going on. However, they did not know what to say. They glanced at Xiao Chun, who was watching coldly from the side. Their hearts filled with fear and nervousness. Clang! Just as the sect disciples were worrying about Qingyan Shangren's injuries, they suddenly heard a melodious saber hum. A saber light flashed, looking like a short-lived, piercing and dazzling. What are you trying to do? If you dare to injure old ancestor, we will fight you to the death. After Qingyan Shangren became a sovereign emperor, he was like a god to the Azure Smoke sect disciples. This was especially so in the past 2 years, when he led the Azure Smoke sect to dominate a region. All the sect disciples worshipped him, holding him in high esteem. Seeing Xiao Chun draw his saber, the group of sect disciples all panicked, blocking Qingyan Shangren. Move aside. Qingyan Shangren knew Xiao Chun's strength. Before Xiao Chun, these people were like paper, not threatening at all. We are not leaving. I told you to move aside. Qingyan Shangren shouted angrily, shaking off all the disciples. Immediately they were tossed out like sandbags. Holding the tyrant saber, Xiao Chun approached step by step. When he arrived before Qingyan Shangren, he swung his saber. Luo Yun and the other sect masters immediately felt their hearts in their throats, feeling immense pressure. Senior, if you have any requests, just state them. Our Azure Smoke sect will definitely do as you say. Is it because of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? We can hand over all the benefits we gained in the past 2 years. You just need to say the word, and we can spare Marshal Uncle's life. In the end, Luo Yun could not bear to do this. He mustered up his courage and spoke in a trembling voice. This major character who dominated a region and swept through the Ink Sea, now trembled in fear, filled with helplessness. Xiao Chun ignored Luo Yun. He only looked at Qingyan Shangren and said, "It is not easy to become a sovereign emperor in the Ink Sea. This is your opportunity. However, you should not be afraid. So what if you are from the Ink Sea? You managed to become a sovereign emperor in this insignificant Ink Sea. So what if you go to the central great realm? The path of a cultivator should be fearless. Even if you suffer all sorts of hardships, it is fine as long as you keep moving forward. However, you remain stubborn, only wanting to dominate this Ink Sea, suppressing the other sects and squeezing out the resources of the entire Ink Sea. Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chun, today I will chop off one of your arms as punishment for bullying the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Behave yourself in the future." As the saber light descended, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Qingyan Shangren cried out miserably as his right arm was chopped off. Remnant saber intent lingered in the wound. This saber intent would remain for a long time. Even a sovereign emperor would not be able to recover from it. Xiao Chun did not kill Qingyan Shangren because he wanted to maintain the balance in the Ink Sea. He was also doing this out of consideration for the Azure Smoke sect disciples. If Qingyan Shangren died, the sects that he suppressed for the past 2 years would definitely kill all these disciples, not leaving a single one alive to vent their hatred. The more important reason was to maintain the balance, to give the various factions of the Ink Sea time to catch a breather. Even if a sovereign emperor lost an arm, he would still be much stronger than a regular false emperor. However, he would still be incomparable to when he was at his peak. Furthermore, with the destruction of the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect could only rest and recuperate for a long time. In the future, when the Azure Smoke sect rose up, it would fear the 9 Cauldron Pavilion and not dare to bargain. Only then would the Azure Smoke sect be in line with the Heavenly Alliance's interests. Only then would the mission come to a perfect conclusion. Whoosh! Xiao Chun's figure flashed. Then, he turned into a flash of purple light and vanished. Boom! When Xiao Chun left, the aura around him scattered. The entire blessed land shattered like a painting, returning to its original state. The sect is gone. This scene stupefied those disciples, all of them gaping and at a loss for what to do. However, Sect Master Luo Yun and the group of Elder Wang knew about this long ago. The moment they were sent flying, the entire mountain gate, no, the entire blessed enclave was gone. When the aura was gone, everything turned to dust. That feeling of helplessness made one sad, but one could not do anything about it. If possible, one might as well live in the painting, living in the aura that Xiao Chun gathered. At the very least, the sect still existed. Even if one knew that it was fake, it was better than being in rubble. This made one feel despair and heartache. For the past few years, I monopolized the Ink Sea. I was really living in a dream. After I woke up from this dream, I realized that this ink sea was never my ink sea. Luo Yun smiled bitterly and sighed softly, appearing haggard. Chapter 2186. Outside Heavenly Cloud Mountain in the Ink Sea, a group of Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples looked at the ruined Blessed Land. There was another figure who was also observing silently. However, even if Xiao Chun were here, he would find it hard to detect this figure, what more these people. The mysterious person looked around and fixed his gaze on Qingyan Shangren's severed arm. Xiao Chun had left some saber intent there. It would be very difficult to disperse the saber intent that contained Xiao Chun's divine seal Dao domain, especially when Xiao Chun had left it behind. Qingyan Shangren would have to find someone much stronger than Xiao Chun to disperse this saber intent. Otherwise, even a sovereign emperor would not be able to recover his arm. You did it beautifully. The mysterious person slowly withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention. To the Heavenly Alliance, killing Qingyan Shangren or not did not matter. The most important thing was to maintain the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's maximum benefits. If Qingyan Shangren was killed, the Ink Sea would definitely fall into chaos. It might even trigger a chaotic battle between the various factions, resulting in a drastic change in the situation. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was only a merchant association. It did not want to see such a scene. It still needed a stable Ink Sea without a strong ruler. After chopping off Qingyan Shangren's arm, Qingyan Shangren's strength decreased significantly. While he still deterred the other factions, it would be extremely difficult for him to regain his previous dominance. After learning this lesson, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion would fear him and not dare to do anything to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. As for Qingyan Shangren, it did not matter. A sovereign emperor who advanced in the Ink Sea was not sufficient. Actually, Xiao Qin's evaluation of Qingyan Shangren was already very fair. The true experts of the Central Great Realm all felt arrogant toward the outer regions in their hearts. It looks like he really obtained the fiendish saber inheritance. I have to remember this. As for the rest, there should be nothing else. The mysterious person muttered to himself before quickly leaving, vanishing from this place. Just like how no one knew when he arrived, he left without leaving any traces, as if he had never existed. As for Xiao Chun, he had already completed his mission when he chopped off Qingyan Shangren's arm. He could go to Red Cloud Island to report or ignore everything and directly return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. However, Xiao Chun was thinking about another problem. Could he take this opportunity to go to the Blue Dragon's homeland? But on second thought, he chose to give up. When he was in the sky beyond heaven, he felt like someone was watching him. After coming out, he still felt uncomfortable. It was best to be as cautious as possible. In the future, it wouldn't be too late to go when he could accept missions alone. Anyway, if there were people in the dark, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. After heading to the Starry Sky Dao platform, Xiao Chun returned directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. As soon as he set foot on sky beyond heaven, the deacon who gave him the mission was already waiting for him. Xiao Chun cupped his hands and said, "Deacon Mu." Deacon Mu nodded slightly. The headquarters gave you a 5-star evaluation. You got full marks for both the time you took to complete the mission and the results. Congratulations on completing the mission. You've been awarded 1,000 merit points. As he spoke, he took out his Heavenly Alliance medallion and stuck it to Xiao Chun's medallion. Then Xiao Chun noticed that the number 1,000 had appeared on the back of his token under the 2 plum blossom petals. The number was well embedded in the vast white snow. If one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. You can exchange the merit points for resources. However, after you exchange them, the corresponding merit points will vanish. Deacon Mu gave Xiao Chun a simple explanation before turning to leave, not lingering. However, before he left, he gave Xiao Chun a few more glances, like he wanted to remember him. As Xiao Chun toyed with the Heavenly Alliance medallion, he thought to himself, to think that there is no reward for completing the mission. Is the merit the reward? However, if I exchange the merit points, I will have to wait to raise the rank of my plum blossom petals. While it looks like I am obtaining merit points for completing the mission, if I exchange them for resources frequently, the day I raise my plum blossom petals will be far away. The Heavenly Alliance must have done this on purpose. After returning to his residence, Xiao Chun greeted Bao. Then he entered the medicinal spring room, removed his clothes and soaked himself in. The medicinal spring had a healing effect. When he fought with Qingyan Shangren, he had suffered some injuries from sword qi. This soaking could relieve his fatigue, heal his injuries, and eliminate hidden injuries. It was indeed pretty good. Xiaochun closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up, Bao was already waiting for him. She helped Xiaochun put on his clothes. Big brother Xiao, you completed this mission really quickly. You completed it in less than 3 days. After helping Xiaochun put on his clothes, Bao smiled softly and said, "Many of the deacons are praising you. If they were all as efficient as you, there would not be a lack of manpower." Xiaochun did not deny it. After chatting with Bao for a while, he entered the cultivation room and entered closed-door cultivation. Cultivating at the foot of the Heavenly Alliance's divine mountain was much faster than cultivating outside. He could clearly feel the divine energy in his body rejoicing. Xiaochun wondered how this divine mountain was forged for it to have such miraculous effects. As the 10,000 dragons art circulated, many different dragon images appeared in his divine energy sea. After 100 dragon images appeared, they stopped. Xiaochun was still far from forming the 10,000 dragons picture and reaching the first step of the 10,000 dragons art. However, Xiaochun still had a long time ahead of him. With this divine mountain to rely on, he could save a lot of time. Xiaochun's days of quiet cultivation did not last long. After 3 days he received missions. Xiaochun, who was only a 2-petal plum blossom cultivator, did not have any free time. Now, he finally understood what Bao meant by resting more. Otherwise, he would not have any time to rest. Xiaochun did not say anything unnecessary. He just took the missions and left, completing them at the fastest speed possible. His efficiency was flabbergasting. In a short year, Xiaochun became famous in the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone knew about this white-clad bladesman. This was because Xiaochun needed only 1 year to become a 3-petal flower. Xiaochun did not use any of the contribution points for completing the missions. He saved them all up. When he met the requirements, he immediately chose to raise his cultivation. To Xiaochun, the Heavenly Alliance's divine mountain was sufficient for his needs. "Little brother Xiaochun, are you sure that you are in such a rush to raise your cultivation?" Administrator Mu, who was already very familiar with Xiaochun, said out of goodwill. "You can exchange these contribution points for many resources. If you choose to raise your cultivation, you will lose all of them." Xiaochun replied calmly, "I know. However, I have my own arrangements. The higher one's cultivation, the more contribution points one can obtain for completing missions. The highest reward for a 2-petal flower is only 1,000 contribution points. The lowest reward for a 3-petal flower is 10,000 contribution points. This will depend on how it is calculated." There was one more thing that Xiaochun did not say. If a 3-petal flower could choose its own missions, it would not be as passive as before. Administrator Mu smiled and said, "Since you have made your choice, I will not say anything more." Xiaochun returned the Heavenly Alliance medallion to Xiaochun. Then, another of the 8 plum blossoms lit up on the snowy scene on the back, making a total of 3. The numbers under the plum blossoms all turned to 0. Xiaochun would stand on a new starting point. "This is for you." Xiaochun found this somewhat strange. Then he received a jade bottle from Administrator Mu. When he opened it, he saw that it contained 5 tons of origin liquid. This was a large sum. Even after selling the 10,000-year-old herb kings, Xiaochun had only obtained 50 tons of origin liquid. "This is?" Xiaochun asked, feeling confused. Administrator Mu explained, "This is the Heavenly Alliance's reward for you. All the lords saw your contributions for themselves in the past year. Originally, with the contribution points you obtained, it would have been a large reward. You could have even exchanged for an inferior grade soul tool. However, you did not exchange for it, which was equivalent to doing nothing. The lords felt that they could not let you down. They did not know what you needed, so they gave you 5 tons of origin liquid." When Xiaochun thought about it, he felt that this was true. He had worked hard in the past year. Normally, he did not feel much. This was because he felt that being in the Heavenly Alliance was the greatest reward. He had a divine mountain to cultivate on, a demon blood vulture to nurture, and combat experience to temper himself as a sovereign emperor. Honestly speaking, although these days were dull and tiring, they suited Xiaochun. Although Xiaochun had not opened a divine vein in the past year, His 10,000 Dragons art progressed rapidly. He was only one step away from condensing the 10,000 Dragons picture. Many thanks. Xiao Chan thanked Administrator Mu softly as he put away the jade bottle. Origin liquid was good stuff. He would not reject something that came to him for free. Administrator Mu smiled faintly and called out to Xiao Chan, who was about to turn around. Don't be in a rush to leave. The Alliance Chief wants to see you. The Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief was one of the leaders of the 5 super factions of the Righteous Tao. He was one of the people who stood at the peak of the martial epoch. Although Xiao Chan was in the Heavenly Alliance, it was impossible for him to request an audience with the Heavenly Alliance Chief. There was too much of a difference in their levels. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Chan asked in a deep voice. His expression remained calm, not showing much fluctuation. Administrator Mu waved his hand and said, How could I know about such things? However, he is not meeting me alone this time. Grim Reaper Lin Feng is going as well. Chapter 2187. There was a divine mountain in heaven beyond heaven. At the summit of the divine mountain was a residence. Aside from the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief, no one else was qualified to reside at the summit of this divine mountain. Under Administrator Mu's lead, Xiao Chun headed for the divine mountain's summit. As Xiao Chun advanced, he felt the mysteriousness of the divine mountain. The foot of the mountain could not compare to the middle of the mountain. The density of the divine nature was like night and day. No wonder people wanted to climb higher. They needed to live high, be strong, and possess a high status. They needed to be aloof, looking down from above, enjoying others looking up to them. There was no need to describe the mysteriousness of the Alliance Chief's residence. With just one glance, Xiao Chun felt somewhat helpless. Every brick and tile was made of alloy, and decorated with spirit herbs and celestial flowers. There was a sense of elegance in the atmosphere. This was the so-called paradise. Little brother Xiao Chan, please enter. I'm not qualified to enter, Administrator Mu said with some envy. One could see the entire Heavenly Alliance great realm from the summit of this divine mountain. It was not easy to enter the residence and meet the Alliance Chief. Xiao Chan nodded and entered the residence with his head held high. There was no one in the hall to guide him, but there was only one path. He just had to keep walking forward. Pawns lined both sides of the path. There were elegant and ancient murals on the walls. Xiao Chan did not know which epoch they were in. As he walked, he pushed open a door. Then Xiao Chan figured that he should be in the main hall. A person stood in the hall. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng, who had arrived earlier. When he saw Xiao Chan, he nodded slightly in greeting. Xiao Chan nodded back in greeting. He felt admiration for this Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Xiao Chun heard that Lin Feng was once a sovereign emperor in the abyssal underworld. However, he betrayed the abyssal underworld and destroyed his demonic Tao cultivation technique. Lin Feng's cultivation returned to its starting point and started over. Then, he rose up again, comprehending the Death Great Tao and the Death Tao domain. He surpassed his previous peak and was extremely incredible. Rumor had it that Lin Feng's master betrayed him, offering his lover with an extreme mean body to the underworld god hall's vice hall master. This person exuded an extremely heavy death chi. He did not befriend others and kept a low profile. He did not have much of a presence in the Heavenly Alliance. However, his strength made it so that no one could ignore his existence. All of the information about him were just rumors. Xiao Chun heard that he had directly become a disciple of Swearenji, the same Swearenji who had wanted to recruit Xiao Chun. How long have you been here? Xiao Chun walked over and asked softly. Lin Feng answered simply, An hour before you. Xiao. Just when Xiao Chun felt that Lin Feng wasn't that cold, a light flashed at the end of the hall. 9 figures appeared at the end of the path. They looked very close, but these 9 people seemed to be in another world. They were so close, yet so far away, their figures faintly discernible. 2 of them sat cross-legged, while the other 7 stood behind them. They had different expressions on their faces, as if they were shadows. Xiao Chun saw Mu Zifeng among the 7. These 7 should be the Heavenly Alliance's 7 core doyens. Needless to say, the 2 people who sat down were the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief and Vice Alliance Chief. Greetings to the 2 Alliance Chiefs and the 7 Lords. Xiao Chun and Lin Feng bowed slightly, performing cupped fist salutes to show respect. These 9 people could be considered the Heavenly Alliance's core upper echelon. They held high positions, and their cultivations were among the strongest. Good. I have long heard that my Heavenly Alliance produced 2 outstanding talents of the new generation. Today I finally get to see them, the seated black-clad old man said. This person should be the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief, Hua Tianyang, one of the top experts of the current martial epoch. Mu Zifeng Swearenji, are these 2 your disciples? Mu Zifeng replied softly, Xiao Chun is not my disciple. He is Peach Blossom's disciple. I can be considered his guide in the Heavenly Alliance. Peach Blossom, so he is Peach Blossom's disciple. He still remembers how well the Heavenly Alliance treated him. Hua Tianyang said softly, help me prepare a gift tomorrow and send it to Desolate Sea Peach Blossom City. Yes. After Mu Zifeng answered, Swearenji smiled and said, Xiao Chun is not Mu Zifeng's disciple. However, Lin Feng is indeed my disciple. I noticed him the moment he entered the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chun and Lin Feng had no right to interfere when the powerhouses spoke. They could only let these people comment on them. Xiao Chun only glanced at Swearenji and saw his appearance clearly. Swearenji had a cold and gloomy face. His eyes flickered with a wild light, giving the impression of a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Xiao Chun, Lin Feng, the 2 of you have been in my Heavenly Alliance for more than a year. Perhaps the 2 of you cannot feel it, but the Heavenly Alliance's secret guards protected you every time you went on a mission. The Dark Guards saw everything. This is sufficient to prove your loyalty to my Heavenly Alliance. Hua Tianyang got straight to the point, not bothering with pleasantries. This confirmed the feeling that someone was monitoring Xiao Chun. In reality, the Heavenly Alliance's newcomers did not receive such treatment in the past. My Heavenly Alliance does not care about loyalty. We are very clear on how many spies there are in the vast Heavenly Alliance. However, it does not matter. As long as they can be used by my Heavenly Alliance, they can do whatever they want. Such boldness was indeed shocking. However, given the Heavenly Alliance's uniqueness, this was indeed the case. It is fine as long as you are used by me. As for other thoughts, I will just not let you come into contact with the core. Hua Tianyang continued, this time I called the 2 of you here for a mission. I need the 2 of you to work together to complete it. This mission is tailor-made for the 2 of you. I can't find anyone more suitable than you. Xiao Chun thought to himself, tailor-made for the 2 of us? That means that Lin Feng and I have something in common, which makes us suitable for the Alliance Chief's mission. What do we have in common? After thinking about it, the only thing the 2 of them had in common was the dragon race bloodline. However, Xiao Chun was a flood dragon human, and his dragon race bloodline had mutated. As for his dragon race bloodline to others, it should be a mutated mixed blood dragon bloodline. Mu Zifeng, come and speak to them, Hua Tianyang said softly. Mu Zifeng nodded and said, Xiao Chun, Lin Feng, the Alliance Chief wishes to send the 2 of you to the Abyssal Underworld to retrieve a holy item that the Heavenly Alliance once lost in the Abyssal Underworld. The Snow God Whip's dart head. 4,000 years ago, 5 superpowers joined hands to attack the Netherworld world, intending to eradicate the Underworld God Hall in one fell swoop. During the Great Battle, the Heavenly Alliance's Snow God Whip was destroyed, and the dart head was lost. The Heavenly Alliance has always wanted to find it. Unfortunately, it is too difficult for the people of the righteous Tao to enter the Abyssal Underworld. If you're too strong, you'll be discovered before you even enter the Netherworld. If you're too weak, you won't be able to complete the mission. As long as the 2 of you complete this mission, you will be promoted to become a 4-petal member. The Alliance leader will also personally agree to one of your requests. Hua Tianyang sighed and said, I am ashamed to say this. This sacred item was lost in my hands, but I am unable to retrieve it myself. Swearenji hurriedly said, Alliance Master, don't feel guilty. If not for this battle back then, showing the glory of our Heavenly Alliance to the world, showing our Heavenly Alliance's strength, our Heavenly Alliance would not have become a superpower. Furthermore, you entered the Abyssal Underworld 9 times and fought with the Underworld Monarchs several times, putting yourself in danger. You have already done enough. The other Cordoyans quickly consoled Hua Tianyang, not wanting him to feel too guilty. I know about that great battle. It is known as the final blood battle in the Abyssal Underworld. The 9 layers of the abyssal underworld suffered heavy casualties. If not for the Shuowu dynasty's help, the underworld god hall might have been destroyed. If I guessed right, this Darthead should be in the final blood battlefield remnant. That place is considered a forbidden land in the abyssal underworld. Lin Feng replied softly. He was rather clear about this battle. Before Lin Feng betrayed the underworld god hall, the underworld god hall had been proclaiming how despicable the people of the central Great Realm were. Lin Feng once thought of killing his way back to the Great Thousand Realms one day, establishing supreme beneficence for the underworld god hall, helping the Flood Dragon humans reclaim the Divine Dragon Empire. However, that was all in the past. It was no longer important. That's right. If there are no surprises, this Darthead should still be in the final blood battlefield. The two of you possess the dragon race bloodline. Lin Feng does not even need to disguise himself to return to the abyssal underworld without being discovered. As for Xiao Qian, the demonic Dao cultivation technique that you cultivate can hide your identity very well. Hua Tianyang changed the topic as he looked at Xiao Qian and smiled gently. When Xiao Qian heard that, his heart trembled. He revealed a horrified expression, feeling somewhat at a loss. Originally, Xiao Qian thought that the other party would say that he had a mixed blood dragon bloodline. That way, he would not be discovered. Who could have imagined that Hua Tianyang would expose his secret of cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique, leaving him at a loss? Hua Tianyang smiled and said, "There is no need to be nervous. Since ancient times, there have been people of the righteous Dao who cultivate demonic Dao cultivation techniques. All the talented people would study demonic Dao cultivation techniques, just like how there are people of the demonic Dao who cultivate righteous Dao cultivation techniques. My Heavenly Alliance's senior elder Swearenji cultivates a demonic Dao cultivation technique. However, it is still the same. As a core doyen of my Heavenly Alliance, no one in the righteous Dao dares to say anything. Don't think of the people of the righteous Dao as too pedantic. Some things are only said on the surface. In the end, it is still a conflict of interest. If you are strong enough, who will dare to control you? Of course, if you are not strong enough and do not have a backer, the result will be different." As Hua Tianyang spoke, Swearenji smiled sinisterly at Xiao Qian. His smile seemed profound and mysterious. Xiao Qian cursed in his heart. "I hid it well enough. Even a faux god would not easily discover it. It must be Swearenji who exposed me." While Hua Tianyang's words sounded like consolation, they were actually threats. "You have my Heavenly Alliance's protection. Just like Swearenji, no one will dare to say anything. If you leave the Heavenly Alliance and someone kills you as a demon, you will not be able to redress your grievances. However, this is not entirely a bad thing. If you are completely flawless with all your strengths, Hua Tianyang might not dare to trust you. However, once he discovers your secret, he will have something to use against you. On the contrary, he will trust you even more." Xiao Qian calmed down and said, "Alliance Chief is right. Xiao Qian has experienced it for himself." Hua Tianyang nodded slightly and said, "Let's do it this way then. The two of you go and make preparations first. We can depart at any time." The moment Xiao Qian turned around, his expression turned somewhat sullen. Without saying a word, he quickly left. The Heavenly Alliance is not a good place to stay. No wonder the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor chose to leave back then. As Mu Zifeng watched Xiao Qian leave, he sighed to himself. The Alliance Chief had decided on this. He could not inform Xiao Qian in advance. "Swearenji, you did well this time. You managed to discover Xiao Qian's weakness. Otherwise, given how cautious he is and how he does things, the hidden guards who were observing him would not have discovered any weakness." Hua Tianyang praised softly. Only when there was a weakness would it be easier to control Swearenji. Only then would Swearenji feel assured to do some things. Otherwise, Hua Tianyang would not be able to leave this matter to Xiao Qian. Swearenji smiled and said, "Finding the holy relic is Alliance Chief's greatest wish. Naturally, Swearenji will do his best." Chapter 2188. When Xiao Qian returned to his residence, he had already calmed down. He had not expected his secret to be exposed. At that time, Xiao Qian felt somewhat stunned. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it might not be a bad thing. Cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique had always been a knot in Xiao Qian's heart. Now that it was exposed, he felt much more relaxed. From now on, he would no longer have this knot in his heart. Hua Tianyang was right. The battle between the righteous factions and demonic factions, eliminating demons and protecting the Tao, was ultimately a battle of interests. How could the people of the righteous Tao be so pedantic? How could a faux god have such low standards? Since ancient times, many people had cultivated demonic Tao cultivation techniques. However, most of them did not end up well. On the surface, everyone showed fear. However, who could guarantee that they did not secretly learn or look at demonic Tao cultivation techniques? Even from the perspective of knowing oneself and one's enemy, this was not a bad thing. However, Hua Tianyang's last sentence was even more right. If one was strong enough, no matter what cultivation technique one cultivated, others would not dare to say anything about it. Say anything? If they said anything more, they would kill them. However, if one was not strong enough and did not have any backing, they would be killed if they dared to cultivate it. Speaking of which, killing a demon would increase Xiao Chen's reputation significantly. He would give others a handle to use against him, and would not be able to redress his grievances. Big Brother Xiao, your expression seems somewhat off. Did something bad happen when you met the Alliance Chief? Bauer asked timidly when she saw that Xiao Chan had not said anything after he returned. Her expression also looked somewhat frightening. Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "It's fine. The Alliance Chief gave me a heavy responsibility. It is hard to say whether I will survive or not." "Oh," Bauer said, not asking anything more. She just obediently filled Xiao Chen's teacup. As the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy, Mu Zifeng went directly to Xiao Chen's residence. Then he waved his hand to dismiss Bauer. "Big Brother Mu." Xiao Chen stood up. Mu Zifeng gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then he said, "You should have told me in advance that you cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique. Otherwise, if Swearenji found out about it, I would not have been forced into such a passive state." Xiao Chan showed a doubtful expression as he said, "Big Brother Mu will be implicated as well. Of course. Did you think the Alliance Master didn't have a motive for asking if you were one of my disciples?" Mu Zifeng said softly, "Alliance Chief Hua is injured and will retire in a few years. At that time, one of the 7 of us will have to choose the position of Alliance Chief." Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt somewhat tired. He felt very uncomfortable in the Heavenly Alliance. It was much worse than when he was in the Heaven Dragon Palace. There were schemes everywhere, and there were hidden guards at all times. It made people feel a little depressed for no reason. Now, Xiao Chen increasingly understood why the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor left back then. Mu Zifeng was somewhat different from what Xiao Chan had imagined. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. For him to climb to the position of a Cordoyan, how could he be someone with few desires? "My apologies for implicating Lord Mu. I am truly sorry," Xiao Chun replied calmly. His expression was calm, but he did not show much sincerity in his apology. Mu Zifeng sensed the distance in Xiao Chen's words. He sighed in his heart and stopped dwelling on this problem. "Let's drop this matter. Let's talk about the holy relic. If possible, you have to obtain the dart head yourself. You have to get the most credit." Xiao Chun frowned slightly, feeling displeased in his heart. Mu Zifeng was purposely trying to sow discord between him and Lin Feng. Before the mission even started, he was already scheming. Mu Zifeng observed Xiao Chen's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said seriously, "You might not know this, but the Heavenly Alliance spent a lot of time and resources on this holy relic. For the sake of retrieving the holy relic, Hua Tianyang nearly lost his life. Left with no choice, he came up with this plan. This is the best opportunity. The Heavenly Alliance has been making preparations since the start of this batch of newcomers. After a few rounds of secret screening, we finally decided on you and Lin Feng. Your appearance is simply a heaven-sent opportunity." When Xiao Chen heard that, his heart sank. Does that mean that Mu Zifeng thought of this mission the first time he saw me? Mu Zifeng's shrewdness was somewhat scary. You can say that the Cordoyan behind whoever retrieves the holy relic will be the next Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief, Mu Zifeng said softly to Xiao Chan. Seeing that Xiao Chan remained silent, Mu Zifeng said indifferently, "I can promise you that if I become the alliance chief, the position of Dragon Emperor will be yours. There are no longer any heroes in this world. It is impossible for you to obtain the position of Dragon Emperor by relying on so-called dreams and emotions. I can tell you this. The forces involved in the position of Dragon Emperor are many times greater than you can imagine. You absolutely cannot become the Dragon Emperor by yourself. You need my support, the support of the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief. Mu Zifeng did not bother with pleasantries or threatening Xiao Chan. He only explained all the benefits to Xiao Chan. Seeing Xiao Chan reveal a contemplative expression, Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "You are very similar to Peach Blossom. You only want to pursue the martial Tao, not caring about the karma of the mundane world. However, you and I are in the mundane world, so we cannot avoid it. The heavenly realm shattered, and the martial epic no longer has a true god. To think that you talk about the dream of pursuing the peak of the martial Tao. In my opinion, this is rather comical. Of course, I personally admire these people, including you and Peach Blossom. This could be considered the age of decline. True gods of the martial Tao no longer existed. There was no peak, no goal. Several generations of faux gods were already lost. This was the worst age." Mu Zifeng's words represented the thoughts of most sovereign emperors and faux gods. Xiao Chan put down his teacup and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Lord Mu, let's talk about the mission." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "It is fine if you want to run away. I will not force you. I already said it. Being born in the mundane world, the karma of the mundane world cannot be avoided. You will make your own choice when the time comes." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. He knew what Mu Zifeng meant. At this moment, Swearenji was probably saying the same thing as Lin Feng. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the mission. This is a replica of the Snow God whip. You can take a look." Mu Zifeng took out a long whip that looked like a plum blossom. There was a total of 9 segments, each one looking like a plum blossom branch. In reality, it was made of plum blossoms, supplemented by divine materials and transcendent alloys. When Xiao Chan touched it, he could feel a flourishing life force amid its coldness. It contained an extremely strong life Tao. At the top of the 9-segment plum blossom whip was a dart head flickering with 7-colored light. It looked like the tip of a spear, but it was sharper and more exquisite. "This is..." Xiao Chun found it somewhat familiar, but he could not recall what it was. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "You must be very familiar with it. Take out your medallion and take a look." Xiao Chan took out the Heavenly Alliance medallion and immediately understood. The front of the Heavenly Alliance medallion had divine characters made of 7 pieces of metal. This is a 7-color stone. When the Heavenly Alliance was first established, the 7 merchant associations collected all the supreme treasures in the world and refined them into a fantasy divine stone. If not for fear of getting into trouble because of its value, the Heavenly Alliance's Grandmaster-level martial sages could have forged it into a transcendent-grade soul tool. Hence, they could only forge it into a dart head, which resulted in the peak superior-grade soul tool, the Snow God Whip. Although the other parts of the so-called Snow God Whip are precious, they are not worth mentioning compared to this 7-color stone. Xiao Chun toyed with the Snow God Whip in his hand. Then he gently swung it, and snowflakes immediately drifted down. The scarlet plum blossom whip in his hand looked exceptionally beautiful against the backdrop of the wind and snow. It had its own grace, swaying gracefully in the snow. "Since this dart head is so miraculous, aren't you afraid that Lin Feng and I will take it and flee?" Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Don't even think about it. Without a cultivation technique to complement it, you cannot bring out its true might. Furthermore, given the 2 of your smart, you will not do something so foolish, trying to control a treasure that is not of your own strength." Mu Zifeng was right. Without sufficient strength, controlling such a treasure would only bring disaster upon oneself. The Heavenly Alliance did not have to worry. Furthermore, the 2 of them had weaknesses. They did not dare to fall out with the Heavenly Alliance. No wonder Hua Tianyang said that this mission was tailor-made for the 2 of them. To the Heavenly Alliance, the 2 of them were the best candidates. There was nothing more suitable. After chatting for a while, Mu Zifeng stood up and said, "Let's not talk about the mission anymore. This Snow God Whip replica is a peak Dao tool, no weaker than some inferior grade soul tools. I'll give it to you. There's also this. Take it as well." Xiao Chun received a seed and asked, finding it strange, "What is this?" This is a rank 9 peony seed. The devastatingly beautiful peony, the king of flowers. The instant it blooms, life force fills the air. It can suppress the death Dao domain for 1 hour. Even if you do not need it, you can keep it to protect yourself. Of course, I hope that you will take the initiative to use it. After all, who knows what Swearenji prepared for him? Mu Zifeng smiled meaningfully. Then he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and turned to leave. Xiao Chen set the seed aside. Then he picked up the teacup and fiddled with it, thinking about everything Mu Zifeng said. On the other side, as Mu Zifeng expected, Swearenji also gave instructions to Lin Feng. Do you understand everything that I told you? Swearenji's deep voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Lin Feng nodded silently, not saying anything more. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Horror flashed in his eyes. A ghostly figure appeared and circled Swearenji, making him look even more sinister and cold. Swearenji smiled sinisterly. Then he flicked his finger, and a ghostly figure appeared. It turned out to be a strand of Ho Soul. Whoosh! The Ho Soul in Swearenji's hand turned into an arrow flickering with a green light. It was a bona fide ghost Ho arrow, radiating a frightening chill. Lin Feng could not suppress the horror in his heart, so he had to take another step back. Swearenji smiled faintly and said, "Are you afraid? I am not here to kill you. This dragon-killing arrow is to send that fellow to heaven. After you obtain the holy relic, kill him for me." This little bastard actually dared to reject my invitation back then. He must be tired of living. Now he even dares to be so close to Mu Zifeng. How reckless! Lin Feng grabbed the dragon-killing arrow flying at him. He felt his soul tremble. This was the innate fear of the dragon race bloodline toward the Ho. However, Lin Feng was Lin Feng after all. After holding the arrow for a while, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he suppressed the might of the arrow. Very good. I hope that you can bring back not only the holy relic but also Xiao Chen's head. Swearenji revealed a satisfied smile. He liked ruthless people like Lin Feng, who were ruthless to themselves and even more ruthless to their enemies. Chapter 2189. After sending off Mu Zifeng, Xiao Chen made preparations for his trip to the Abyssal Underworld in Linfeng's, meeting at the summit of the Abyssal Underworld 3 days later. The two of them nodded slightly and greeted each other. Even though they were both feeling a little strange, there was no trace of it on their faces. They were extremely calm. It didn't take long for Hua Tianyang and the 7 core Grand Elders to arrive. It looks like you're almost done with your preparations. I won't be able to send you off on this trip. Kuyun, help me send the 2 of them off. Unexpectedly, Hua Tianyang did not send Mu Zifeng or Swearenji. Instead, another Cordoyan Kuyun did it. This Kuyun was known as Master Kuyun. Among the Cordoyans, he was in charge of the Heavenly Alliance's blacksmithing and blacksmithing matters. He never competed with others. Follow me. Whoosh! A figure that seemed to have jumped from the other side of the world appeared before the 2 of them. It was Master Kuyun. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng followed Master Kuyun to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. The Netherworld was located beneath the Central World. It was composed of 9 realms and had its own laws. It was equivalent to the dark side and shadow of the Central World. The 2 were interdependent, and neither could destroy the other. Huh! Xiao Chen, your alloy battle armor seems to have reached 2 stars. Master Kuyun exclaimed in shock when he saw Xiao Chen's gloves. Lin Feng, who was at the side, also looked over in surprise. The upgrade of alloy battle armor required an enormous amount of resources, and he was still stuck at a 1-star alloy battle armor. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, "I used all the resources in the Faux God world on the alloy battle armor. When I returned to the Heavenly Alliance, I asked Lord Mu Zifeng to upgrade it. No wonder. Come, let's head to the Central World first." It was just a small matter, so it was over after a brief mention. Through the Dao platform's teleportation, he arrived at the Central World. Xiao Chen looked at the familiar surroundings and felt slightly shocked. This place seemed to be the Desolate Sea. Desolate City was not far ahead. Is this Barren City? Indeed. We should do our best to keep a low profile. The Desolate Sea is a good place to hide from others. Come, I'll send you to the Abyssal Underworld. Master Ku Yun used his own cultivation to carry Xiao Chan and Lin Feng. Soon they arrived at a deep chasm. Demonic energy gushed out from the pitch-black abyss. The surroundings were secluded, and there was no one in the wilderness. This was one of the more secretive passageways from the central world to the abyssal underworld. Very few people knew about it. This 10,000 demon abyss is too dangerous and leads directly to the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Very few people use it. You too should be careful, said Master Ku Yun as he looked at the bottomless abyss filled with unknown dangers. Xiao Chan and Lin Feng exchanged glances. Then they did not hesitate to jump down. The two of them were no strangers to the netherworld. Xiao Chan had once carried out a mission in the Heaven Dragon Hall and killed Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike. However, at that time he had gone to the 1st layer of the netherworld. This time he was going to the even more dangerous 9th layer of the netherworld. As for Lin Feng, he was originally a flood dragon human and had been born in the netherworld since he was young. Coming here was like returning home. Looking at the two of them entering the abyss, Ku Yun fell into deep thought before he shook his head and sighed. Soon 2 figures descended from the sky. They were Swearenji and Mu Zifeng. Master Ku Yun did not feel surprised at the two's appearance. He just nodded slightly to them. Brother Mu, who do you think will bring back the holy relic in the end? Mu Zifeng replied indifferently. The abyssal underworld is very dangerous. Brother Swearen, you should be worried about whether they can return alive. As for finding the holy relic, they have failed for so many years. It would not be strange for them to fail again. Swearenji smiled and said, Stop pretending. You and I both know that the chances of finding the holy relic this time are the highest. However, you are right. We still have to worry about whether Xiao Chan can return or not. That is the most important thing. After all, he has not even opened a divine vein. Lin Feng was once a sovereign emperor expert and grasped the Death Dao domain. He should not have to worry about self-preservation. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, It looks like Brother Swearen thinks that Xiao Chan will definitely fall in the abyssal underworld. Let's see who can return alive at that time. The two clashed with each other, their words containing needles. After exchanging a few words, the atmosphere turned exceptionally hostile. Master Ku Yun did not find this strange. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and said, The two of them have already arrived in the abyssal underworld. It is time to go. After saying that, Master Ku Yun left first, not lingering. Mu Zifeng and Swearenji both snorted coldly and left at the same time, not leaving any traces behind. At the bottom of the 10,000 demon abyss, Xiao Chan and Lin Feng landed one after another. When they looked around, they saw a desolate scene. Tall shrubs grew on the ground, and dark clouds hung in the sky. A blood moon hung high in the dark clouds. After landing, Xiao Chan sheathed his saber. His journey in the 10,000 demon abyss had not been smooth. There were many ferocious abyssal underworld creatures, especially vampire bats. There were so many of them that it was flabbergasting. If one was not careful, one would end up sucked dry. As Xiao Chan sized up his surroundings, he saw a gushing river at the limits of his vision. There seemed to be the silhouette of a city further away. With a thought, the yin and yang divine energy sea in Xiao Chen's time core flipped over. Now the divine energy sea surging with demonic chi was revealed. Immediately, Xiao Chen's aura changed drastically. Xiao Chen's eyes turned pitch black, filled with a demonic nature. His entire body gave off an aura that could devour the world, inspiring fear. Xiao Chan could feel the demonic chi divine energy filling his meridians. A violent and bloodthirsty emotion spread throughout his body. This was the first time he allowed the demonic chi divine energy to occupy his physical body without holding anything back, so he was not used to it. After calming down for a while, Xiao Chen's mental state returned to normal. Now he could deal with the demonic chi divine energy in his body, as well as the violent and bloodthirsty emotion. Lin Feng felt flabbergasted as he watched from the side. In the blink of an eye, it was like Xiao Chan had vanished. A bona fide demonic Dao sovereign emperor stood beside Xiao Chen, radiating a frightening aura from all over. The two of you are too big of a target. Let's split up for now. We will meet at the final blood battlefield half a month from now. Lin Feng suddenly spoke before Xiao Chan could stabilize himself, startling him slightly. All right. After thinking about it, separating for now was not a bad idea. So Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. As Xiao Chen watched Lin Feng leave, he guessed that Lin Feng might be meeting some people or doing some other things in the abyssal underworld. After all, Lin Feng had grown up here and became a sovereign emperor here. This was fine. After all, Xiao Chen could not figure out Lin Feng's thoughts. Furthermore, Lin Feng's Death Dao domain was extremely difficult to deal with. Anyone would be tired of being on guard all the time. Xiao Chen changed into black clothes and a conical bamboo hat. Then, he got the demon blood vulture to perch on his shoulder. His getup was perfect. Xiao Chen chose a different direction from Lin Feng, heading forward. The abyssal underworld had a total of 9 layers. The 9th layer was the most bustling. Aside from the Asura race which controlled the 9th layer, the elite cultivators of the Rakshasa race and Yaksha race from the other layers gathered there. This was because the Underworld God Hall's main hall was in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Aside from the abyssal underworld's races, there were also many human demonic Dao cultivators in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Most of them were here on experiential training. The demonic Dao cultivators and the abyssal underworld cultivators cultivated very similar cultivation techniques. Hence, they frequently communicated with each other. Along the way, Xiao Chen met with several demonic Dao cultivators. When the Asura race and the other abyssal underworld cultivators saw Xiao Chen, they did not find him strange and did not give him a second look. There was no one in this place except for righteous Dao cultivators. Perhaps there were, but they disguised themselves better. The righteous Dao cultivators and the abyssal underworld's races could be considered mortal enemies. They had fought several times before, wanting to destroy the other side as soon as possible. Unlike Lin Feng, Xiao Chen's understanding of the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld was limited to some information on paper. If Xiao Chen wanted to reach the final blood battlefield, he needed to head to the nearest abyssal underworld city and obtain a map there. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find the final blood battlefield if he was blind? 4 hours later, Xiao Chen arrived before the river at the limits of his vision. That was a scarlet river. The gushing river looked like the rough blood of a demonic beast, looking very uncomfortable. The gushing river was like the sea with horrifying waves. From time to time, layers of ghostly shadows would appear, causing people to tremble with fear. Xiao Chen knew that this was the abyssal underworld's holy river. It held a high and sacred position in the hearts of the abyssal underworld's races. The holy river gushed all the way to the Asura purgatory. The underworld god hall was above that Asura purgatory. Even the abyssal underworld's races were not allowed to touch the holy river water. Only those with meritorious contributions or noble bloodlines could enjoy the baptism of the holy river. As for outsiders, that went without saying. Right now, Xiao Chen was a demonic Dao cultivator. He could only obediently wait for the underworld boat on the other side to cross the river. Several cultivators already gathered at the pier. There were many Rakshasa, Yaksha, Asura, and demonic Dao cultivators. Most of them were only star venerates or holy venerates. Even sovereign personages were rare. Xiao Chen spread out his aura slightly, attracting the attention of the crowd. This attracted the attention of the crowd. They kept their distance from him and looked at him with respect. Even the Asura cultivators, the masters of the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld, did not dare to show any disrespect or be impudent. In the abyssal underworld, the respect for the strong was exceptionally exaggerated. The underworld boat docked on the holy river. As long as Xiao Chen did not leave, no one dared to move. After Xiao Chen boarded, the cultivators behind him rushed to board the underworld boat. The surging river water surged. However, the underworld boat, which was not very large, moved against the current like it was on flat land. Xiao Chen stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the river. The river was vast like the sea, boundless. Blood mist and ghostly figures filled the air. Occasionally, he heard the cries of infants and the wails of malicious spirits. That should be a demon blood vulture on that senior's shoulder, right? That should be it. What a strong demon blood vulture. Its bloodline is already starting to revert. How enviable. It would be great if I had such a demonic pet. Recently, many demonic Dao seniors have come to our 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. I wonder why they are here. Who knows? How can we be qualified to participate in the matters of these major characters? The cultivators whispered to each other as they looked at Xiao Chun at the bow. Their words were filled with awe and worship. Xiao Chun felt very satisfied with this. Before he came, he had learned that the abyssal underworld worshipped the strong. If he deliberately kept a low profile, he would end up attracting trouble. The races of the abyssal underworld were all hot-tempered, cold-blooded, and bloodthirsty people. It would be much more convenient to keep a low profile. Not only would no one dare to seek trouble for him, but it would also be more convenient. "Greetings, Senior." As Xiao Chun looked at the river, a trembling voice came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a young Azura race cultivator calling out to him. Chapter 2190. The Azura clan had a very interesting characteristic. The nobler the bloodline of this race, the better looking they were, and the higher their status. This was the case for both men and women. If you saw a member of the Azura clan with an ugly appearance, needless to say, his strength and talent would probably be average. This was a race that looked at appearances. With one look, one could tell the status and strength of the Azura race member. The young Azura race cultivator who appeared before Xiao Chun was rather handsome. He had a single horn on his head, snow-white hair, and a pair of eyes that looked like blood jades. "What's the matter?" Xiao Chun asked indifferently as he turned around. That Azura race cultivator calmed himself and said, "I am Luoho Yun from the Luoho clan, one of the 4 royal clans of the Azura race. I took the liberty of disturbing you because I want to get to know you. This underworld boat was forged by my Luoho clan." Under the cloak, Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. Based on this person's appearance and the many cultivators behind him, it seemed like he was telling the truth. "My family name is Xiao. Young Master Luoho is too polite." Seeing that Xiao Chun did not get angry, Luoho Yun rejoiced. "Senior, please come with me. This is not a good place to speak." Xiao Chun followed the other party to the top of the underworld boat. Luoho Yun received Xiao Chun warmly. Luoho Yun took out some rare and precious fruits that contained a demonic nature and pure demonic spiritual energy. Xiao Chun glanced at them and thought to himself, "I do not like these demonic nature fruits. However, if I don't eat them, I will easily expose myself. Left with no choice, I can only feed these abyssal underworld spirit fruits to the demon blood vulture on my shoulder." When Luoho Yun saw this scene, he felt shocked. "Senior, do you normally use these 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits to feed the demon blood vulture?" This was not wrong. After entering the Heavenly Alliance, the demon blood vulture only ate 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits under Senior Lu's nurturing. Xiao Chun did not deny it. He replied indifferently, "It's all right." Luoho Yun felt somewhat flustered. To think that he took out the spirit fruits for feeding demonic pets to receive Senior Xiao. He quickly apologized. "I was rude earlier. However, this underworld boat is very simple. I simply cannot take out any decent spirit fruits to receive Senior Xiao." "I'm fine," Xiao Chun responded casually. For the time being, he would take it as learning about the Azura race. Among the many races in the Netherworld, the Azura race seemed to have the highest status. Rakshasa, Yaksha, and the other layers of the Netherworld were all servants of the Shura for a very long time. Later on, they slowly grew stronger. However, from the looks of it, even though there were some differences between the Nether Kings and none of them were willing to submit to each other, the Nether Kings were not willing to submit to each other. However, it was undeniable that the Azura race was still the strongest, and they controlled the Underworld God Hall. As they chatted idly, Xiao Chun brought the topic to the Final Blood battlefield to see if he could obtain any useful information. Final Blood battlefield? That place had not been peaceful recently. It was normally a forbidden area, and those who dared to go there were all experts. However, it seems like some incredible treasure appeared this time, attracting the experts of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld over. There are also many demonic Dao experts from the Shuowu dynasty. When Luoho Yun mentioned the Final Blood battlefield, excitement flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly extinguished it. Normally, Xiao Chun could not go to the Final Blood battlefield. Now that it was so chaotic, he could not go. The genes of the Azura race flowed in their blood. They had an innate desire for battle and worshipped the strong. While the Final Blood battlefield was not peaceful, the more it was so, the more the Azura race cultivators would be curious and hot-blooded. However, Luoho Yun was merely a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Even if he went to the final blood battlefield, he could only wander around the periphery. If he dared to enter, there would be only one result: death. Shao Chun could not remain calm in his heart. Something appeared in the final blood battlefield. Could it be a dart head made of 7-color stone? Do you know what it is? Luo Hoyun shook his head and said, I'm not sure about that. However, the final blood battlefield was the decisive battlefield between the abyssal underworld and the Great Thousand Realms more than 4,000 years ago. Both sides suffered countless casualties. The only things that can be excavated are the remains of faux gods, soul tools, demonic weapons, and powerful treasures. Normally, most of them are incomplete fragments. I believe that a relatively complete soul tool or strange treasure was discovered this time. Perhaps it is some holy relic of our ancestors. That is all that can be excavated from the battlefield. It should not be natural treasures or rare fruits, right? This little fellow understood rather well. Indeed, that was all that could be excavated from the battlefield. However, Shao Chun had some misgivings in his heart. If the dart head was really exposed, his and Lin Feng's mission would be somewhat uncertain. After the underworld boat docked, Luo Hoyun invited Shao Chun to return to his clan with him, wanting to introduce him to his father. There were 4 Azura kings in the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. The position of the 9th underworld monarch had always been passed between the 4 royal clans. Shao Chun guessed right. This Luo Hoyun's father might be Luo Ho Wang, one of the 4 Azura kings. After the boat docked, Shao Chun discovered that Luo Hoyun had a sovereign emperor expert by his side, protecting him in secret. However, Luo Hoyun himself did not know this. For Luo Hoyun to be able to send out a sovereign emperor guard, it showed Luo Hoyun's position in the Luo Ho clan. If Shao Chun went to meet this Luo Ho Wang and exposed his identity, only death awaited him. However, the other party was a Luo Ho Wang. He would definitely know what happened in the final blood battlefield. That would be of great help to completing the mission. After thinking about it, Shao Chun chose the former. He could take his time to find out information about the final blood battlefield. Shao Chun only had one life. If he lost it, it would be gone. Furthermore, Shao Chun was not very enthusiastic about the mission to retrieve the holy relic in the first place. I have matters to attend to. Never mind. Let's meet again if we are fated, Shao Chun said indifferently. After saying that indifferently, Shao Chun slowly vanished from Luo Hoyun's gaze of worship. Big Brother Hong, how high do you think Senior Zhao's cultivation is? Peak Holy Venerate, Sovereign Personage or False Emperor? Luo Hoyun asked one of the guards beside him. I can't tell. However, I always feel on edge when standing beside him. I keep feeling like I will be swallowed up at any moment. I hope we can meet again. To think that I was fortunate enough to meet such an expert today. This is truly incredible. When Luo Hoyun thought about it, he felt some admiration for himself. To think that he dared to step forward and greet Shao Chun. The meeting with Luo Hoyun was just a small interlude in Shao Chun's journey to the abyssal underworld. His plan had not changed. After arriving at the nearest city and obtaining a map, Shao Chun rushed to the final blood battlefield. Along the way, Shao Chun kept an eye out for information about the final blood battlefield. However, there were many rumors about it. There was no definitive answer. Recently, Shao Chun even heard that righteous Dao cultivators had joined in, startling even the underworld god guards. This gave Shao Chun a headache. Since he was not familiar with the abyssal underworld, he could not find any reliable information. 3 days ago, Shao Chun had already arrived at the final blood battlefield. Shao Chun wandered around the battlefield's periphery a few times, killing some abyssal underworld ferocious beasts that did not know better. At the same time, he familiarized himself with the battlefield's environment. According to rumor, this final blood battlefield was not the only place where the great battle 4,000 years ago took place. Since ancient times, many great battles had taken place here. Back then, the Black Dragon King fought the 9 underworld monarchs here as well. The decisive battle with the demonic Dao cultivators had also taken place here. This was an ancient battlefield with a long history. Just by wandering around the periphery, one could feel the corpse chi that had accumulated for many years. Without reaching the Cloud Sea realm, one would not even be qualified to enter. Even sovereign personages had to be extremely cautious in this ancient battlefield. As for Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperors, as long as they were careful, they would not run into too much danger in this ancient battlefield. Even if they ran into someone they could not afford to offend, they should not have any problems fleeing in advance. The truly terrifying ones were the other sovereign emperors who entered this place. These people were far more dangerous than the Forbidden Land itself. Is Lin Feng not coming? It looked like the appointed time with Lin Feng was approaching, but the other party had not appeared yet. The Heavenly Alliance medallion could sense each other's presence. The medallion did not react at all. This meant that the other party was still far from the final blood battlefield. As the blood moon rose, the appointed time passed. Then, Xiao Chun shook his head and entered the final blood battlefield alone. Since the other party had not arrived yet, there was no need to wait. However, Xiao Chun did not notice a spot behind him that his spiritual sense could not detect. A figure slowly put away the bow in his hand on the summit. The arrow flickered with a cold light, looking startling under the illumination of the blood moon. No one knew what would happen if this arrow was fired. However, in the end, the owner of the bow chose not to attack. Chapter 2191. Unable to wait for Lin Feng, Xiao Chun could only enter the final blood battlefield alone. The ancient battlefield was desolate. Broken weapons could be seen everywhere. From time to time, one could see evil spirits and vengeful spirits floating in the air. They all had sinister faces and frightening expressions. They were formed from the resentment of the battlefield and the remnant souls of dead martial artists. Most of them had no intelligence, only a vicious nature and bloodthirsty brutality. However, when these evil spirits saw Xiao Chun, they all ran far away. Their instinctive fear told them that they couldn't provoke Xiao Chun. While waiting for Lin Feng at the edge of the battlefield, Xiao Chun had explored this place a few times and was already very familiar with it. This time Xiao Chun did not hesitate, directly flying towards the depths of the final blood battlefield. When one reached the depths of the battlefield, one had to be careful. The Tao of many martial techniques from that battle still lingered. It might be a blade of grass, a flower, or even a gust of wind, but it contained the remnant martial technique Tao of a faux god realm expert. Of course, what they should be more wary of were the remains that had turned into corpses. The monstrous resentment and demonic qi in this place would cause a corpse to turn into a corpse, and it would display strength no weaker than when it was alive. Moreover, there was no end to killing them. Even if their bones were crushed to ashes, as long as the blood moon still existed, as long as the resentment here didn't scatter, there would always be a time for them to revive. Pa pa pa. Xiao Chun held the replica snow god whip in his hand. As he brandished it, snowflakes drifted down and cold winds blew. She was like a beauty dancing in the snow. However, this beauty had a bad temper. She was so cold that no one dared to approach her. Amidst the thunderous cracking of the whip, a group of zombies that were charging towards Xiao Chun were all frozen and then shattered into pieces. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised to discover that this was the snow god whip replica that Mu Zifeng gave him. When he drove it with his ice Dao domain, it was very smooth to use. Suddenly, Xiao Chun frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. The Heavenly Alliance medallion sensed someone approaching. Aside from Lin Feng, there should not be any other Heavenly Alliance members in the 9th Abyssal Underworld. Turning his head, he saw a cold figure rapidly approaching him. It was Lin Feng. Sorry, something happened. I'm late. After Lin Feng landed, he said calmly. No one could tell what he was thinking from his words. Xiao Chun didn't think too much about it and said in a deep voice. It's fine. It just so happens that I also discovered something and wanted to tell you. Before I came, I heard that something seemed off with the final blood battlefield. The discovery of a strange treasure startled not only the 9 layers of the Abyssal Underworld, but also the experts of the Xuewu dynasty. Lin Feng nodded and said, I was just about to say this. What was unearthed was not the holy relic of our Heavenly Alliance but the corpse of an ancient demonic sovereign that fell out of a space-time crack. The corpse of an ancient demonic monarch? Yes, it's an ancient demonic monarch with the abilities of a true god. It's possible that he fought with someone before and was swept into the space-time flow. Now he has appeared here. Xiao Chun thought to himself when he heard that. Simply put, a true god's corpse landed in the final blood battlefield. The key point was that this corpse had once been sucked into the space-time flow. Now that it had reappeared, it meant that it had died not long ago. Its value was self-evident. No wonder he hadn't been able to find out about it before. Even among the great forces of the netherworld, only the top ones would know of such secrets. As for Lin Feng, he used to be in the netherworld, so he probably knew some of the more secretive intelligence organizations. Since it is not the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, it has nothing to do with us. Should we split up or continue moving together? Next, they would start searching for the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. The two of them had a jade strip on them. As long as they were within a certain range of the dart head, they would be able to sense it. Although it was like searching for a needle in a haystack, with this jade slip and the speed of a sovereign lord, they would be able to find a sovereign lord. As long as the holy relic was still in the final blood battlefield, he would definitely be able to find it. It was just a matter of time. Let's split up and search. We'll meet up once every 7 days. Cross out the areas that have already been explored, so that we don't have to explore again. This way the efficiency will be very high. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's settled then. After the two discussed, they parted once more in the depths of the final blood battlefield. Searching for holy relics was a very boring task, especially when one had to deal with zombies that appeared out of nowhere. Some of the zombies were even very horrifying. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he had to avoid them. Of course, what was even more unfortunate was accidentally triggering the remnant Tao of a faux god powerhouse. That was like a faux god traveling through space and time to attack. If one was not careful, one would turn to ashes, dying on the spot. No wonder Xiao Chen had always thought that he could not complete this mission. He was too weak, unable to survive in this final blood battlefield. He was too strong and could not hide himself, easily attracting the underworld god hall's experts. Take Hua Tianyang for example. He had appeared 9 times in the past and returned empty-handed, nearly dying here. On the other hand, the demon blood vulture was like a fish in water here, incredibly happy. The demon blood vulture could swallow up all demonic nature. When it opened its beak and sucked, it was like swallowing a demonic spirit fruit. With the demon blood vulture as a means of transportation, Xiao Chen had a much easier time in this forsaken place. There, in the depths of the final blood battlefield, a majestic and tyrannical figure appeared in the hazy dust cloud in the distance. The figure's eyes swept through the surroundings. Everyone who met its gaze trembled in fear, not daring to look at it for long. An ancient demonic sovereign. Xiao Chen knew that should be where the ancient demonic sovereign fell. In the past few days, he had seen several abyssal underworld sovereign emperors and demonic Tao experts rushing over. Actually, deep in his heart, Xiao Chen wanted to go and take a look. He had heard that no one had been able to get within 100 kilometers of the ancient demonic sovereign. Even though the ancient demonic sovereign died, the strong demonic gods might still lingered, making it hard for people to move. However, this had nothing to do with the mission, so he could only put it aside for now and not join in the excitement. After 2 months, Xiao Chen still gained nothing in the final blood battlefield. He had no clue about the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. The dry days could temper his mental state. Xiao Chen discovered that even when he filled his entire body with demonic Tao divine energy, he could freely control his killing intent, rage, and all sorts of negative emotions in the final blood battlefield. During this time, Xiao Chen even saved some demonic Tao experts and Azura race cultivators. Xiao Chen gained some fame. Most of the cultivators who went to search for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse knew about this loose cultivator. Although this loose cultivator had not opened any divine veins, he cultivated an extremely powerful demonic Tao cultivation technique. He was very strong and skilled in the ice Tao. His whip techniques were extremely strange. It looks like the thing that I feared the most has happened, Lin Feng said helplessly, sighing softly. The two had already searched every place in the final blood battlefield. Only the place where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse was left unexplored. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. However, there were already many factions fighting over that place on the surface. It was chaotic, not to mention the experts hiding in the dark. I heard that with the various experts working together, they can already get within 10 kilometers of the demonic sovereign's corpse. Xiao Chen suggested softly, perhaps we can wait a little longer. After they deal with the demonic sovereign's corpse, we can make our move. It looks like that's all we can do. However, just at this moment, a strange light flashed in the two's eyes. Then they each took out a jade strip. The jade strip flickered with a multicolored light. The two looked in the same direction at the same time. Lin Feng said sullenly, "That's impossible. I already searched that direction. How could the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic be found there? It is moving." Whoosh! The demon blood vulture flashed with light and turned into a beam of scarlet light, flying quickly in the air. Xiao Chan sat on the demon blood vulture's back and got it to quickly fly in the direction of the holy relic. In such an environment, the demon blood vulture was even faster than a regular sovereign emperor. It should be able to help Xiao Chan take the lead. However, Xiao Chan clearly underestimated Lin Feng. The instant Xiao Chan moved, Lin Feng stood on the demon blood vulture's back together with him. "Brother Lin, if this demon blood vulture carries two people, it will be slower," Xiao Chan said, feeling somewhat upset. Xiao Chan said somewhat unhappily. This fellow reacted rather quickly, directly jumping onto the demon blood vulture's back. This prevented Xiao Chan from making a move. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Chan, showing an expression that said, "You understand, I understand, don't pretend to be confused." Then he said indifferently, "That is still faster than me." When the holy relic appeared, whoever gained the initiative would definitely snatch it first. "Stop!" Xiao Chan was about to say something when he sensed an extremely strong aura. He quickly ordered the demon blood vulture to stop flying in the clouds. Lin Feng frowned slightly as well. The two felt that something was wrong. When the two squinted, they saw a group of Azura race cultivators 500,000 kilometers below. Even the weakest of them was a sovereign personage. This was especially so for the person in the middle. His strength was extremely horrifying, at least a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Someone who could condense 3 divine veins was already extremely strong among sovereign emperors. 1 divine vein equaled 1 heaven. At the very least, the current Xiao Chan and Lin Feng were not a match for this person. Luoho sovereign emperor. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he recognized this 3-vein sovereign emperor. It was an old acquaintance. Xiao Chan also recognized Luoho sovereign emperor. Luoho sovereign emperor rode a tall mutated beast. Another person rode a mutated beast beside him, walking shoulder to shoulder. This was Luoho Yun. After recognizing Luoho Yun, it was not hard to guess Luoho sovereign emperor's identity. However, all this was not the important point. The important point was the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. It was currently adorned as a crown on Luoho Yun's head. When Xiao Chan saw this, he could not help breaking down. It turned out that he had been working for nothing in the past 2 months. Someone had discovered the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic long ago. However, it seemed like these people did not know how miraculous the holy relic was. Chapter 2192. The holy relic that the Heavenly Alliance was searching for was actually an ornament on Luoho Yun's crown. Xiao Chan and Lin Feng didn't expect this at all. This meant that the sacred item had been discovered long ago. The two of them had been working hard for nothing. Lin Feng muttered, "Looks like this Luoho king is also here for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. As a loose cultivator, you should be able to sneak in, wait for an opportunity to snatch the dart head, then leave immediately without caring about anything else." When Xiao Chan heard this, he felt somewhat helpless. Snatching the holy relic from Luoho Wang's side is easier said than done. With Luoho Wang's strength, even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat him. I can't care so much anymore. If you manage to snatch the relic, I'll cover for you. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to block him together. Lin Feng was very confident in his and Xiao Chen's strength. Then it's settled. Xiao Chan was also a decisive person. He couldn't think of any good ideas in such a short period of time. For now, he could only do this. Lin Feng turned around and leaped into the clouds, leaving Xiao Chan alone on the demon blood vulture's back. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan got the demon blood vulture to turn into a beam of scarlet flame and purposely flew past Luoho Wang's group. Senior Xiao. Indeed, Luoho Yun, who was beside Luoho Wang, immediately shouted excitedly when he saw the demon blood vulture. Luoho Wang had a face even more handsome than Luoho Yun's. He raised his hand to stop the group from advancing. Then he looked at the scarlet flame flying over and asked, Yun, do you know that demonic cultivator? Luoho Yun nodded and said, Father, this is the senior Shao that I told you about. I met him by chance on the underworld boat. Unexpectedly, we met again here. I wonder if he heard me calling out to him? Luoho Wang thought for a while before saying, The final blood battlefield is currently a gathering place. It is not surprising that this demonic cultivator is here. With his cultivation, he should have heard your voice. As for whether or not he will come to see you, that's hard to say. Luoho Yun rejoiced. In that case, Senior Shao will definitely come. Luoho Wang shook his head, but he smiled and did not say anything. Devil cultivators were usually cold-blooded people who killed without batting an eyelid. How could they really have any friendship with you? Even if he came, it would be because of me, King Luoho. Xiao. The scarlet flame flashed, and the demon blood vulture carrying Shao Chun flew back. Father, I told you. Senior Shao will definitely return. Luoho Yun said joyfully, appearing very excited. King, should we stop him? Luoho Wang slightly waved his hand and said, Let him come over. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor experts would attract attention no matter where they went. If this person didn't have any special background and was willing to join his team, he would have a higher chance of success. Under the cloak, Shao Chen exchanged glances with Luoho Wang and said in a deep voice, This Shao greets Luoho Wang and young master Luoho. Luoho Wang smiled faintly and said, Your eyes are pretty good. I heard from my son that you are a demonic Dao loose cultivator. What is your purpose in coming to this final blood battlefield? Shao Chun replied calmly, I don't think I need to report my purpose in coming here to King Luoho. How dare you not answer King Luoho's question? A guard below immediately scolded, dissatisfied with Shao Chen's attitude. Where does that insignificant sovereign personage get the courage to scold me? Shao Chun snorted coldly, dyed by his demonic Dao veritable essence energy. The snow god whip instantly coiled around this person's neck like a pitch-black venomous snake. Shao Chun gently whipped the whip, wrapping it around the guard. Then he smashed the guard heavily to the ground. This guard grabbed the whip with both hands, wanting to undo it. However, his body instantly got sealed in ice, unable to move. Clang! All of a sudden, the Azura guards tensed up. They drew their weapons and released killing chi. Their auras locked onto Shao Chen, waiting for Luoho Wang to give the order to attack. Luoho Yun had never seen such a lineup before. Furthermore, he had never seen Shao Chun make a move before. Unexpectedly, Shao Chun was so strong. The sovereign personage guards that Luoho Yun normally found incredibly strong actually could not last one move against Shao Chun. Luoho Yun was too shocked, somewhat at a loss. On the other hand, the two sovereign emperor experts beside Luoho Wang remained calm and indifferent. How dare you? What have I taught you normally? When a sovereign emperor speaks, you are not qualified to interrupt. Put away your weapons, Luoho Wang shouted. King Luoho barked, and the group of guards hurriedly sheathed their weapons. When Shao Chun saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. In this rundown place, no one would listen to you or believe you if you spoke nicely. You directly showed your strength. The stronger you were, the more people would respect you and trust you. It looked like Shao Chun had made the right bet. Otherwise, if this group of people started fighting, he would not be able to remain in this final blood battlefield. After removing the seal on the Azura guards, Shao Chun casually waved his hand, and the whip sent that guard back to his mount. Because he wanted to meet Luoho Wang, Shao Chun had already changed the dart head of the snow god whip replica to avoid attracting the other party's attention. When Luoho Wang saw the snow god whip, he did not think much of it. After all, it was just a peak Dao tool. What Luoho Wang truly valued was Shao Chun. Shao Chun was arrogant, unruly and ruthless. If not on account of Luoho Wang, the person who shouted at him would have died already. Meeting this person here should just be a coincidence. After all, Luoho Wang's group set off with light equipment, bringing only 2 sovereign emperors and many sovereign personages. Yet, they arrived at the final blood battlefield in one day. If the other party knew about this in advance, that would be too terrifying. Furthermore, when Yun first came into contact with the other party, it was Yun who took the initiative to seek out the other party. I will take my leave first. Originally, I was curious about why young Master Luo Ho came to this final blood battlefield. Now, I understand after seeing Luo Ho Wang. After saying that, Luo Ho Wang turned and left, not lingering. Father, why did you not leave him behind? Luo Ho Yun could not help grumbling. My king, this person should be a loose cultivator who came to the final blood battlefield to try his luck. However, he probably underestimated the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse and did not gain anything. Since he is a loose cultivator, he should be useful if we offer him great benefits. The two sovereign emperor subordinates sent a voice projection to Luo Ho Wang, giving him their suggestion. Loose cultivators valued benefits. As long as there were sufficient benefits, one could keep the other party around and use him. Luo Ho Wang entered deep thought. Then his figure flashed. In the next moment he suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen feigned shock. He asked seriously, King Luo Ho, what is the meaning of this? Luo Ho Wang smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, don't overthink. I want to make a deal with you. If you are willing, I can give you an inferior grade soul tool. Or 50,000 kilograms of origin liquid. You can choose. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He asked sullenly, could it be that you want me to scout ahead? Too many factions are targeting the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. If I go, I will just be seeking death. Even if you give me 10 soul tools, I will not go. Luo Ho Wang said seriously, don't worry. I just want you to protect my son. Consider this 25 kilograms of origin liquid a deposit. After saying that, Luo Ho Wang tossed a jade bottle to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen casually caught it. After thinking for a while, he nodded slightly and said, if it is just to protect young Master Luo Ho, this deal is doable. Good. It's a deal then. After the matter is over, I will definitely reward you greatly. Whoosh. After a while, Luo Ho Wang and Xiao Chen returned to the group. Then Luo Ho Wang said softly, Mr. Xiao will be traveling with us from now on. Everyone, do not be rude to Mr. Xiao. If the two lords and I are not around, you will have to listen to Mr. Xiao. Luo Ho Wang's orders confused these sovereign personage guards. However, they still obeyed. Let's go. Give Mr. Xiao a savage beast. Riding on Luo Ho Wang's mutated beasts, Xiao Chen and the others quickly headed for the ancient demonic sovereigns group. Xiao Chen discovered that the three sovereign emperors, including Luo Ho Wang, appeared very anxious. As they rushed, they kicked up dust clouds. This appeared somewhat strange, raising suspicions. This Luo Ho Wang seemed to fear that someone else would snatch away the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse before him. There were only 3 sovereign emperors in Luo Ho Wang's group. Clearly, they were traveling light, not wanting to startle the other 3 Azura kings and other stronger factions. In the middle of the night, Luo Ho Wang and the other 2 sovereign emperors went out to scout, wanting to see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. Xiao Chen took this opportunity to ask Luo Ho Yun, young Master Luo Ho, this final blood battlefield is so dangerous. Why did your father bring you here? Luo Ho Yun smiled and replied, I begged him to come. Father said that it would be good for me to see the world. However, you don't have to worry about my safety. The crown on my head is a peak defensive soul tool that father forged for me. Even if a sovereign emperor charged over, I would be able to protect myself. When Xiao Chen heard that, he naturally did not believe it. Even Luo Ho Wang might not be able to control the situation here. Unless the older generation experts of the Luo Ho clan made a move, they might be able to control the situation. However, that would definitely startle the older generation experts of the other factions. At that time, the factions near the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse would be even more chaotic. However, under the cloak, Xiao Chen saw the Heavenly Alliance holy relic on Luo Ho Yun's crown. This was an opportunity to take the holy relic and flee far away. Chapter 2193. This was indeed a chance to take away the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. However, it was too risky. Luo Ho Wang did not know when he would return. If the group of sovereign personage guards delayed him for even a moment, he would be in big trouble. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chose to give up. He changed the topic and started chatting with Luo Ho Yun. After a while, Luo Ho Wang and the 2 accompanying sovereign emperors rushed back. Xiao Chen rejoiced that he had not chosen to make a move. The situation is not good. There are really many experts. Luoho Wang and the two sovereign emperors discussed the situation. They frowned heavily and did not look optimistic. Unexpectedly, the Rakshasa race and the Yaksha race are here. However, fortunately, we did not expose ourselves. Luoho Wang revealed a faint smile as confidence flashed in his eyes. As long as the other three Azura kings do not come, this ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame will most likely be mine. Xiao Chun felt somewhat suspicious when he heard that. Luoho Wang should not have much desire for the true god flame. The most valuable thing about the true god flame was the expert's inheritance it contained. Furthermore, Luoho Wang already possessed the strength of a three-veined sovereign emperor. If Luoho Wang received another inheritance, it would be hard to guarantee that it would not conflict with the Luoho clan's original inheritance. At that time, Luoho Wang would have to make a decision about whether to give up on his cultivation or not. The gains might not make up for the losses. Moreover, he was already old enough. It was hard to say if he would have enough time to cultivate a new inheritance. Or rather, Luoho Wang would only be able to accomplish this much in his lifetime. At best, he would be a six-veined sovereign emperor. Obtaining the true god flame would be a waste, unable to bring out its greatest value. Of course, perhaps Luoho Wang only cared about the divine might and soul energy contained in the true god flame, which could strengthen his divine seal. However, was there a need to take such a huge risk just to strengthen his divine seal? Luoho Wang only brought two sovereign emperors. Clearly, he wanted to make a sudden move, taking out the true god flame without startling the other three Azura kings. Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on Luoho Yun. Then his eyes lit up. Suddenly, he understood something. If he left the true god flame's inheritance to Luoho Yun, everything would be different. Luoho Yun was young, no more than 20 years old, but he was already a star venerate. Talent, comprehension ability, and bloodline went without saying. If he could obtain this great opportunity, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step, and his future would be limitless. No wonder Luoho Wang dared to take the risk of bringing only two sovereign emperors traveling light. Mr. Xiao, take this. As Luoho Wang's thoughts wandered, he took out a black talisman and handed it to Xiao Chun. This is for hiding. We will be heading to where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse is in 4 hours. Are the people of the Shuawu dynasty already impatient and are about to make a move? Shuawu dynasty? Yes, this group of people seems to be determined to obtain the corpse of the ancient demon monarch. However, since the corpse has appeared in the 9th underworld, this group of demonic cultivators is destined to be one-sided. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly startled. He looked into the distance, where the ancient demonic monarch's monstrous divine might condensed into a majestic figure. Was he finally going to get close? Although Xiao Chun had been in the final blood battlefield for a long time, he had not truly gotten close to the demonic sovereign's corpse. At that time, there is no need for Mr. Xiao to make a move. Mr. Xiao just needs to protect my son, Luoho Wang said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chun. Luoho Yun smiled and said, "Father, go in peace. With Senior Xiao around, I will definitely not be in any danger." Luoho Yun was very confident in Xiao Chun. He was even more confident in his father. Be it his father or Xiao Chun, they were both unrivaled existences in Luoho Yun's heart. This little fellow simply does not understand the gravity of the matter. Luoho Wang looked at Luoho Yun with doting eyes. This time he took the risk because of Luoho Yun. Luoho Wang wanted to give Luoho Yun a future that surpassed that of the Azura King and the Azura race. Let's go. Xiao Chun activated the black jade strip, and demonic chi immediately shrouded his entire body. His aura merged perfectly with the surroundings of the final blood battlefield. Interesting. This jade strip is really miraculous. Given this, even a faux god would find it hard to discover them. At this moment, to others, Xiao Chun's group was like the baleful aura and resentment of the final blood battlefield. Soon, the group felt the ancient demonic sovereign's horrifying might and pressure. Their footsteps slowed. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Even in death, this fellow still possesses such divine might. How terrifying. When the group was only 5,000 kilometers away, Xiao Chun and the other sovereign emperors could already see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. This corpse wore scarlet battle armor, and his body was as huge as a small mountain. His eyes glared furiously as black demonic chi continuously spread out from his corpse, materializing thousands of mysterious phenomena. Many overwhelming ferocious beasts materialized by demonic chi stood around him, looking like they were alive, inspiring fear. Many factions stood 10 kilometers away from the demonic sovereign's corpse amid the demonic might, finding it hard to advance. Luoho Wang whispered to Xiao Chan, "Of these factions, the ones we really pay attention to are the Rakshasa race, the Yaksha race, and the Shuawu dynasty's group. The leaders of the Rakshasa race and the Yaksha race are experts under Rakshasa Tian and the Yaksha king. They are two vain sovereign emperors. As for the Shuawu dynasty's group, they seem to be from the royal court. If I recall correctly, the leader should be the current dynasty's 8th prince. As for the others, they are just some stragglers. There is no need to fear them." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. There seemed to be another strong faction in the surroundings. However, like Luoho Wang and the others, they were all in hiding, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. As for those stragglers, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. With his sharp spiritual sense, he noticed that there seemed to be people of the righteous Tao disguised as demonic cultivators among them. If Luoho Wang was overly confident and rashly made a move, the consequences might be dire. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to be certain. If he said it, Luoho Wang would suspect him, so he could only keep it to himself. At the same time, the various factions made their final preparations, waiting for the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse to slowly weaken. The Rakshasa race group had 2 sovereign emperors and several heaven-defying sovereign personages. They stood 10 kilometers away. The Rakshasa race cultivators looked at the demonic sovereign corpse helplessly, unable to get any closer. "Lord Fengsun, we can't get any closer." The leader was a sovereign emperor with 2 divine veins. His family name was Fengsun, and he possessed horrifying strength. As for the other sovereign emperor, his strength was ordinary. Fengsun said after some thought, "It looks like we can only think of a way after this demonic might weakens. However, it looks like the Shuawu dynasty's people have other plans." A sovereign emperor at the side nodded and said, "They might have a holy tool that can break the demonic might. However, they do not seem confident, so they have not made a move yet." After some thought, Fengsun said, "Let's see how capable this group of demonic cultivators of the Shuawu dynasty are." On the other side, the 2 Yaksha race sovereign emperors also looked at the Shuawu dynasty's group. Not only that, but the rogue cultivators wandering nearby and the factions hiding in the dark also looked at the group of people. Back then, Xiao Chen blinded the Shuo dynasty's 8th prince Li Yun in the desolate sea's azure mountain town, forcing him to flee in a sorry state. Now Li Yun's eyes had recovered. Not only that, but he was also a sovereign emperor. Li Yun must have cultivated in a secret realm in the demonic Dao Hall. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have increased so quickly. This time he probably intended to take away the demonic sovereign corpse and make a comeback. "Senior Tang, are the holy tools not ready yet?" The 8th Prince Li Yun stood 10 kilometers away, showing a somewhat crazed expression as he looked at the demonic sovereign corpse. The 8th Prince could feel the gazes of many sovereign emperors on his group. He smiled coldly in his heart, not minding it. Although the abyssal underworld sovereign emperors of the various races did not get along, they were still people of the abyssal underworld. But in any case, they were all from the netherworld. If they were to fight, it was obvious that they would first get rid of this group of demonic cultivators. The 8th Prince had already thought of this before coming, so he did not panic. "Your Highness, it is not time yet. We are not completely confident yet. The holy tools can be used at any time. However," Li Yun asked sullenly, "However what?" This old man is still somewhat worried about whether Yan Songming's group is reliable or not. The 8th Prince Li Yun smiled and said, "There's no need to worry. Even in his dreams, this fellow wants the flood dragon humans to have a foothold. I gave him a conferred land in the central Great Realm. There is no way he could reject it. In that case, this old man can rest assured. We can use the holy tools at any time with your Highness's command." Li Yun scanned the surroundings indifferently, finally locking his gaze on the demon monarch's corpse, regardless of how many people were hiding in the dark. He did not care what the Rakshasa race and Yaksha race experts thought. As long as he used the holy tools, Everything about this ancient demonic sovereign would belong to him, Li Yun. Chapter 2194. The sky of the abyssal underworld was perpetually covered in dark clouds. Light rarely shone in the final blood battlefield. It seemed like time moved more slowly in such an environment. If one could not calm down, one would easily feel restless. This was the case for the 8th Prince Li Yun. When he saw the demonic might not weaken at all, he cursed. Damn it! Why is it still not weakening? Old Tang, I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool. Clearly lacking confidence, Elder Tang said. Your Highness, if the sacred tool forcibly breaks the demonic might, it will not last for long. If we wait for the demonic might to weaken before using the sacred tool, we will be able to obtain the demonic sovereign corpse. Wait. How long? The longer we wait, the more variables there will be. This prince has already waited for more than 2 months. I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool. The 8th prince said somewhat irritably, showing rage on his face. Elder Tang sighed. After thinking about it, this made sense. The longer he waited, the more variables there would be. Taking out the sacred tool in a situation that no one expected might have a miraculous effect. After consoling himself, Elder Tang took out the sacred tool. It was a strange weapon, the Scarlet Moon, a scimitar that looked like a crescent moon. The interior of the crescent moon was very complicated, looking like a skeleton connected together. The entire moon was close to 3 meters long, looking incredibly huge. It gave off a strange demonic might. Elder Tang showed a serious expression as he started to drive the Scarlet Moon. The divine characters on the skeleton seemed to come to life. Soon after, blood seeped out of the crescent moon. The entire moon looked like an ancient ferocious beast coming to life. Roar! In that instant, everyone in the entire final blood battlefield heard a terrifying, ferocious roar in their hearts. This is... Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as shock flashed in his eyes. As he looked in the 8th prince's direction, he saw a scarlet moon slowly rising. At this moment, nearly all the factions in the final blood battlefield looked over. Indeed, he brought out the Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon. Luo Huang muttered, not showing much surprise in his eyes. Scarlet Moon? What is that? A sovereign emperor at the side asked, feeling confused. Luo Huang said softly, the dynasty's sacred tool is refined using a secret technique. I heard that the entire Xuewu dynasty refined only 10 of them. For a short period of time, it can make this saint tool reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool. While Luo Huang was speaking, the 8th prince also made his move. He pushed the blood-colored crescent wheel with all his might. Boom! The dazzling blood-colored divine energy turned into crescent scimitars that forcefully split apart the demonic might and carved out a path. So. Li Yun's figure flashed, and the originally insurmountable barrier was broken. In an instant, he advanced 100 meters. The Xuewu dynasty experts behind quickly followed, not moving an inch. Following Li Yun's forceful breakthrough, the originally flourishing demonic might weakened slightly. Even with the blazing demonic might, it was hard to avoid being affected. Should we make a move? A Rakshasa sovereign emperor asked Feng Sun. Clearly, these people could no longer sit still as they watched Li Yun slowly approach the demonic sovereign's corpse. Feng Sun crossed his arms and replied indifferently, there's no rush. The demonic might has not weakened to the point where we can make a move. When he is halfway there, we should be able to make a move. If that is all he is capable of, he can forget about snatching away the demonic sovereign's corpse. Undercurrents immediately surged. An overwhelming aura accumulated in the dark. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. Xiao Chun did not care about this. He was thinking, where is this brat Lin Feng hiding? Xiao Chun looked around and did not discover Lin Feng. He did not have any talisman to hide his aura. However, when Xiao Chun thought about it, he realized that this fellow comprehended the horrifying death Great Tao. It would not be impossible for him to hide in this final blood battlefield. Actually, Xiao Chun had never considered this question. Would Lin Feng be interested in this demonic sovereign's corpse? If Lin Feng was interested, then this game of Go would be even more interesting. All the experts present, both in the open and in the dark, felt very tense. Only Xiao Chun remained as calm as still water, appearing indifferent. Luo Huang, who was at the side, slowly showed a grave expression on his handsome face. His hands trembled slightly. The silly prince Luo Ho Yun seemed to sense this atmosphere as well. His originally cheerful mood slowly turned somewhat tense. No matter how stupid Luo Ho Yun was, even a fool could sense that the atmosphere was unusual. Luo Ho Yun seemed to already know that this operation was not as simple as bringing him here to broaden his horizons. Father Yuner is a little afraid. In reality, Luo Ho Yun's expression turned somewhat unsightly when the 8th prince took out the sacred tool. Luo Ho Yun was the weakest here. The instant that sacred tool appeared, even Xiao Chan felt fear in his heart. What more an insignificant star venerate like him? Only sovereign emperors could participate in this game of Go. Sovereign personages could barely be considered cannon fodder. Star venerates could not even be considered cannon fodder, just air. Luo Ho Wang revealed a smile on his tense face. He said softly, "Don't be afraid. Your father is here. Furthermore, with Mr. Xiao around, no one can hurt you." Luo Ho Yun seemed to understand. He asked sullenly, "Father, what are you going to do later?" Luo Ho Wang stared at the ancient demonic sovereign corpse and said, "I'm going to fulfill my promise to your dead mother. Just wait in peace. Father will return after killing them. Your Majesty, we will definitely protect little prince's safety to the death." The group of sovereign personage guards said in unison, sounding somewhat solemn. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. "You are just a group of cannon fodder. If something really happens, it will be hard for you not to die." Luo Ho Wang felt somewhat helpless. As he looked at the group of sovereign personage guards, some words did not need to be said. With just one look, everyone understood. This group of guards also knew that they were cannon fodder. At best, they would only give Luo Ho Yun more time to flee. However, they still followed willingly. Such loyalty was hard to come by. "Mr. Xiao." Luo Ho Wang shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan did not wait for Luo Ho Wang to finish. He said seriously, "Luo Ho Wang, don't worry. Loose cultivators value benefits. I will definitely do my best to fulfill my promises. In that case, I'll leave it to Mr. Xiao. This is the remaining origin liquid. If you can return, come to my residence. I will give you an inferior grade soul tool." Luo Ho Wang handed over a jade bottle containing another 10 tons of origin liquid. "Your Majesty, they are going to attack." The 2 sovereign emperors at the side, who had been watching the situation closely, said softly. Luo Ho Wang's expression immediately changed. After handing the jade bottle to Xiao Chan, he focused all his attention on Li Yun, who was about to reach the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. Heavenly Cloud Dawn Chop. Evil Wind Palm. Breaking Blood Sword. At the same time, the sovereign emperor experts of the Rakshasa race and the Yaksha race attacked first. The loose cultivators roaming the surroundings also attacked at this moment. In that instant, 10 odd sovereign emperors launched their attacks at the same time. Rumble. Immediately, all sorts of Dao domains clashed. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared, causing the sky to change color and the ground to tremble. Xiao Chun felt the talisman concealing his aura being affected. The baleful aura that he gave off rippled chaotically. However, at this moment, even if there was some chaos, it would not matter. No one paid attention to them at all. The scene of 10 odd sovereign emperors attacking at the same time was too shocking. Even for Xiao Chun, this was his first time seeing this, which shocked him slightly. The Dao might containing a divine nature appeared at the same time, temporarily suppressing the ancient demonic sovereign's overwhelming demonic might. Ha 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 ha. When facing so much pressure, Li Yun, who had the sage tool hovering above his head, did not panic. Instead, he laughed. His laughter contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He said loudly, "Senior Tang, bring people to retrieve the demonic sovereign corpse's parts and essence blood. Leave the true god flame to me. I will deal with these people." The sage tool's might rose another level, reaching its peak. It burst out with the might of a medial grade soul tool. However, this was not the most horrifying thing. The most horrifying thing was that Li Yun's bloodline was perfectly compatible with that sage tool. It was like a medial grade soul tool bringing out 80% of its might. Li Yun relied on the Shuawu dynasty's sage tool to block 10 odd sovereign emperors by himself. "I have been waiting for you for a long time already. No matter who comes today, don't think of stopping me from obtaining this demonic sovereign corpse. I will reign supreme under the blood moon. After blocking 10 odd sovereign emperors, Li Yun laughed somewhat arrogantly, his laughter filled with cockiness. Feng Sun and the other 2 vain sovereign emperors gritted their teeth in anger. This Li Yun was nothing in their eyes. However, the sage tool's might was too strong. Even though they were 2 vain sovereign emperors, they could only barely block Li Yun's attacks. Everything proceeded according to Li Yun's plan. Suddenly winds and clouds blew, and the aura of a ruler surged out. Luo Ho Wang revealed himself, riding a bloodthirsty savage beast and holding a golden saber as he rushed over. Scatter! Those who block me will die. Luo Ho Wang's strength as a 3-vein sovereign emperor stood at the top. He led his 2 sovereign emperor subordinates and charged forward, sweeping through everything in his way. No one dared to block him. Luo Ho Wang. It's Luo Ho Wang. Why is he here? Damn it. Why is he here instead of guarding his conferred land? Damn it. Is this fellow crazy? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The moment Luo Ho Wang, one of the 4 Azura kings, appeared, he shocked everyone, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2195. The moment Luo Ho Wang appeared, his strong aura and vast accumulations as a 3-vein sovereign emperor shocked everyone. When the 2 sovereign emperors charged over, no one dared to block them. Luo Ho Wang instantly inflicted severe injuries on some of the slower sovereign emperors, sending them flying back. Their survival was unknown. The strongest sovereign emperor present was only a 2-vein sovereign emperor. As for Luo Ho Wang, he had been a 3-vein sovereign emperor for many years. Of the 9 divine veins, every 3 was a threshold. If one could cross it, it would be a whole new world. If one could not, one would be stuck. While divine vein realm sovereign emperors were said to have 9 grades, in reality there were only 3. Within 3 divine veins, one would be considered a small perfection sovereign emperor. After 3 divine veins, one would be considered a great perfection sovereign emperor. After 6 divine veins, one would be considered a consummation late-stage sovereign emperor. Luo Ho Wang's 3-vein cultivation could be said to be at peak small perfection. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. Unless a great perfection sovereign emperor appeared, no one would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Although there were many sovereign emperors present, most of them fought for themselves like a plate of loose sand. Shocked by Xiao Qin's aura, how could they dare to stop him? Luo Ho Wang only had one target, which was Li Yun, who had the Dynasty Saint weapon on his head. His goal was even simpler, to kill him and seize the ancient demonic monarch's true god flame. But it wasn't easy to make it a reality. After all, Li Yun had used his own strength to block the terrifying attacks of 10 odd sovereign emperors earlier. The strength of a sage artifact was evident. When he saw Luo Ho Wang appear, a trace of undetectable panic flashed across Li Yun's arrogant eyes. He wasn't sure if the sage artifact could stop Luo Ho Wang, who was at the peak of 3 meridians. His fate would be even more miserable. It was hard to say whether he could even withstand 3 moves from Luo Ho Wang. Insignificant prince, how dare you behave atrociously in my Azura underworld? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not giving the Shuowu dynasty face. Luo Ho Wang's handsome face was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. The accumulations of a king's might unintentionally spread out, causing Li Yun to feel immense pressure and even waver. However, when Xiao Qun thought about it, he remembered that he had Yin Songming's help in secret. It was not impossible for him to fight. Furthermore, the demonic king's fire of the true god was his only chance to make a comeback. He could not give it up. Having made up his mind, Li Yun's heart no longer wavered. He bellowed. Today, even if the king of hell from the 9th level of the underworld comes, don't dream of making me retreat. Luo Ho Wang, since you dared to show yourself, then I shall have a taste of your Azura tactics. Under the blood moon only I am supreme. Li Yun shouted and pushed the might of the sage tool to its limits. The scarlet moon above his head looked like a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The image of a dynasty quickly materialized on the back of the moon wheel. Rumble. The foundation of the ancient dynasty was activated by Li Yun at this moment. A shocking demonic might erupted from his body, as though he had grown tens of thousands of feet tall. Woo! Screams of agony echoed in the air. The savage beast that Luo Ho Wang and the other two were riding on suddenly died. Luo Ho Wang's indomitable aura was actually forcefully forced back. Their auras clashed, and this part of the world began to tremble. Woo 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 woo. The countless ancient war souls that had settled in the final blood battlefield for 10,000 years seemed to be startled awake. True cries came from the depths of the ground. There were even war drums that transcended time and space, sounding like thunder, ringing out endlessly. This made one's bloodline swell, and their battle hunger and souls burned. I'll deal with this fellow. The two of you go to the demonic sovereign's corpse. Luo Ho Wang instructed, getting his two sovereign emperor subordinates to stop Li Yun's subordinates from attacking the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. You want to get past me? Forget about it. Lonesome Moon lives alone. When Li Yun saw the situation, he immediately attacked, wanting to block the two sovereign emperors. Boom! The moon will sent out a scarlet light, encasing the two. Then Li Yun threw two palm strikes. The thousands of scarlet shadows in his palms immediately turned into layers of crescents, charging at the two Azura sovereign emperors. The crescents were like blood. As they spun, light and shadow changed. Scarlet light flickered endlessly within 5,000 kilometers. Earlier, these thousands of crescent moons blocked the many sovereign emperors, making them flustered and fatigued from dealing with them. Every crescent looked like a true blood moon, containing the vast might of a dynasty. With the support of the scarlet light, Li Yun's Dao domain reached peak third layer, appearing startlingly mighty. Luo Ho Wang snorted coldly, and a slender saber appeared in his hand. As the saber light moved, a force that could uproot mountains and rivers erupted from Luo Ho Wang's body. With his strong three-veined sovereign emperor cultivation, he forcefully broke these two terrifying palm strikes. The two Azura sovereign emperors quickly took advantage of this opportunity to get under the ancient divine emperor. Elder Tang and the others felt shocked. They had no choice but to stop what they were doing and fight these two Azura sovereign emperors. Damn it! Luo Ho Wang, you spoiled my plans. I'll fight it out with you. Sensing Luo Ho Wang's strength, a crazed look flashed in Li Yun's eyes. His figure flashed and he actually took the initiative to attack Luo Ho Wang. Luo Ho Wang's expression did not change as he dealt with Li Yun calmly. It would not be easy to deal with this crazed Li Yun, who wielded a sacred tool. The two of them quickly clashed, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out continuously. The other spectating sovereign emperors immediately moved back. Of these two, one was a three-veined sovereign emperor, and the other was a madman wielding a dynasty's sacred tool. Neither was easy to deal with. No one dared to interfere in the huge battle. The scattered shockwaves were not easy to deal with. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. He was already certain that aside from the experts of the Rakshasa race and the Yaksha race, there were definitely righteous Dao cultivators among the loose cultivators in disguise. When those loose cultivators retreated earlier, Xiao Qin had sensed a familiar aura. However, he could not recall where it was. Let's go. Not daring to take the risk, Xiao Qin led Luo Ho Yun far away. The Rakshasa race and the Yaksha race still harbored the thought of Luo Ho Wang and Li Yun injuring each other and taking advantage of the situation. Hence, they did not retreat far. Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong. He did not want to target that ancient demonic sovereign either. So, he led Luo Ho Yun far away, continuously retreating. Senior, I want to see my father. I don't want to leave. Luo Ho Yun was worried about his father's safety, so he resisted somewhat. However, Xiao Qin could not be bothered to explain, forcefully pulling him far away. They kept retreating until they were 500,000 kilometers away. Even then, they could still hear the earth-shaking sounds of battle. Little Prince, stop messing around. Mr. Xiao is doing this for Little Prince's safety. Luo Ho Yun only stopped after retreating 100,000 kilometers. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly consoled Luo Ho Yun, who had been making a fuss along the way. Luo Ho Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. I don't care. I want to see my father. I don't want anything to happen to him. I want to go back. As Luo Ho Yun spoke, he actually started crying. The group of sovereign personage guards could not do anything, feeling somewhat flustered. Xiao Qin could no longer stand by and watch. He ferociously stretched out his hand and flung Luo Ho Yun off the savage beast's back, causing Luoho Yun to fall heavily to the ground. You are a man. What is the point of crying? If you go back, you will die. If you want to die, I will kill you now. Xiao Chan snorted coldly and released his killing intent, scaring the group of sovereign personage guards. Luoho Yun also panicked. Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. Little Prince lost his mother when he was young. He grew up with King Luoho and had a deep relationship with him. It is hard to avoid some. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly explained, thinking that Xiao Chan really wanted to kill. Xiao Chan sighed when he heard that. Then he said softly, since your father handed me to you, I have to take responsibility for you. The demonic sovereign corpse land is much more complicated than you imagine. You're just a star venerate. Going there is simply seeking death. In the end, Luoho Yun was not a fool. After being scared by Xiao Chen, he recovered his wits. However, he asked, Senior, will my father be fine? Xiao Chen did not feel confident. If he really had confidence in Luoho Wang, he would not have retreated so far away. Xiao Chen had made such a decision because he felt that something was wrong. That should be the case. Luoho Wang is a three-veined sovereign emperor. It should not be difficult for him to survive. That was all Xiao Chen could say. Right after he spoke, he suddenly felt the dynasty's accumulations in the distant scarlet moon weaken for a moment. This is... Not caring much, Xiao Chen opened a vertical eye on his forehead under the conical bamboo hat, activating his heavenly eye. Xiao Chen's vision continuously expanded. Finally, the scene of the demonic sovereign corpse land appeared before him. Cracks appeared in the scarlet moon above Li Yun's head. The dynasty's sacred tool seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Xiao Chen immediately rejoiced. Something must have happened when Li Yun forcefully broke the demonic might. Otherwise, the dynasty's sacred tool would not have lasted until now. Li Yun's crazed expression instantly paled in fright. He cursed as though he was trying to say who betrayed him. Seeing that he could not defeat Luoho Wang, and that the sacred tool could not hold on any longer, Li Yun merged the sacred tool into his body and retreated quickly. Luoho Wang snorted coldly. Then, he wanted to pursue and kill Li Yun in one go. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xiao Chen's heavenly eye suddenly felt a piercing light, and a trace of blood appeared. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and grunted. Then he quickly closed his heavenly eye, showing an uncertain expression. The instant the intense light appeared, Xiao Chen saw the person who attacked. It was the profound heaven's holy son, Wen Renyu, Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan, who had conflicts with Xiao Chen in the faux god world, stood beside Wen Renyu. When the three worked together, they seemed to activate some kind of secret treasure, instantly erupting with a Tao might that surpassed that of the dynasty's sacred tool. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. Although Luoho Wang had been wary of others attacking in secret, he relaxed his guard when he saw Li Yun's defeat. Furthermore, he had not expected such a strong attack. Although Xiao Chen did not see what happened later, he could guess what happened. After Luoho Wang suffered such an attack, he was surrounded by 10 odd sovereign emperors. His situation was definitely not good.